present and voting and present doesn't really make any difference. They're the same except on substantive voting. So what is procedural and what is substantive voting? Procedural votings are votings when there are motions and points on the floor. So substantive voting goes to our draft resolutions and other working papers for the final submission in the committee. So right now, you're going to state if you're present and voting in the roll call whenever your country is called. And next, we have our motions. So during our motions, if you have seen in our rules and procedures, everyone, our rules and procedures in the motions, we have to have a motion on the floor stated by a delegate, and we also need someone to second the motion or objections. So if there's no one to second the motion, then the motion of a delegate clearly fails. And if there's someone who seconds the motion, then the motion passes, except if there are objections, then we will proceed to the voting of the whole committee with regards to the topic to be discussed. So is that clear? Can I get a thumbs up if it is? So, yep. All right, so when it comes to the yielding of your time, delegates, so when you have your 10 seconds or more, you can choose either to yield your time to the chair, or if you have more than 10 seconds, then you can yield to other delegates and questions. Each of you who want to raise or to yield your time for questions, and those who would want to question a speaker after he or she speaks in a speaker's list should be given a time of 15 seconds. And the remaining time for the speaker's list should be intended for the speaker to answer. So if that's clear, and then moderated caucus and unmoderated caucus. We only have a maximum time of 20 minutes for moderated and unmoderated caucus. Other than that, we can entertain 25 minutes for unmod, just 20. All right, and it could be decreased. So yes, another is that POIs. So when it comes to point of informations, you can raise your POI after every speech of the delegate to avoid confusions and delays on speeches. And yes, delegates may choose not to answer and to answer a POI. So if I ask you whether you want to accept a POI, you can either say yes or no, and then you can entertain a question. So yes, you will be given 30 seconds for your answer and 15 seconds for those who wanted to question. So we have motions, moderated caucus, and unmoderated caucus. We have open consultation of blocks and closed consultation of blocks. So if any one of you is confused whether what is open consultation of the block and what is closed consultation of the block, first, we go to open consultations. We can have you open the breakout rooms, and you guys can jump from one breakout room A or breakout room B to negotiate with each other. So basically, if one of the closed consultation of block will be passed, then no delegates are allowed to jump from one block to another to negotiate. So it's basically you talk to those people inside of your block to formulate solutions for your working paper or draft resolution. So any questions on the floor, you may raise your hands now and I'll be willing to answer. Or you may type it in the chat box. All right. So seeing none, calling once, calling twice for questions on the floor. Okay, I see none. So the formal session will start now. So first, we're going to proceed to our roll call. So when your country's name is called, state if you're present or voting. Present and voting or present, and we will mark absent for those who doesn't got into the roll call. And for those that we missed or you got disrupted during the roll call, you can just type me on the chat box and say whether you're present or you're present and voting. Thank you. So we are going to start now with our roll call. First, Afghanistan. All right. Algeria. Algeria. Calling once, calling twice. Algeria is not around. So Andorra. Andorra is not around as well. Angola. You can unmute your mic, guys, if your country is cold. And yes, Angola is not around. Argentina is not around as well. I've seen delegates who haven't changed their names yet to their delegations or haven't added their delegations yet. Can you put in after your name, your country, so that we'll know if you're present or you have any problems with your mic or connection? All right, so I stop with Argentina. Argentina, are you here? Armenia is also not around. Australia, Belgium is not around. Brazil, calling once, calling twice. Canada is not around. China is not around as well. It's Czech Republic, it's not around. Denmark, Democratic Republic of Korea, North Korea,
Voting.
Oh, present and voting. Thank you. That's Korea, right? Thank you. Egypt.
Present.
Egypt. All right. Thank you, delegate. Estonia is not around. Finland is not around. France.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. That's France. Germany.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Greece. Calling once, calling twice. India. Indonesia.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Iraq. Iraq is not around. Israel.
Present.
Thank you, delegate. Present. Italy. Japan. Kazakhstan. Libya.
Kazakhstan here.
Is that Libya?
Kazakhstan.
Yes. Oh, sorry. You're present and voting, delegate. Is she present and voting? Sorry,
The delegation
Yes.
of Kazakhstan, may you please rephrase what you said?
I'm here. Present and voting.
All right. Thank you, delegate. It's present and voting. Libya. Mexico.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Mexico is present and voting. Myanmar.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Netherlands. Norway. Pakistan. Philippines. Poland. Republic of Korea. South Korea. All right. Russian Federation. Delegate of Russia is not around. Saudi Arabia. Singapore.
Present and voting.
South Africa. Thank you, delegate, by the way. South Africa. Spain.
Present and voting, Chair.
That's Spain. Thank you. Sudan. Delegate of Sudan. Sweden. Delegate of Sweden. Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Sweden is present. Switzerland.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Syria. Syria. All right. Thank you. Taiwan.
The delegation of Taiwan is present.
Thank you, delegate. By the way, co-chair, the delegation of Chile. Chile is not in the roll call. Okay, we will get back to you later, Chile. So yes, we will add you in the roll call. We'll do it later. Turkey. Turkmenistan. Ukraine.
Present and voting.
Yes, thank you, delegate. United Kingdom. United States. United States of America. All right, United States is not around. Any more countries? Co-chair, can we add Chile to that list of countries? I'm sorry for that. Chile, may I ask whether you're present or voting?
The Chilean Republic is present and voting.
Thank you. All right, let's wait for a second. One second, delegate. All right, for those who haven't turned on their cam, you may turn on your cam, guys. And yep, show us your pretty faces. And by the way, one of our co-chair is here. Her name is Farin and she's from India. So by the way, I'm from the Philippines, guys. Who among you here are from the Philippines? And you can also type in where you're from so that we'll get to know each other on the chat box before we start a committee session. And while co-chair is still adding Chile on the list. Second. Hello, Yanim. How is it going there? Hi, Isabella. Oh, Isabella. She's from Mexico. Yes, 1 second. Oh, our co-chair got disconnected. So wait, let me share my screen for a second. All right. So here we go. Okay, Yanif is back. So can you share your screen again, Yanif?
Need to, can you hear me, guys?
Yes, you're audible. Yes, yes.
Need to check again because my computer just fell and I seriously don't know what happened. So I think we will need to conduct again the roll call. I'm so sorry.
Oh, all right, that's fine. Okay, let's go.
And I think we'll do it through the matrix because one command does not want to work today. So I guess we'll do it through the matrix.
Okay.
Just let me edit the matrix and then, okay?
Sure,
So are
sure.
we doing the roll call again? Like one more time?
I think
Yes, we're doing the roll call again. I'm sorry, delegate.
Again? Okay.
Moon command has problems
If
right
it
now.
if it doesn't work, even after you do that, please continue without it. You can even write your names on paper. That way it will be like half sufficient. Just don't focus on that and continue, okay?
All right, that's noted.
I think we should start the committee and we can conduct roll call afterwards during breaks.
Okay, okay, all right. Okay, the delegation of Singapore just sent a message of personal privilege. Delegates, you may also send it for the whole committee so that we could know your points of informations. The delegation of Singapore doesn't know if we need to use the points before. It's not necessarily needed, delegates. And in case that you have your points or questions on the floor, you can just raise your point of informations or your points on the floor. So you can message it for everyone so that we can see your points and information. You can type your questions on the chat box and then the delegate speaking would answer. All right. So next we would move on to our general speakers list. Co-chair, can you take? All right. So anyone who wish to be added in the general speakers list, kindly raise your hands right now.
Head chair, may you please write the names? May you please write the names on the chat or somewhere else that I can see them because I have no names written here. That's the thing.
All right, that's no problem. And yes, delegation of Taiwan, you are recognized. Okay, wait. Taiwan, you're recognized. Myanmar, you're recognized. You may lower down your hands now. Germany, you're recognized. Ukraine, you're recognized. Israel, you're recognized. Sudan, you're recognized. Egypt, you're recognized. Mexico, you're recognized. Kazakhstan, you're recognized. So yes, Any more people who wish to be added on the general speakers list? Okay, I will just type in the speakers. Taiwan.
It doesn't really matter if you type them, just have their names written and say it, and I'll turn the timer on.
All right, that's it. So our first speaker would go to the delegate of Taiwan. Can we set the speaking time for 1 and 30 minutes?
Yes. Can I start? Sorry.
Wait 1
1 second,
second.
delegate. I'm sorry.
Okay, the delegation of
All right.
Taiwan. The delegation of Taiwan starts in 3, 2, 1. Good luck.
The delegation of Taiwan would like to thank the chair and the other delegates for being present today, and would like to begin this opening statement by saying Taiwan considers itself a sovereign state, despite other international views considering it a part of China. Taiwan considers itself a sovereign state, is currently under a lot of military and political pressure from the delegation of China, looking to put more military regime into Taiwan, and would like to preface this by would like to make it clear that Taiwan is considers itself a sovereign state and would like no correlation to China. Thank you.
Thank you,
The delegation
delegate.
of Taiwan yields this time to the chair.
Thank you,
very
delegate.
much.
Right. So next to speak would be the delegate of Germany. Germany, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Thank you. Honorable chairs and esteemed delegates, the delegation of Germany is delighted to be a part of the 9th annual Iomun conference. The delegation of Germany is aware that in the current era, the Indo-Pacific region is the most popular region in the world, and it is where 20 of 33 megacities are located. The 3 largest global economies border the Pacific Ocean, and due to its dynamic economic growth, Southeast Asia is becoming a new global driving force, as seen through impressive recent examples like the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Germany and Europe as a whole economy is closely interconnected with all other nations in the region through global supply chains. This represents a source of prosperity for all. However, we're also aware that the Indo-Pacific is increasingly becoming an arena of growing rivalries, having witnessed unresolved territorial disputes. Germany recognizes that freedom of navigation is being curtailed, and it is increasingly difficult to find common ground on issues of sovereignty and territorial integrity. As a global trading power, Germany has a key interest in security, stability, and prosperity in the world, including the Indo-Pacific region. Specifically, Germany plans to demonstrate its solidarity with partners by participating in maritime exercise in marine exercises that comprise a dispatch of German liaison officers to multilateral organizations in the region. And we also want to collaborate with regional partners who share the same values. And it is with these principles that the objectives fully in mind that the German delegation enters this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Germany. All right, so next to speak would be the delegate of Myanmar. Myanmar, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates. Today we have gathered multiple parties to the conference in which we will discuss about the tension in the South China Sea. We are delighted to be included in the conversation, and it is our honor that UN invites the delegation of Myanmar to present their say in this situation. Our general inclination is letting every party present their idea, putting a little bit more focus on boundaries, and also making sure everyone understands the difference between keeping a boundary and pursuing a claim. Top priority is creating a resolution in which every party agrees with all the compromises and is satisfied with the final result. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you,
Thank you, delegate. So yes, thank you for that. So next to speak would be the delegate of Ukraine. Ukraine, are you there? So yes, your 1 minute and 30 seconds. Yes, delegate, you are. You may start your speech when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The South China Seas are the areas of ocean that are rich in natural gas and hydrocarbons. China has made major strides in recent years in building minor uninhabitable features in the South China Sea into artificial islands which have military infrastructure and capabilities. Chinese energy companies have also been involved in disputes regarding territorial claims. Ukraine being a major stakeholder in the development process, the dispute over sea is basically among six sovereign nations of the region, such as China, Taiwan, Vietnam, Malaysia, etc. It is believed that the sea is full of natural resource and oil reserve with growing demand of energy. The disputes proved very high in the recent time. So Ukraine has been very due vigilant for any conflicted point and ready for the positive rule. But Ukraine reiterated again that the talk of demilitarization of regions should led by Sino-Asian countries, which are primarily the stakeholders. And Ukraine has always been emphasizing economic development and peaceful coexistence and upholding the rule of law in international relations, and hope the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next to speak would be the Delegate of Israel. Israel, your speech may start whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. To the honorable chairs and delegates of this committee, I would like to thank you for your participation and attendance. The delegation of Israel enters this conflict as it has economic correlation both with China and the other side claiming Vietnamese islands in the South China Sea, as it has economic correlation based on the military conflict. However, even though it's not completely neutral, the position of the delegation of Israel thinks the South China Sea should be a free passageway of economic transit, which essentially builds up 21% of the international trade globally, which means that the delegation of Israel is established towards having a rather neutral position in both topics, rather economic well-being and military transit. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. And next to speak would be the Delegate of Sudan. Sudan, your 1 minute and 30 seconds would start when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. The struggle for territory in the South China Sea has been going on for decades. From an economic and environmental point of view, the sea is one of the most important and strategic regions in the world. China is currently one of Sudan's largest trade partners. The delegation of the Republic of the Sudan believes that it is possible to de-escalate tension peacefully with all interested parties by formally discussing the dispute at bilateral or multilateral level. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Delegate. How would you want to yield your time? All right, I guess it's yielded back to the chair. So next to speak after the Delegate of Sudan would be the Delegate of Egypt. Delegate of Egypt, your time starts when you're ready.
Thank you. The delegation for Egypt would like to thank the United Nations for giving it a voice at this table. We believe that disputes in the South China Sea are of great interest and could easily result in great escalation of tensions in a region with vast oil reserves and many ascending powers. It is our firm belief that peace and cooperation should be prioritized above all else, and that we should by no means further militarize or escalate any tensions or disputes. We should give all interested parties a voice at the table to come up with a resolution that can fix these issues without leading to any conflict with China. The Egyptian government adopts a stance of neutrality on the issue, but stresses the importance of respecting international law and moving to prioritize peace and cooperation. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Egypt. Next to speak would be the Delegate of Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan would be our last speaker. So, Delegate of Kazakhstan, your time starts when you're ready.
Okay, so honorable chairs, dear delegates, Kazakhstan believes in peace. We think that the tension in the South China Sea is very painful for all parts. We think that the best solution will be a solution in respect all the sides of the situation. We think that the countries should respect each other and try to understand each other in order to get into a better solution. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. How would you want to yield your time? Okay, so I guess it's yield back to the chair. Delegates, may I just remind you that after you're speaking, you can yield your time either to questions, to entertain questions from other delegates. You may yield your time back to the chair, or you may yield your time back to other delegates for that remaining time of yours to be added into their speeches. And that would be all. Thank you. And yes, delegate of friends, can we add delegate of friends to the speakers list? Yes, delegate of friends want to be added to the general speakers list. So delegate of friends, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The delegation of France wants to clarify its position and what it will do about it in these disputes. Currently, France holds a big stake through the South China Sea due to its vast trade that passes through it, currently valued in around $83.5 billion. So that is why the delegation of France is here to try to solve this conflict the most peaceful way. That way the trade won't be heavily affected due to the conflicts, and France is currently willing to do whatever it's necessary for this to be settled peacefully and not through any conflict that could affect the nation's economy and the maritime trade that passes through this sea. France yields its time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate of friends. So next to speak, who was to be added to the general speakers list, was the delegate of Chile. Delegate of Chile and the delegate of North Korea. All right, and delegate of Ukraine. I suppose you wanted to be added to the general speakers list. All right, so you're recognized. All right, first to speak would be the delegate of Chile. Your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Thank you. The delegation of the Chilean Republic believes that this conflict has been going on for too long. China continues to claim further territory in the South China Sea and even advancing into the Pacific maritime territory of South American countries. One of those is Chile. This is an infringement on the sovereignty of many countries and should be punished through economic sanctions that this body must impose. The time for proper negotiation is over. China must learn its lesson through these sanctions in order to ensure global safety. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Next to speak would be the delegate of North Korea. North Korea, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, delegate. Sorry for 1 second. Yes, delegate of Egypt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. North Korea
Sorry.
would like delegate.
1 second, delegate. Sorry.
Like to.
Yeah, North Korea, 1 second, delegate. Can we entertain the delegate of Egypt first? Sorry.
Although the Egyptian delegation admires the Chilean delegation's commitment to standing up to China, we oppose sanctions on the merit that China is one of the biggest economies in the world, and sanctions cause irreparable damage to the global economy. We believe it would only escalate tensions and cause great economic harm to our economy. We would oppose such sanctions, even though we do admire their ability to stand up to China and definitely think we should look beyond their status of world power to give equal voice to smaller nations in dispute. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you for that, Egypt. All the delegates, may I remind you that only after the speakers speaking, you may raise points of information or questions to the delegate. And after that, you may ask for the chair's recognition, and then delegate may answer if you have questions. So I hope it's clear, delegate. And yes, thank you for that, delegate of Egypt. Next to speak would be the delegate of North Korea. North Korea, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs. The delegation of North Korea would like to clarify our stance on the rising tensions in the South China Sea. We are neutral in this dispute, and we will stand behind our allies. We condemn the military aggression shown by the delegation of the US, as is their standard behavior. To insert themselves into matters that don't concern them, we feel the US should not force themselves onto any nation and allow all nations to manage their own affairs. Thank you. I yield my time to the chairs.
Thank you for that, delegate. Next to speak would be the delegate. Next and last speaker for the general speakers list would be the delegate of Ukraine. Delegate of Ukraine, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Greetings, delegates. It is believed that the sea is full of natural resource and oil reserves with growing demand of energy. The disputes moved very high in the recent time. It is also believed that dominance of the sea results in dominating that region. The mandate for this committee is very clear that any action which is disturbing the international peace is not acceptable at any cost. The court's role is to settle in accordance with international law legal disputes submitted to it by states and to give advisory opinions on legal questions referred to it by authorized unions, United Nations organs and specialized agencies. Ukraine stand by that view and suggest that any dispute which contains some military elements should be primarily be led by direct stakeholders. So Ukraine has been very due vigilant for any conflicted point and ready for its positive role. But Ukraine reiterated again that the talks for the militarization of region should led by Sino-Asian countries, which are the primarily the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Ukraine. How would you want to yield your time? I'm sorry, delegate. Okay, I guess it's yielded back to the chair. So now we're going to proceed to our formal debate. So we're going to proceed to our formal debate. So now we're going to entertain motions. And for now, we're going to entertain one motion. That is to open the formal debate. And the delegates who would want to do the honor of proposing a motion to open the debate would kindly raise your hands. Chile, you're recognized.
Motion of procedure to open a moderated caucus of time, 10 minutes with speaker's time, 30 seconds.
Sorry, delegate. So, okay, thank you for that. But first, delegate, when we're opening a debate, it's under the chair's discretion. So we need to open first the debate before we could propose for motions and give speakers time. So thanks for that, Chile. So you are on the motion of opening the debate. So under the chair's discretion, there's motion clearly passes. So now the floor is now open for any other motions on the floor, and the delegates who would wish to propose a motion may now raise their hands. Okay, Ukraine, you're recognized.
The delegate of Ukraine would like to raise a motion to move into an unmoderated caucus for total time being 15 minutes.
Okay, unmoderated caucus for 25 minutes. Sorry, delegate, the maximum.
Minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes. Thank you, delegate. All right, any delegates who wish to second the motion or any delegates who wanted to raise their objections, you may raise your hands. Delegate of Germany, you're recognized.
The delegation of Germany seconds the motion.
Thank you, delegates. So with the motion seconded, this motion clearly passes. So delegates, your unmoderated caucus will be set for 15 minutes, and delegates here may discuss anything they want to discuss in relation to the topic of the committee for the span of 15 minutes. If you have questions, we, your chairs, are just in the background. So yeah, your 15 minutes starts now.
Chair, may you please move with me to another room?
Sorry, delegate. What delegation is that?
That's the co-chair.
Oh, okay.
Can you please move with me to another room?
Thank you. Yes, of course. Delegate, you may now consume your time.
Should we move to different breakout rooms or we're gonna discuss here?
So you guys can discuss the whole thing here because it's an unmoderated caucus. So you may start discussing and there's no need for breakout rooms.
Just as a reminder, hi, by the way, I'm the USG of Logistics. And not in an unmoderated caucus, you're supposed to make blocks with other people, come up with different solutions about the topic. To be very honest, unmoderated caucus don't happen this early, but it can still work out. So if you want, you can start sharing your different ideas between each other and come up with possible solutions you can give to this committee. And once that time is over, the chairs will come back and you guys will continue with your moderated caucus. So that's what you guys should be doing right now. It can be very awkward at first to talk through Zoom and the non-moderated caucus. I get it, but just try to like open up your mic and talk as much as you can. The most important things in this type of committees that you actually talk, because if not, there's not going to be any communication. So, yes.
Amy, where are the chairs?
Supposedly they moved to a different room and left the delegates in an unmoderated caucus, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Could you go talk to them, please?
Yes. Please just try to explain what unmoderated caucus is and make sure they're doing it.
Okay. You know what? I'll just try to run this because the chairs are not here and they don't know what to do.
Hi.
May I ask until like what procedure you guys were before the chairs left? Like what were you guys doing?
We were going through the speakers list.
Okay, did everyone on the speakers list go or did not? Did
Everyone
everyone
went.
go?
All of who were signed up
Yes.
to be on the speakers list went.
Okay, are there any other people who want to be part of the speakers list and give their speech before we move to a different thing?
Yes, please.
we're
Delegate of China.
Give me a Okay, was it 1 minute and 30 seconds? Your time limit?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't see the screen. Was that a yes or no?
Yes, the speakers list time was 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Thank you. Okay, so the delegate of China, when you can go, I'll just put on the timer.
Thank you. Good morning, fellow delegates, members of this committee. This dispute, as you all like to call it, has been going on long enough. We heard another delegate say that in their previous speech. It has been going on long enough. It has been enough time of China fighting for sovereignty over our own territory. International abuses over the South China Sea should not be permitted, should be definitely punished, but not those abuses that China is accused of. Let me just remind you of the name of the sea that we are disputing, the South China Sea. Let me just remind you of the power that the United States has over the United Nations. Let this delegation remind every single member of this first committee of the General Assembly on disarmament and international security how the United States move the plates so that they can get their own way over anything that they desire. This is a conflict of interest in which the United States has played a big role, an illegal role. So we ask every single delegation here to look at reason and understand that the South China Sea is nothing more than Chinese territory and will always be Chinese territory.
All
Thank
right,
you,
delegate,
China.
your time is over.
Go ahead. I'll just say this out loud. Head of chair, please don't leave a conference midway. I don't know what you guys were doing. They're telling me you were guys done with the
Yes. We talked with Mikhail with and the co-chair. So we had like a problem with the software and the problem with the whole flow of the program. So we discussed it quickly. I'm sorry, you guys, for being here. So yes, for quite a second, we need to talk about it.
Try to be organized with your co-chair, okay?
All right, thank you. Yes.
You guys are in the hands of your chair now.
All right, so I guess that we need to, so right now we're going back to our motions on our floor. Co-chair, can you share your screen right now? Yeah, and if it's not here, all right, then I'll share the screen. So we are going to have motions on the floor, and that's the chair would highly suggest for you guys to propose a moderated caucus for you to have a fruitful debate and discuss about your stances and have other delegates questions and informations about your country stances and all that you're setting up for. So here, let me share my screen and yes, Delegate of Egypt, you're recognized.
Motion to proceed with a moderated caucus.
All right, so yes, 1 second. So, motion to resume the moderated caucus. Is that right?
Yes, a moderated caucus.
Okay. So delegates, I guess that you don't have anything to discuss first for the moderated and unmoderated caucus. The chair would highly suggest you to go for moderated caucus and not for unmoderated caucus.
I said
that we would have
moderated, not unmoderated.
Oh, all right. So that's it. Any delegates who wish to second the motion of the delegate of Egypt? Delegate of Chile, you're recognized.
The delegation of Chile would like to second the motion.
All right. Thank you, delegate. That motion is in order. Any motions on the floor? Any more motions on the floor? Delegates who wish to propose a motion may raise their hands. Now. No delegates. Delegate of Egypt, would you want to raise a motion on the floor?
No.
All right, next, I will call on delegates, so you have to propose a motion on the floor and set your time for the whole speakers and the individual speaking time. Okay, delegate of Germany, you might have any motions on the floor.
Motion to talk about the importance of inclusivity and national cooperation to de-escalate the tensions in the South China Sea.
Okay, can you shorten that out? Motion to discuss. Can you shorten the topic?
Well, inclusivity and cooperation to
Okay.
de-escalate. Yeah.
1 second.
Hey, I'm back if you need. Jackie.
Yes, share your screen, please. That's a motion from the delegate of Germany that is to discuss inclusivity.
Excuse me? I couldn't hear that. Can you please
That
send
is
me
the
the
motion.
topic in chat? Please send me
Yes.
quickly the topic in the chat.
Germany, can you type it in the chat box?
You can write it as long as you want.
Yeah.
And also the speaking time. If you please, thank you.
The delegation of Germany, may you please also may you please say the time of the speaker's time and the general time of this motion?
The general time can be 15 minutes with the speaker's time of 40 seconds.
Okay. And are there any motions on the floor? Seeing as such, Ukraine, yeah, what's your motion?
The delegate of Ukraine would like to raise a motion to move into a moderated caucus for the topic transparency in South China Sea. For total timing 15 minutes and individual speakers timing 60 seconds.
Can you please send the topic on the chat? I couldn't hear you at all. And say again the time, please. The delegation of Ukraine. The delegation of Ukraine, may you please send your topic of motion and tell it and say again the time.
Yes, Chair, it's there already. Transparency in South China Sea issue.
And time, please. The delegation of Ukraine, 60 seconds. Okay. And general time. 8 minutes. Thank you very much. Are there any more motions on the floor? China.
Motion
Yes.
to move for a moderated caucus with a time extension of 15 minutes, speaker time of 1.5 minutes, with a topic of recognizing the sovereignty of China over the Paracel and Spratly Islands.
Can you please type that in chat?
Yes.
Thank you very much, delegation of China. Thank you very much, delegation of China. The delegation of Egypt, I believe you had a motion.
We would like to propose a moderated caucus lasting 15 minutes with individual speaking times of 1 minute on the ruling against Chinese sovereignty over the South China Sea in 2016.
May you please write that in the chat? Please.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The delegate of Egypt, have you sent it?
I'm writing it.
Okay. Thank you very much, the delegation of Egypt. This will be the last motion we're now will now rewrite. And we're moving into voting. Whoever is in favor of first motion, the importance of inclusions and cooperation among national nations and Kazakhstan. Oh, you're voting right now? Okay, whoever is in favor of this motion, please raise your virtual hand right now. Okay. This motion does not pass, unfortunately. The next motion is a moderated caucus on the topic of discussing river comes to the South China Sea. Whoever is in favor of this motion, please raise your virtual hand right now. Unfortunately, this motion fails. We're moving to the next motion. Next motion is a moderated caucus on the topic of recognizing the sovereignty of China over the Versailles and Spratly Islands. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. Whoever is in favor of this motion, please raise your virtual hand right now. Seeing as such, this motion fails. And we're moving to our last motion. Please pass this one, guys. This is a moderated caucus on the topic of transparency in South China Sea issue. Seen as such, this motion passes. And I wrote this wrong. Wait. I'll rewrite it 1 sec. Okay. Topic of, I'm so sorry. Was that this motion was that Egypt? Can you please say duration and individual speaking time? This motion passed. I just want to rewrite it.
That was not my motion. The transparency in the South China Sea was not my motion. That's the one that passed.
Oh, which one was passed?
Transparency in the South China Sea, a motion by Ukraine.
Motion by Ukraine. Okay, thank you. And I have the times also. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. I'm a bit clumsy today. Hope you don't mind. Okay, this motion passes, and we're moving now to the next to the moderated caucus. Whoever wants to speak in this moderated caucus, please send your name in the chat. Be easier for everybody here. Please send your name in the chat now, and I will add you. The delegation of Chile, the delegation of China, the delegation of Egypt, the delegation of Germany. Anybody else? Delegation of China again. Okay, so we will start now with the delegation of Chile. The delegation of Chile, you have 1 minute on the clock, starting now.
First of all, the delegation of Chile would like to say, in responding to what China previously said, that the name of the sea has nothing to do with who controls it, as for example, the Gulf of Mexico is not owned by Mexico. And according to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, Part 2, Section 2, Articles 3 and 5, every state has the right to establish the breadth of its territorial sea up to a limit not exceeding 12 nautical miles. And this is measured from a baseline determined by measuring where the low water line along the coast is marked on large scale maps. This does not coincide with China's claims, meaning they are illegally claiming territory, and China has no legal grounds to unilaterally impose its will on this region. And responding to what Egypt previously stated, Chile believes that the economic damage
Excuse me, the delegation of Chile, your time has passed for a long time, seriously. But your time has passed, and now it's that sounds bad. Now it's China's turn. China, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
We talk about transparency in the South China Sea as if there was none. China has always been honest about their actions within this territory of ours. We've always been honest about discovering new islands. We've always been honest about exploring the seafloor. We've always been honest about our occupation of the sea. Transparency is present. The only thing needed is for the international community to finally accept that the South China Sea belongs to China. We respect the 12 nautical mile. All the other countries that claim to have a claim over the South China Sea have, but over those 12 nautical miles, the territory should and will always belong to China.
Thank you very much, the delegation of China. We're now moving to the delegation of Egypt. Delegation of Egypt, your timer starts now.
With all due respect to the delegation from China, although we support their case in 2016 before the International Court of Arbitration, the Court of Arbitration ruled in Philippines v. China that China has no historic claims to the islands and that their current claims, the 9-dash line, exceed the 12-mile limit put in place by the United Nations Laws of the Seas. Their claim that they own the South China Sea is patently false and has not been sustained by anybody other than China. Furthermore, we have great concerns about journalistic integrity inside of China and other regions of the area. China has repeatedly suppressed freedom of speech within their borders, which has proved a great problem in getting reliable information from within in the nation. We believe that although we have differences with Chile on sanctions, we do agree with them that China's claims have proved excessive and in often case illegal. I yield the remainder of my time to the chair.
Thank you very much. As said in moderated caucus, there's no yielding for now, specifically for this agenda. We're now moving to the delegation of Germany. Delegation of Germany, you have your timer starts now.
Thank you. So the delegation of Germany wants to address what China said in saying that 5 years have passed since the International Tribunal ruled that China's claim to sovereignty over the entire South China Sea has virtually no legal basis, and that Beijing has ignored the ruling and instead strengthened its effective control over the area. However, the delegation of Germany does support the claim of China's that we need to stop with with these disputes, because the Indo-Pacific region can only benefit from peace and security. And this can only happen if all the countries in the region do their part in equal measure. And the delegation of Germany supports this inclusive regional cooperation initiatives and would want to advocate for inclusivity in order to get rid of these disputes, and also do not consider containment and decoupling strategies, because they cannot support all of the peace agreements and all of the initiatives that all countries want to achieve in terms of global trade.
The delegation of Germany, your time has done. And now we're moving, we're now moving to Ukraine. Ukraine, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. So, final settlement in areas where only bilateral claims are at stake, such as final determination of the Indonesian-Vietnamese maritime boundary, or recognition of Vietnam agreements on the elimination of land borders and Gulf of Tonkin as positive development that enhance confidence bilaterally and regionally would really help. In fact, the delegate feels that encouraging discussions on maritime delimitation of continental shelf and exclusive economic zones claims among Philippines, Malaysia, etc. Could really help. In fact, so the delegate of Ukraine urged greater transparency in the code of conduct process to ensure a positive outcome that is fully consistent with the
delegation of
enshrined
Ukraine. The delegation of Ukraine, your time has done. We're now moving to Myanmar. The delegation of Myanmar, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
Firstly, I would like to call upon my fellow delegates to discuss upon the transparency in the South China Sea issue, and to let them know that the peace, as my fellow delegate Germany said, is the most important thing. I will call upon the risks which we will induce if we don't have peace, and that's disaster risk reduction and disaster management. We have we are risking maritime security, marine ecology, marine resources, trade connectivity, and many more things like science, technology, and educational collaboration. If we don't fix this problem in peace. So big responsibility to the delegation of China, since they are the biggest one in problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You actually flew above your time. Please note that. Now we're moving to Singapore. Singapore, you will get 5 extra seconds. Timer starts now.
We're talking about the transparency about this topic. If we're honest, China wants the natural resources. The China Sea has an area of 3.477 million square kilometers, and it's one of the most resource-rich marine areas in the world. China wants those resources. It has no reserves on 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and 1 billion barrels of oil, where China wants those resources to make something that will grow in value.
Thank you very much, the delegation of Singapore. We're now moving to the delegation of Egypt. Delegation of Egypt, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. I would like to start by applauding the statement made by the delegation from Germany, stating that inclusion is very important in this issue. It is. China is by far the most powerful country in the area, but claims are also being made by the Philippines, Myanmar, and I believe Brunei. We should not let these claims go amiss just because China is larger. We should give them equal credence, and we should make sure they also get a seat at any decision that this committee reaches. Furthermore, China needs to be able to respect the decision of international courts, which have ruled both that their claims are excessive and that international courts do have jurisdiction over the South China Sea. I call on China to recognize the fact that international bodies do have jurisdiction over the area and promise to abide by any decisions reached in the future and respect past decisions.
Thank you very much, delegation of Egypt. The delegation of Chile, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
China has just stated that their territory beyond the previously stated limit is theirs, meaning they have admitted to breaking the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And in order to enforce the solution that was passed by this organization, sanctions need to be imposed. China has just admitted before all those present that they are doing something illegal by claiming this territory beyond the 12 nautical miles. This cannot be and will not be left unpunished.
Thank you very much, the delegation of Chile. How conventionally, now the delegation of China. Delegation of China, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
Let us just remind you that as the first commission of the General Assembly, we lack the power to impose sanctions on anyone. That's a job for the Security Council, and this is not the Security Council. We should not start talking about sanctions. China has always been transparent about what we do in the South China Sea. That is not something that we have ever denied. That is not something that we'll ever deny. But we claim approximately 80% of this sea based on internal waters, territorial seas, and economic zones through legal basis. We claim this sea as it belongs to us.
Thank you very much, China. Sorry, your time is up. Spoke really well. The delegation of Egypt, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
I think it is important for China to recognize the fact that this claim of China having historical sovereignty and rightful maritime dominance over the South China Sea has already been submitted to the International Court of Arbitration in The Hague and was rejected. I call on them to respect that decision, which was taken by non-partial arbitrators. They need to start respecting it. And I do believe, as my colleague from Chile said, that if they cannot respect international law that they don't like, then there might need to be consequences, although we do lack the power to impose sanctions. I urge them to say that they respect international rulings and will continue to do so in the future, whether or not they're in their favor.
Thank you very much, delegation of Egypt. Are there any more delegates wanting to join the mod? Sorry. China, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
We do respect international rulings. That's what we've been saying. That's why we have a claim on exclusive economic zone over the South China Sea. That's why we have territorial claims over the South China Sea, and that's why we have internal water claims over the South China Sea. That's never been disputed, and that's legal. Those are legal claims. Again, if you want international peace and security, you should recognize the South China Sea as Chinese sovereign territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And how convenient. Now the delegation of Egypt have your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
China has just said that they are respecting international decisions by saying they have jurisdiction over 80% of the South China Sea. However, and I'm reading this verbatim, China has no historic claims to the islands in the South China Sea. That was a ruling. How can those two be compatible? Egypt did support China in that case, but now that the ruling has come in favor of the Philippines, we feel it is appropriate for us to recognize that the South China Sea is not Chinese property. So we would like to call on China to answer how their two claims can be compatible, that they respect international law, but they don't agree with the ruling.
Thank you very much, delegation of Egypt. Now we're moving to the delegation of Chile. Delegation of Chile, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
China says that in order to have peace, we must allow them to break the law. If we allow this once, what will stop China from claiming further territory as their merchant ships are moving further closer to American countries and have even started to infringe on the sovereignty of South American countries like Chile?
Thank you very much to the delegation of Chile. Now we're moving to the delegation of China. Delegation of China, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
It's not about breaking the law. China already claims 80% of the territory in the South China Sea. We've done that for years on end. On their legal basis, we've drawn continental lines that go around the Paracel Islands, and those belong to us. Those continental lines that cross from our territory in mainland to the islands belong to us due to, sorry, forgot the name. Due to internal waters. Those are internal waters of China, since the Paracel Islands and mainland have to be connected somehow. I hope that you all agree with me in that. Now, we do have economic claims over the sea, and we will continue to have economic claims. It's not about law. It's about the right of China over the sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're moving to the delegation of Egypt. The delegation of Egypt, your timer starts in 1, 2, 3.
I'm sorry, but what I've heard from China is beyond flagrant. They say that for 80 years, they claim 80% of the South China Sea for years with a line they've drawn, and that is their basis. You can't just claim something because you draw a line on a map. I assume you're referring to the 9-dash line. Although that is a policy we've maintained for a long time, that line has already been ruled illegal by a court of arbitration. The fact is you don't have sovereign claim, and Egypt would urge you to submit to international arbitration on the matter. It is important that we respect rulings, if not, we're not going to get anywhere. Chile is also right that we could not just give them something because that's the easiest way to peace. If a committee were to give in and there's no ending to what they would
Delegation of Egypt. The delegation of Egypt, your timer is run. We're now moving to the delegation of Kazakhstan. Delegation of Kazakhstan, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
If China really wanted to break the rules, she wouldn't be here, because if we're going to think about a solution, and she'll have to respect them, and if she won't respect them, so she'll get approved or something. Like, she wouldn't be here because that if she don't care about the rules, so why will she come and listen to what we have to say if she'll break the rules anyways? So we just need to, I think that countries should try to listen to the other countries and respect what they're saying, and because all the countries who came here to speak probably have something to say because they care. So we should try get into a solution and respect all the sides.
Thank you very much. And before we continue, I just wanted to point out the delegation of Kazakhstan. May you please do not use the words she or her or any other like, but use plural words, because this is MUN and they're representing a country and not a certain person. Thank you very much. We're now moving to the delegation of China. Delegation of China, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
We applaud what the delegation of Kazakhstan just said. If we wanted to simply break the rules, we wouldn't be here right now open to discussion. Again, we claim archipelagic status over part of the South China Sea because of the islands that we own in the South China Sea. We claim exclusive economic zones in the South China Sea because we have economic investments in the South China Sea. These are not illegal actions, delegates. These are actions that we claim based on sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the delegation of China. Now we'll move to the delegation of Chile. Delegation of Chile, you have your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
China previously stated that it's not doing anything illegal because it has been doing it for a long time. That's not how law works. But also, China stated that the South China Sea is actually internal waters. But as previously stated, China has no legal grounds to unilaterally impose its will on the region of the Spratly and Parcel Islands.
Thank you very much. Seeing as we don't have any more time for any more speakers, we will end this motion, and we will move now to motions. And I believe the head chair would like to take over from now. Jacqueline?
Yes, thank you for that, Yaniv. So right now I'm going to share my screen, and yes, Sabrina, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
thank you. I'll share my
All
screen.
right.
1 second.
Yeah, sure. So, all right. Just a brief introduction of myself. I'm Frank Sabrina. I'll be your co-chair for the second, first, and third point session. So sorry I was so late. So now me and the head chair will be continuing from here on. So we had a little situation going on. So I think we will start with a roll call again so that we can, organize everything up. So delegates who are, you'll be called upon, and if you'll have to answer if you're present and voting or you are present. All right. Delegate of Afghanistan, are you present or voting? Present and voting or only present? Delegate of Afghanistan. Delegate of Algeria. Delegate of Algeria. All right. Delegate of Argentina. Delegate of Argentina. All right. Delegate of Australia. Delegate of Australia. Delegate of Belgium. Delegate of Belgium. All right. Delegate of Brazil. Delegate of Canada. Delegate of Chile.
The delegation of the Chilean Republic is present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of China.
Present.
Present. All right. Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Czech Republic. Delegate of Czech Republic. All right. Delegate of Denmark. Delegate of Denmark. All right. Delegate of DPR Korea. All right. Delegate of Egypt.
The delegate for the Arab Republic of Egypt is present.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Estonia.
Excuse me, sorry, but my internet cut out for a second, but the delegate of North Korea is here.
All right. Thank you, delegate. Delegates are requested to provide their status of voting in case we missed via chat, but not interrupt. All right. Delegate of Estonia. Head chair, delegate of Korea is present. Yeah. Okay. Yes. All right. Delegate of Finland. Delegate of France.
The delegation of France is present.
Thank you, delegate. The delegate of Germany.
The delegate of Germany is present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Greece. Delegate of India. Delegate of Indonesia.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Iran. Delegate of Iraq. Delegate of Israel.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Italy. Delegate of Japan. Delegate of Kazakhstan.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Libya. Delegate of Mexico.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Myanmar.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Netherlands. Okay. Delegate of Norway. Delegate of Pakistan. Delegate of Pakistan. All right, absent. Delegate of Philippines. Delegate of Poland. Delegate of Korea. Present. Delegate of Korea was present. Delegate
That's
of
South Korea.
All right. Delegate of the Russian Federation. Delegate of Russian Federation. All right. Delegate of Saudi Arabia. Delegate of Singapore.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of South Africa. Delegate of Spain. Delegate of Sudan.
Present.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Sweden.
Present.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Switzerland.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Syrian Arab Republic. All right, delegate of Taiwan.
The delegation of Taiwan is present.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Turkey. Delegate of Turkmenistan. Delegate of Ukraine.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of United Kingdom. Delegate of United States. All right, that is all. Headshot, did we start with the GSL? I think the GSL is over for now, right?
Yes, it is. So we're going to have emotions for now in the floor.
All right, so let's head to the motion. 1 second, give me 1 second. All right, so delegates, the floor is now open for any points or motions. So delegates, are there any points or motions in the floor? If you have, you may raise your hand now. All right. All right, delegate of Myanmar, to which point or motion you rise to?
I am motioning for a 20-minute unmoderated caucus.
All right, 20-minute unmoderated caucus. Chair, did you get that? It's an unmoderated, yeah, for 20 minutes. 20, 20, 20.
Sorry, give me a second.
Yeah, sure.
Wait up. Give me a second. Let's have it. Wait.
All right.
That's unmod. 1 second.
All right.
20.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Delegate of China, to which point or motion you rise to? Delegate of Myanmar, please lower down your hand. You have been recognized already. Delegate of China.
We motion for a moderated caucus with a time extension of 15 minutes, 1.5 minutes speaker time on the topic of the claim of China over the parcel and over the parcel islands.
All right. The total duration being?
15 minutes.
And individual speaking time?
1.5 minutes.
All right. Chair, did you get that?
Can you please repeat the topic?
The claim of China over the parcel islands.
Thank you. That's Paracel Islands.
Paracel Islands. Yes.
Is that right?
There's
Let me
an
know.
A between the R and the C. It's Paracel. Yep.
All right, that is an order. Delegate, can you may lower down your hand? Delegate of Germany, to which point or motion you rise to? Delegate of Germany.
The delegate of Germany seconds the motion for an unmoderated caucus.
All right, delegate, you may lower down your hand. Delegate of France, to which point or motion you rise to? Delegate of France.
The motion to do a moderated caucus of the time of 15 minutes, discussing the topic previously given by Egypt of discussing rival claims to the South China Sea. Oh yeah, and with a 1 minute individual speaking time.
And the total time being?
15 minutes.
15 to 1. All right. Thank you, delegate. That is an order. Delegate. All right. With that,
What delegate is that? I'm sorry.
That was
France.
I'm sorry again.
The delegation of France.
All right, thank you. Co-chair, since the unmoderated caucus has been seconded the motion, this motion clearly passes.
All right. So, delegates, you have entered an unmoderated caucus for the total timing of 20 minutes. Use this time wisely. The head check co-chair will be turning our videos off, and you can go ahead with the unmod.
Everyone, so you may start discussing now about what block are you forming? Are you forming one block or two blocks? The chairs would highly suggest you to have two blocks in this committee sessions. And now you may start discussing, so who's on your side, whose delegate was on your side, and who is against, and you may start forming your blocks, discuss your solutions, and everything you want to talk about. So anyone can speak in this unmoderated caucus, so don't be shy, just turn your mic on and start speaking. So we're just here.
China believes we have a lot to discuss before we can start forming blocks, but the main points of all this should be that China has the rightful claim to the South China Sea, as it has been before explained by this delegation. We hold archipelagic status over the Paracel Islands, allowing us under international law and under international law interpretation to extend a pathway through China all the way through the Paracel Islands, which belongs specifically to China. We also, which gives us maritime rights over the China Sea. It gives us internal water rights. We also have territorial seas within the South China Sea. And again, we repeat one last time, we hold exclusive economic zone rights over the South China Sea. None of these are illegal claims. These are all claims that go under legal rights, legal bases. China is not trying to violate the law. If we were trying to, we wouldn't be here. China is trying to protect the Asia from outside invasions, such as American invasions. 2 days ago, we had a nuclear submarine of the United States crash against something unknown in the South China Sea. We are trying to protect the whole region from outside invasion. If you would just give us a chance.
Okay, as previously stated, the delegation of Germany supports the claims of the delegation of France as well as the delegation of Egypt and other countries in claiming that you keep claiming that it's what you're doing is not illegal. However, none of the Paracel or Spratleys Islands are entitled to an EEZ or continental shelf under UNCLOS Article 121.3. So the delegation of Germany, along with the delegation of Myanmar and others, would like to call upon the countries and delegates to come to Breakout Room C in order to discuss ways we can form a draft resolution that can be potent and it will suffice everyone's needs, including their own countries.
The delegation of Egypt strongly agrees with the delegation from Germany. Your claim that what you're doing is not legal is absurd. If you are defying international court, that is in itself an illegal act. Furthermore, you don't have exclusive economic right over those islands. There are many, for example, the Philippines have a large fishing industry connected to the islands, and your claims, although you do have some economic interest there, they are not exclusive and they do not give you the right to govern them arbitrarily. China has twice been ruled against in the international court, so why do they keep insisting sole sovereignty over an island that clearly is not theirs? I agree with Germany that we should start moving towards a united bloc of resolution to reaffirm the sovereignty of other countries and their claims to those islands. We are not trying to impact Asia through illegal influences. We are trying to mediate the peace from a country which, frankly, has exceeded its rights.
The delegation of Israel agrees strongly with Germany and Egypt, considering China challenges the sovereignty of Vietnamese territories in the Paracel Islands, considering they have been holding those territories since the 16th century. But to remain in a neutral state, it is important to denote that the delegation of Israel suggests a convention in which the Vietnamese territories of the Paracel Islands remain to the Vietnamese government and the sovereignty remains the same, but financial and economic well-being is still established through trade routes and economic well-being throughout the region.
The delegation of China claims again and again that they're not doing anything legal, yet it has already been decided by 3 international courts and by a group of nations that these lands are not still China's, and well, therefore, by putting naval ships into these territories, they are indeed doing something illegal, which is why the delegation of France agrees with Germany and believes that everybody who agrees should move to break-up room C, is what you said, C, Germany, or no? Yeah, break-up room C, so that we can agree on a resolution that could end this issue in a peaceful way in favor of those who rightfully should control these lands.
China argues that they are trying to protect Asia. But through these claims, they're infringing on the sovereignty of other Asian states, and the delegation of Chile doesn't understand how extending its merchant fleet's reach into the American Pacific and infringing on the sovereignty of South American countries like Chile, as China has been doing for the past year, is protecting Asia from an invasion.
So I have a question for Egypt and Germany. Are you trying to get into a specific solution, or you're more trying to get into a solution which will be better for all the countries, or you in the side of the Philippines or China?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last thing you said again? The audio kind of cut off.
I asked if you're inside of China or the Philippines, or you're just trying to get into a solution in respective sides.
Well, the delegation of Germany believes that all the countries that have agreed to be in the bloc want to achieve this, the peace, and of course uphold as much as we can in order to preserve the Philippines and other Asian countries, as well as China's as well, right to economic trade and also their sovereignty claims to a certain extent.
Okay, thank you.
The delegation of Egypt does not take any particular side on this matter. Our foreign minister specifically stated that we are neutral. We want all claims to be respected. However, we do feel that at this point, China has overstepped its bounds by imposing their will upon the smaller nations who also lay claim to those islands.
We are not imposing the wheel upon any other nations. We lay claim on these islands, so we have the rights for archipelagic spaces between these islands to connect them to the mainland in China. We possess these rights and we use these rights. Delegates, that's not an illegal action. That's said in many treaties, that's said in many conventions. Archipelagic rights are real. We hold those rights to connect islands that we have a claim to, a legal claim to the mainland. And that's what we're doing. That's all we're doing.
I'm sorry to interrupt, China, but how can you say you have a legal claim when the International Court of Arbitration has already said you don't have a legal claim to it? How do you justify it? If the international courts have already said you don't have a legal claim based on historic facts, then how can you justify it?
The International Court ruling was not definitive. They just said that there was lacking evidence that we will present later on, of course.
They said very clearly, China has no historic claim to the islands in the South China Sea.
Due to lack of evidence, delegate, due to lack of evidence that we will further on present.
But do you recognize that claims don't necessarily mean that you have an island?
Sorry?
Do you ever please say that China claims the island and thus has sovereignty over them? Do you recognize that claims over an island do not necessarily mean ownership over an island?
Then what does it mean?
It means that you are arguing that you have ownership, but that does not mean that we need to agree to that necessarily.
You don't need to agree to that necessarily.
And apparently
it is Chinese sovereignty that you would be violating if you don't.
But I would be
now you're talking about violating the sovereignty of China, which is what
we are not talking about violating. We are talking about protecting the sovereignty of other nations in the South Pacific, which you have threatened repeatedly.
We have not threatened sovereignty of any other nation. We just claim islands that are ours.
China has threatened the sovereignty of other countries. As previously stated, since the past year, China has had merchant fleets going around the Pacific near South America and have even crossed into Chilean sovereign territory in the ocean. And in response to what China is saying, it is not possible to determine the validity of the conflicting claims in either case for these islands, meaning China is not the owner of these islands. No one is currently, until the courts provide a definitive ruling.
These islands are part of China. Again and again, we'll repeat it until you understand, until every single member of the international community understands. Chinese sovereignty has been violated as well. The United States has been sending submarines, ships to the South China Sea, violating the sovereignty of not only China, but many other delegations that have a claim to the sea. How is this not being discussed in this committee? How are the violations committed by the United States in the past 4 years in the Trump administration not being discussed in this committee? They violated the Chinese sovereignty. Why are we not talking about that? How is that not illegal in this committee? You need to open your eyes to reason.
Can we talk about then how
a strong claim over the China Sea as well?
Okay, delegation of China. Then how can we? Then let's discuss that Germany, after 20 years of not having sent any marine dispatcher vessel, was denied access to these ports because of your claims of historic sovereignty. How is this legal then? If we're talking about fairness,
how is it legal to deny Philippine fishermen the right to fish in those waters if they're disputed? You repeatedly expelled them from the area.
They are not disputed waters. They are part of the Chinese archipelagic claims to connect each of the islands that we claim to the mainland.
China, you do realize the hypocrisy, right? You first claim that you don't overstep any other authority, and then point your ships towards merchant fleets of these islands. And then again, you claim that the United States is the one that is responsible of overstepping, yet you overstep the boundaries of the sovereignty of these islands as well. You should see the hypocrisy of what you're saying when you're doing exactly this thing that you're accusing the other country of.
It's not hypocritical, delegates. We claimed these islands. These islands are Chinese islands. That's all You have
Let
to
me put
Yes,
an
we have heard
example.
you claim this again and again, yet you have given us zero reasoning for why this island should be yours.
Let me put it like this: if Egypt were to claim Hong Kong, would that immediately mean that the island was ours, just because we claimed it?
That's completely different.
No, it's
Fine.
exactly
If we
the
were,
same.
I mean, we're just saying we're claiming it. So does that intentionally mean it's our sovereign territory, and that any Chinese ships there are violating our sovereignty?
This islands had always been Chinese. We have a claim over these islands. They are ours.
You could argue that Hong Kong was British at one point.
And then it became Chinese when it got its independence, didn't it?
And then you could say that the islands were Chinese. And
Are
then
the
they
islands
became
fighting for
Philippines.
independence? No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
They're part of China.
As the delegation of Taiwan, I would like to we would.
I think I also would like to
read
hear
the
the
delegation of
response.
Taiwan does not recognize itself as part of the Republic of China. Rather, we recognize ourselves as a sovereign state and have been actively fighting against Chinese regime.
What the delegation of Taiwan just said proves the double standards that are being set by the delegation of China, because it's exactly the same. They are fighting for their independence, and they do claim to be independent from China. Therefore, it has no reason.
Furthermore, a poll shows that
claims
less
to be
1 in
independent
10
from-
of Hong Kong supports being part of China. Most of them would like independence or return to British rule. How can you then say that they're not fighting? There were protests for a long time against your rule in Hong Kong. How is that not the same?
I would like to say that it is true that China has claims over these islands. It does, but so do many other countries in the South China Sea. That means that the islands are disputed. Therefore, they are not the territory of anybody until an international court agrees with one of the claims. Therefore, China cannot claim that it has internal waters rights over the South China Sea because it has no archipelago rights over these islands.
Well, first of all, we'd like to respond to what Taiwan said. Taiwan was first occupied by China in 1624, and it became Chinese territory. And then after the World War II ended, Taiwan was placed under the governance of the Republic of China by the international community, making Taiwan a sovereign island of the People's Republic of China. That is not a dispute in this committee. Now,
Taiwan was arguing against the claim that the delegation of China made, saying that the delegations under their regime were actively not fighting against their regime, which is necessarily not true. Our current president does not recognize Taiwan as a part of the Republic of China and are currently fighting against the military regime input into Taiwan. And however, although it is recognized by an international court, what we were responding to the claim of you saying that your territories were not fighting against it, which is simply not true.
Taiwan is fighting against China. That's just completely different. The Paracel Islands, they're not inhabited islands. The Paracel Islands are not populated islands. There is no right to self-determination within those islands because there's no living soul in those islands. They're occupied by China. That's it. They are part of Chinese territory. These islands are not populated.
So when the Japanese occupied Manchuria, just because they occupied it, would that have been part of Japan? The fact of the matter is that although they have a very sparse population, they're also claimed by other countries, legitimate claims. And if we were to decide every territorial dispute by who used to have it, then most of the countries here would be colonies. Let's be frank about it. We can't decide a territorial dispute over who owned the island in 1622 or something like that. Furthermore, The Hague has also said China currently has no historic claims to the islands. I would also like to ask you whether you would submit the claims of China and other countries to an international court of arbitration and would respect that ruling if whether it came out in your favor or against.
These islands are Chinese.
But if they're Chinese, then why
will belong to China?
But if they're
now
Chinese, then why would
and
you
in the
submit to the
future.
ruling? If they're Chinese, then If they're so rightfully Chinese, then the international court will rule in your favor. So why won't you submit to them being presented with the case and them having the final say? They're a nonpartisan in body.
Also, sorry to interrupt, but the delegation of France wants to highlight that what China said is wrong, and there are actually inhabitants in these Parcel Islands, even though the population is small. There are at least more than 1,000 people that are currently inhabitants in these islands.
Inhabitants of this island are Chinese. That's what we mean by that. We sent them there. Now,
do they want to be Chinese?
Sorry?
Do they want to be Chinese, or would they prefer to be part of a democratic nation?
They want to be Chinese. We sent them to these islands. The government sent these people to the islands. Now, talking about this conflict, delegates, this dispute has been going on since the early 1970s. 50 years now. 50 years you've been fighting us to claim real sovereignty over these islands, over the sea. It has not stopped since then. And what has been happening is that tensions have been rising and increasing. This is something that we cannot allow. Once again, we've been fighting each other for 50 years. And we'll keep on fighting each other for 50 more years if we don't respect China's claim to these islands and to the sea. We will never stop having this claim over this territory.
In the opinion of Egypt, and I would like to see what other countries agree with this, wouldn't this be resolved very easily if you and the other claimants were to present their claims for an international arbitration panel made up of neutral observers, and they would decide, based on the interpretation of international law, who was the rightful owner of this island and which ones would go to who? If they're really Chinese, and so obviously Chinese, then why wouldn't they rule in your favor?
You're fighting in China, but you should remember, everyone, all the countries should remember that China is at least in here. The Philippines is not even in this meeting. You're like fighting fights that they're not even yours. So maybe China did something wrong, or maybe she passed a law, but at least she's here trying to get into a new law. So we should respect that.
We didn't do anything wrong. The United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Sea claimed that continuous and expeditious innocent passage is legal so long as it is not prejudicial to the coastal state's peace, good order, or security. Going back to what was said about merchant ships from the Philippines or from Vietnam, or the ships from Germany that were not allowed to dock, they might have presented a threat to the security of China, to the good order of China, and to the state's peace. This is why we didn't allow them to dock. And again, as we claim
what evidence do you have that German merchants would bring down the Chinese government?
You don't.
They weren't exactly, Germany wasn't sending naval destroyers, they were sending merchants. What evidence do you have specifically that they were intended to destabilize China?
We hold our sovereign right to not let them dock in our waters. We
But
claim
then,
archipelagic
those
rights
waters are not
over
this.
Those waters are not yours to claim. The delegation of Germany sent that ship without any prior, let's say, statement that they were actually docking something that would contribute to China. Maybe we were docking for to bring trade and stock for another country. You cannot just claim that you will deny access. And I just want to point out that naval ship is still not docked, and this actually brings a critical loss to our economy. And I want to point out that naval presence in the Indo-Pacific is not something uncommon, but there are clearly security challenges posed by China's raise and the threat of international guidelines. And again, I just have to point out that this region, which encompasses both the Indian Ocean and the Asia-Pacific host line that represent a considerable portion of Europe-Asia trade. So by you doing this, and again, having no virtual claims that we had any reasonable threat to China's security, does not actually justify why you would not allow the ship to board, and again, causing considerable amount of damage to European and Asian economy.
Well, it's called national sovereignty. If we do not want the ship to dock in our islands, then it shouldn't. We reserve the right to deny the right to ships to dock in our islands, and we reserve the right to deny people to go through the passages that belong to China. Again, we claim archipelagic rights to connect our islands to the mainland. And this is
Can I
the law.
just ask China or Germany in which island was the boat supposed to land, dock?
As far as I know, the boat is trying right now to be given access to Shanghai. So, and it's still not given access.
Okay, Shanghai is not a disputed territory. It lies within the legal sovereignty of China. If we want to deny that right of access to a German ship, we hold that right without any international prejudice and without violating any international law due to sovereignty under the 4th Geneva Convention. That is undisputable.
China, then how can you say that you hold the right to deny Filipino fishers to fish in waters that are disputed and many people and are within Philippines' maritime borders of 12 miles? You repeatedly expel them from the shelves.
These waters are not disputed. We hold archipelagic rights to connect
If they were not disputed,
our islands to the mainland.
If they were not disputed, then we wouldn't be here talking about it today.
We hold, sorry, motion of procedure.
All right.
Yes, delegate.
Yes. Yes, head chair, you can
Sorry,
go ahead.
go on. No, go on, co-chair.
All right, so delegates, the time for the unmod has elapsed, unfortunately. Head chair, should we move ahead with the voting of the motions already that are in?
Yes, we can, and we can add another motions if
All right.
delegates would wish to.
All right. So delegates, are there any other points for motions on the floor? You may raise your hand now. All right. Delegate of Germany, to what point or motion you rise to?
Delegation of Germany asks for another unmoderated caucus of 15 minutes in order to create blocks and start writing working papers and draft resolutions.
All right. Delegate, that is in order. Okay. All right. Since the most disruptive, so the most disruptive would be the unmoderated caucus, right, head chair?
Yes, it is.
All right. Delegate of Egypt, to what point or motion you rise to?
We would like to second the proposal made by the delegate from Germany.
In that case, the motion clearly passes. We are now in another unmoderated caucus for a 15-minute. Delegates, please use this time wisely and form blocks and start on the preparation, because we only have, since it's a one-day MUN, try to bear that in mind. And with that being said, the chairs will be now again closing our cameras.
Everyone, you may use the breakout room for the divisions of your block. So you may maximize the breakout rooms if you want to talk with your blocks privately. Thank you.
I would like to ask China for some information. Like half an hour ago, you were talking about having a lack of information from the historical claims, and now your delegation claims that the Paracel Islands are yours fully. Can you explain that, please?
No, what we said was that the court ruled against us because they believed that there was a lack of evidence to support the historic claim of China over these islands. However, we do have a claim to these islands, historical and present, and we will keep on having this claim to these islands. And if it is needed before the court, we will present more evidence that will help rule this to our favor.
Does China recognize that they're not the only delegation who claims to have claim over the territory, as the delegation of Vietnam also technically claims to have territory over the Paracel Islands, therefore not making it the sovereign rulers of the islands?
China understands that the territory is disputed. However, that does not mean it is not Chinese territory. We understand that other nations might want to have this territory. However, it does not mean that they own it. It does not mean that it's theirs, and it will keep on being Chinese. They can have whatever claim, they can have whatever dispute over the territory they want. That does not mean.
Did the
Couldn't you
court
apply
rule
the same
against
reason-
that?
It did. Couldn't you apply the same reasoning to the opposite? I could say, for example, the Philippines could say they're the Philippines and the Chinese can have whatever claims they want, but they're always gonna be ours. You can apply the same reasoning anyway. What specific legal arguments do you have to prove that your claim is better than theirs? And these legal arguments, which ones have been upheld by international courts? Because I looked and I can't find any of them.
I mean, Chinese evidence provided, well, historical evidence, supposedly historical evidence provided by China is not a complete allegation of the sovereignty they're challenging in the Vietnamese islands, considering that historical evidence from the year 200 was denied by the UN several years ago, which in conclusion denies the fact that they have any historical bond related to the territory.
Again, we understand that Vietnam, Taiwan, China, and we all have this claim over the sovereignty of parcels. However, China is now ultimately and entirely controlling these islands. These islands belong to us. Beijing, Hanoi, Shanghai, Hong Kong, we've all presented the Canton, we've all presented different and numerous documents, historical documents that support the claim to these islands.
Like mentioned before, those documents were denied and were not certified as evidence of any of that. But you have control over those territories based on the idea that you have armed militarily any ships containing any kind of economic transportation or trade.
Sorry, delegates, sorry to interrupt you, but the delegation of Germany, along with the delegation of Egypt, Myanmar, and others would like to inform everyone that we're going to go to Block C because I believe it's ample time that we need to address these issues. However, we need to start writing a draft resolution. So again, whoever wants to come to Block C to hear our side, what we want to achieve with our draft resolution can come, and then we can ask for an extension if we want to further discuss these issues. I see you in Block C.
China.
Yep.
Yes, delegate.
I'm sorry, just a second. Okay, so a question is from China. Will you considering to compromising and like share your territory with other countries who say they honor like you like to share? I think it's a very simple thing to do, and it's everyone.
Sorry, what? Could you speak a little louder?
I ask if you don't mind, like, why wouldn't you just like share your territory with other countries? Like, you can get the bigger part or something. Like, we can figure something out. But if you're like just going to be on your mind and like be all this territory is mine, so we couldn't get into anywhere like we stuck.
Yes, we would mind sharing this territory. The territory is ours. However, we could agree to something. China has been cooking up a solution that we would like to share with the committee. Is it possible to send me to the other block, please?
Just need to. April, where's your room?
Delegates, if you're forming blocks, you should know that the breakout rooms are open and you can join.
It doesn't show me the option to get into those.
It's not allowing us. to join. Could you please send us like an invite?
Definitely. Delegate of China, which block are you of?
Where Germany and Egypt are, please.
Same, can you send me the picture?
All right. Anna, are you here? Because it is showing that I cannot.
I can try and move them. What block?
Block C, please.
There's a breakout room thing on the bottom, and you can just move yourself there if you want.
It's only allowing me to join the breakout room for IPC.
Oh, that's odd.
I don't see you in the signs. What's the thing?
Wait, which block do you want to go to?
Block C.
So I can move you there. Okay, I think I've assigned you there.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Sorry. Block C is empty.
What?
The breakout room was empty.
Let's see. Oh, no, it's full. I see.
Definitely full. Oh, I think I
Yes,
assigned you to the
not
wrong
here.
one. Wait. Oopsies.
Let me see.
There we go. That's the right one.
Thank you.
No, wait, no, that's the wrong one. Damn it. There we go.
Good job, Anna. Good job.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think I moved to China.
Who's
And
China?
he came back.
I came back.
Okay, there we go.
Gosh.
There we go. That's the right. It's the right one now.
Okay, thank you.
Can you move me too? To where
Yeah.
China went?
Yeah.
Oh,
but
I can move
how's
you.
the writing going? How's the writing going?
He's already here.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
it's
he's
hard.
already in Buxy.
Hmm?
No, I mean China.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, Anna, did you say something?
Yeah. How's the writing going?
It's really hard. I can barely.
If you can interview delegates if you want.
What?
You can interview delegates.
No, if you need sign me to this committee, I will stay in it till the last minute.
Yeah, I literally signed him in because nothing worked. So I asked like Hal if she can sign him in. She's like, yeah, what committee? I said the hardest one. You can ever get him.
Literally, you can just write utter BS, you know?
Yeah.
Like I think it was a Chinese news agency. You can just like spout fake propaganda and I'm sure it'll be fine.
No, I just like I wrote forgot the name. I wrote an article on about China, and I just said like they are defending the China and like territories, and they're really good delegate, and he's a really good delegate, and like some stupid propaganda stuff.
I mean, we'll be introducing a crisis like soon, so you can definitely write about that. That'll be a thing to write about. And then you can always like interview delegates on their response to the crisis.
Okay. Thank you.
And yeah, you can write some fun articles too.
Okay. I'll move to block C. Thank you.
Cool. I will maybe. I think I can maybe. I don't know. Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
Jacqueline, Hatcher, do you want me to go to the other rooms to check because you can have...
I'm here. It's fine.
All right.
She got 2 Zooms going on.
Anna, I see you're really strong with the memes. Oh, she's not here. That's fun.
Could you send me into room C?
Sure, delicate. 1 second. You should get the option of a breakout room down there, and you can join the block C of Disec. It's written there.
Sorry, I'm at my phone, so I don't got this option. So
All right. Jacqueline, are you there? Head chair.
Yes, I am. Sorry, 1 second. Okay.
Because China already has control over this island.
So
Yes. So assign her to breakout room.
I can't because I'm not like the co-host or something. So
I can't assign her as well, so I will just message Anna for a second. Okay.
Okay.
1 second, delegate.
okay.
Sorry, delegate. 1 second. Anna's not here. I will just message her. Sorry, really. Farian, can you message Anna?
all right, I'm trying.
Sorry. All right, so we're just waiting for some of our delegates to be back in the meeting room. And so we're going to start again another agenda. And by the way, delegates, as any of you here can tell us what you guys have came up in the breakout room while we're waiting for some others, you may start raising your hands. Any updates so far? Delegate of China, maybe?
Sure. China would say that maybe a little progress has been made towards reaching a common ground about the status of these islands and the South China Sea. China proposed to reinstate the Trusteeship Council and to make these islands a trust territory until further court rulings are in order, of course, under Chinese administration, supervised by the council and whoever agents the international community deems necessary to ensure that every process is legal and under international law followed.
Thank you for that, delegate. So, Farin, you may proceed.
All right. So delegates now Teacher, can you tell me like how many minutes are left to the end of the first session?
1 second. I'll just ask the logistics. Wait. The last time I checked, we only have like 20 more minutes, I guess.
Okay, so we will move into opening the floor to motions, and delegates bear that in mind that you cannot have back-to-back 2 or 3 unmods. Since you already had 2 unmods, you cannot have another one. So delegates, first of all, delegates, please turn on your cameras so that we can have a fruitful session. All right. All right, delegates, please turn on your cameras. It's pretty much needed when having a good communication. All right. So delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor? Yes, delegate of China, to what point or motion you rise to?
Motion to open a moderated caucus with a time extension of 10 minutes on discussing what was previously discussed in the on-mod. Speaker time of 1.5 minutes.
Could you specify the topic name, perhaps?
Yeah, just on finding a common ground in the solutions proposed.
Did you get that? All right. So
yes, wait.
Okay. Hatcher, would you share the screen? It would be easy.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was sharing it already, but here. Thank you.
No worries. All right. So delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor?
1 second. China, how many minutes is that?
10 minutes.
15, right?
Oh,
okay.
I thought
10.
we had 10 minutes left in the session.
I think 20. So you may have it 10.
Okay. 15?
You want it to be 15?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Individual speaking time?
1.5.
All right. Mm. Is that right?
Yes.
So that is in order.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Delegates, are there any other points or motions on the floor? Yes, delegate of France, to what point or motion you rise to?
No, the delegation of France wants to second China's motion.
Oh,
and also wants to ask a question to the chair. That is, what would happen if we were to arrive to a solution before the actual MUN thing ends, the Iomun?
Sure, did you get that? Would you like to answer that?
Sorry, what would happen if we like finish before like the whole Iomun ends? What would we do then?
Hi, I'm the Iomun co-president. To answer that question, in the case that happens, we'll be having some kind of crisis that you guys have to deal with related to the topic. So don't worry about it.
Okay, sure.
All right. Hetra, I think since the motion was seconded, it already passed. All right. Delegates, you are now in a moderated caucus of each of what was being previously discussed in the unmod. Delegates who are wishing to speak in this moderated caucus topics, please raise your hands now. Delegate of France. You have been
Sorry, what is the topic? I can't see it.
It's basically arriving to a conclude understanding of what we were arguing before in the unmoderated caucus.
All right. Delegate of France, you may lower down your hand. You have been recognized. Delegate of okay, delegate of Chile, you have been recognized. Are there any other delegates wishing to speak in this moderated caucus? Please raise your hand. Delegate of China, you have been recognized. Delegates, the chair is highly encourage everyone to speak in this particular moderated caucus. So please raise your hand if you are wishing to speak in this particular moderated caucus. Delegate of North Korea, you have been recognized. Any other delegates wishing to speak in this particular moderated caucus, please raise your hand.
Co-chair, excuse me, since we are in a short of time, so in under the chair's discretion, you may choose who you want to speak in this session. Thank you.
All right, so should I start or should I choose?
Yes, you should choose.
All right, so delegate of Germany will be speaking. Delegate of Indonesia. And Egypt. Yes, these are, let's put them for now. All right, so delegate of France, you have the floor. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Yes, the delegation of France is currently taking into consideration the idea and agrees with the control of the organization of the islands for the next 5 years, but also want to highlight the conditions for this to happen. That is that when China does have control of these sea roads, they need to allow us to trade. There needs to be free trade during the sea roads for that for every country in the European Union, and that China needs to accept whatever decision is taken by the court without having any issues with it. And I give the rest of my time to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of.
I'm sorry, head co-chair. Let me remind the delegates in the moderated caucuses, we don't allow the yielding of time. So it's either you end your speech or you consume your time. So there's no yielding of time in the moderated caucus. Thank you. Okay, you can go on now, coach.
All right, thank you, head chair. Delegate of Chile, you have the floor. You may begin whenever you're ready.
The delegation of Chile agrees with the solution of the trusteeship council, but believes that China should not have control over the islands during this period. It should be the trusteeship council, and also would like to clarify with China, by giving control of the islands to the trusteeship council, is China giving up their territorial claims on the South China Sea until the courts decide if they are true or not.
All right, delegate, is that the end of your speech?
Yes.
All right, delegate, thank you. Delegate of China, you have the floor. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Okay, yes, China proposed for these islands to be placed under the Trusteeship Council. However, the Trusteeship Council works as it follows. The Trusteeship Council grants a nation the administration over the territory as well as their own supervision. What we meant about what we said is that the Trusteeship Council will grant China administration over the islands until further rulings by the court are made. Of course, this administration will be fully supervised by the Trusteeship Council and any other agents that the this committee deems necessary, as well as the Trusteeship Council deems necessary, as to ensure that every process made in the island and every process that China takes while administering these islands is legal and follows follows international law. So these islands would fall again under Chinese administration, and once they fall under Chinese administration, they'll be, of course, administration supervised by the Trusteeship Council, and this is the only way in which China will agree to the ruling of the court once it is made. Again, we fully believe and know that we have enough evidence to prove that we have the rightful claim to these islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Korea, you now have the floor. You may begin whenever you're ready.
The delegate of North Korea would like to state that in order for agreements to be made and for a contract to be made, we would like to propose that the South China Sea would be demilitarized, as there is a lot of military activity at the moment consisting of China's military and of the military of the US and other countries. I'm done.
Oh, right. Delegate, is that the end of your speech?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Germany, you have the floor. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. The delegation of Germany firmly believes in the initiatives that the previous delegation have stated, including the demilitarization of the Chinese Sea. So in hopes to strengthen national peace and security and stability, we want the delegation of Germany wants to outline a specific number of naval ships and vessels that comply with the Freedom of Navigation Act and China's own federal rules, thereby promoting human rights and the rule of law, and creating documents that strengthen these rule-based, fair and sustainable free trade. And again, working on development of rule-based networking, the digital transformation of regions and market in the Pacific region. So delegation of Germany urges, dear delegates, diplomatic and financial assistance in strengthening the climate policy profile of Germany's and other delegations, cooperation with Asian, through projects that can also support biodiversity, marine and also prevent marine litter, and also to support the implementation of other projects that can support global trade. And lastly, also aid in social and financial development to expand concrete projects in line with Germany's 2020 guidelines on the promotion of deforestation, as well as marine life in the chains of agricultural commodities, and support dialogue formats with producer and consumer countries in the Indo-Pacific region and abroad. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. As the head chair previously mentioned, the time is automatically yielded to the chair. You don't have to say it. All right, Delegate of Indonesia, you have the floor. You may begin whenever you're ready.
The delegation of Indonesia would like to state that they do not agree with China at all, and that it is very hard to come to an agreement when they state that they do not know if they will respect the decision of an international court, when that's the whole point of the court, is to decide what happens with the island territories.
All right, Delegate, thank you for your well-timed speech. Delegate of Egypt, you have the floor. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I think that the agreement can best be summed up with a proposed agreement into 4 main points. 1, that we fund and support mutual projects in between the disputing nations. 2, that we structure a demilitarized zone to reduce tensions. And 3, we put it in a 5-year trust before resorting to arbitration. The comment I see is with the 5-year trust. I want to know to what extent China will govern the islands. Will it be directly governed by the trust? Will China govern the islands? Or could we find a middle ground like China overseeing day-to-day matters, but major decisions needing the approval of the Trust Council? Furthermore, I want an assurance that the 4th step arbitration, which will occur in 5 years, that China agrees to accept the ruling of the International Court of Arbitration in The Hague, whatever that ruling is. And I think that is probably the most important part of the agreement, those disputes, how much control they will have on the council and whether they will accept the outcome of the arbitration. Those are the only 2 reservations it has, and that the resolution would have our full support.
Thank you, Delegate, for your well-timed speech. We'll be adding, before that, please, delegates, refrain yourself from using personal pronouns like I or you when referring to a delegate. All right, Delegate of China, do you want to be added to the moderated caucus list? All right. Delegate of France, do you want to do the same?
Yes.
All right. We will take one more speaker. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in this moderated caucus? Delegate of Kazakhstan? You have been recognized. All right, Delegate of China, you have the floor. You may begin whenever you're ready.
First of all, we would like to reply to what the delegation of Indonesia said, that we cannot be trusted. We are agreeing to agree with the court's solution if we are granted this 5-year trial administering the islands under the Trusteeship Council supervision. Now that leads us to what the delegation of Egypt said. China would administer the islands, would administer their borders, and of course, under supervision from the Trusteeship Council and on the recommendations of the Trusteeship Council in the interest of international peace and security and the disarmament of the region. Of course, it is necessary to have unbiased advisors, which would come from the Trusteeship Council, and that's how it will work. It would be under Chinese administration with conjoint advisory from the Trusteeship Council, and they will, of course, affect the decisions taken over these islands. Now, talking about demilitarization and disarmament in the region, that's going to take a lot of time. It's not only China that's been arming the region. There's other countries that keep going into the South China Sea with different, posing different threats to the region. Demilitarization is going to have to take place generally, not only regionally, so that the South China Sea can be fully demilitarized and a safe space for those who have territories in the zone.
All right, Delegate, thank you for your well-timed speech. Delegate of France, you have the floor. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Yes, so the delegation of France only wants to highlight that for this treaty to come to an agreement, as to the delegation of China will need to agree that during their 5-year period, they will have no military power over these seas, and that like the protection of these places will be handled by the Model United Nations instead of by the Chinese government.
Delegate, is that the end of your speech?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's the end of the speech.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Kazakhstan, you have the floor. You may begin whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. So basically, China say that we got like something that is not so clear here, that China have said that she will. I don't get it. Will China expect the rule if we'll get into a solution that China will like what's going to happen? We need to think about it too. A lot of countries say that China is not following the rules and everything. So what will change if now we'll get into a new solution, we have a new rule, then what's going to happen? What will make China get really stand into this rule? What will be different? I just think that it's something that we should think of.
All right, Delegate, thank you for your speech. With that being said, we will be continuing this particular moderated caucus. However, since we will be entering a break right now, right head chair?
Yes, yes. We will entertain only one motion, that is to suspend the debate.
All right, so the chair the chairs highly encourage a motion that a motion to suspend the debate for the timing. So delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor?
Well, motion to
Delegate of-
suspend the debate.
Delegate of mine, yes, delegate of friends?
I second the motion. I second the motion.
All right, so delegate of, okay, David Ortiz Mina, can you rename yourself by the delegation you're presenting, because we cannot recognize
Oh, sorry.
names,
I
so
got.
please bear that in mind. All right. All right. So delegates who are in favor of this particular motion, please raise your hands now.
Sorry, co-chair, it's under the chair's discretion, so it shall pass.
Oh, yeah. It's passed. Great. Okay, so we're now in a break of, if I'm not wrong, 30 minutes, head chair.
It's 20 minutes, is that right? Logistics, it's 20 minutes break, and then you get back to the committee sessions. But before that, we encourage delegates to not get out of the Zoom meeting so that we can start right away when you're back and when the time for your break has elapsed. So yes, have a great time, eat, rest, relax, and be ready for the next committee session. See you there, and good luck, delegates. 20 minutes.
Bye.
Before that, delegates
When's the
who
next
have
When's the next session?
Yes, delegate.
Next session will commence.
I'm sorry. When's the next session? Like when do you join?
It's in 20 minutes.
So
Uh,
for
delegates
those who,
At 9:45.
so for those who are in Mexico, it starts at 9:50.
Okay,
Wait.
thank you.
All right, delegates who haven't named themselves, please rename yourself by the country that you're representing so that it's easier for us to recognize you. Do bear that in mind.
Everyone, please come back. Your break is over. Please open up your cameras. We have some announcements.
Delegates, please turn on your cameras.
Co-chair Fareed, may you please come with me to a different room?
Sorry.
Why?
Oh, just
okay.
Yeah.
The chairs, will you please go to a different room with Yaniv and Anna so you can be activated?
It's me, right? It's the head chair. Sorry, I didn't hear
Both
well.
of the chairs. All of the chairs.
All right. Which room?
I guess let's go to Disec D. Okay.
D. All right. Thank you.
In the meantime, everyone, I don't know if you were in the opening ceremony or not. I am Michal Kazafi. I am the Secretary General. I just want to explain a few things about Iomun that we said before. We have Fun Month, okay? In the end of the conference, you will have a time for Fun Month, which basically means you can put on, I don't know if your church sent it or not, but there is supposed to be a gossip box. That, do you know what it is, or should I explain it? Feel free to open up your mics and tell me if you know what a gossip box is. Okay. A gossip box is basically some place to put fun comments in. You can do it in every conference you will be in. For us, it's virtual because the conference is virtual. You can put on funny sentences like encouragements for your fellow delegates. You can just put them their jokes. You can put their just funny questions, whatever you want to put there, as long as it's not offending to anyone. And also, there is a tradition in Iomun, which is the meme word. Basically, you're creating memes, sending them to us, and where you can send them through your chairs, and you can send them directly to our Instagram, and then we'll judge them, and the winner gets a dedicated story. Okay, so send out as many memes as you want. Okay. Literally, there's no limit, and if anyone can open up their cameras until your chairs get back. Chairs, have you sent a gossip box link?
right. Hi, everyone.
There's have you sent a gossip box link?
Yep. When? 1 second.
Esto, sorry, I arrived late. What did I miss?
You still have not started this session.
Okay.
But just to update those who were late, there is a gossip box link that will be sent soon. And also there is an annual meme award. So make sure to send out your memes either to our Instagram or to your chairs that will direct them to us.
Okay.
I think that the chair should add their mails or like some way to send the memes. Do you want me to make forms?
If you get them to send to the group chat or a Google form, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm making a Google form that everybody can add their memes. Please make memes. We want to be the winning committee.
It has to be like memes about this debate or like any memes.
You can make memes
Meme about the Iomun conference.
Like relevant to conference.
the Iomun conference, the chairs.
Yeah,
You can
debate, chairs, anything like that.
just don't make anybody feel bad. Because
Like you can mention delegates, but you make it funny.
like and say the delegate of China does not understand two things, but we cannot say that they're like cannot say anything else about them.
Okay.
If you want examples, we can show you one.
Yeah, can you show me an example, please? Thank you.
Yeah, in a second.
Also, for this one, are they going to have the like ghost thing and like those type of prizes or no? For this, for Iomun, are you going to have the things like for like the ghost delegate and things like that?
You will have best delegate, honorable mentions, and everything.
No, I mean like the ones that.
Funny awards will happen during the fun moon. So like the last session to say, the last like 30 minutes, you'll get the opportunity to do that. So don't worry.
Oh, okay.
This is a meme Anna created. She's president.
The best meme.
Okay. This one is good.
Okay. So make sure to create memes because we like to laugh here. Okay, chairs, feel free to start the meeting.
All right, so welcome back, delegates, and here we go to our second committee session. So welcome, everyone. So before we start our second committee session, is there any questions regarding mods, unmods, or anything else? Points on the floors and yielding times. Is there any questions? I would also just want to remind delegates that refrain from using first person. It's like I, me. So we should start, or we should practice using we, or the delegate of Germany, or the delegation of Germany, or the country believes that, because we're representing our country here. And another thing is that another reminder when it comes to general speakers list, you can yield your time to the chair, you can yield your time to question and answer, and you can yield your time to another delegates. So points on the floor, you can have your point of information, and you can ask delegates. You can ask delegates for 15 seconds after they are done speaking with their speeches. And before that, you have to be recognized by the chair, and you can just you can just say that your points ahead of time by disrupting another delegate. So that's it. And with regards to what else? Moderated caucus test, there's no yielding to the time. It's either you finish your speech and yeah, end with the time that you're in. So that's it. Thank you. So give me a second.
By the way,
Please remember
delegates,
to have your cameras on. Have your cameras on.
delegates, we have now two links that I sent it in the group and the chat. Have a gossip box which you can send anything you want to say anonymously. Nobody will hear who sent it. We will all read it in FunMon. And afterwards, yeah, and the second link that I sent it is what do you call it? A meme award. The meme award will be an official award from Iomun that you will get in the end of the conference if you have the best meme. We really encourage you to make funny memes. Please do not hurt anybody's feelings during making a meme / a gossip. Thank you very much.
All right, so that's it for the announcement. No more questions. So we're going to and is there any more questions, delegates? So if there is, you can raise your hands. And if there is none, then we will just proceed to our roll call. So kindly turn on your cam, delegates, and rename yourselves to your country and your names. Thank you. And now we're going to start with a roll call. It's the same thing, delegates who are in the committee. You may choose whether you're present or you're present and voting. So anyone who I missed during the roll call, you can type it in the chat box. We will get back to you as soon as we read your messages. Thank you. So let's start first with United States. USA. USA is not around. United Kingdom. United Kingdom is not around. Ukraine. Ukraine. Is Ukraine around? Calling once, calling twice. All right. Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan. Calling once, calling twice. Turkey. Turkey. Turkey is not around. Taiwan. Taiwan. Taiwan is also not around. Syria. Syria. Switzerland.
Present and voting.
Okay, thank you, Switzerland. 1 second, delegate. Co-chair is Chile on the roll call. Chile is here, but she's not, I think, on the list. But yeah, let's get it back. We will get back to you in a little later, Chile. So where did we end up? Switzerland, Sweden.
Present.
Thank you, delegate. Sudan.
Present.
Thank you, delegate. Spain. Spain. Spain is not around. South Korea. South Korea. South Korea is not around. South Africa. Singapore.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia. Russia. Poland. Poland. Philippines. Pakistan. Myanmar.
Present
Myanmar.
and voting.
All right, thank you, delegate. Mexico. Mexico will not be around for this coming session. Norway. Norway. And sorry, North Korea. North Korea.
And voting.
Thank you, delegate. Netherlands. Netherlands. Libya. Kazakhstan.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Japan. Japan is not around. Italy. Israel. Israel. I see the delegate of Israel. You're not. You can unmute yourself. I'm sorry. Israel. Okay. Wait 1 second. It's Israel. Israel is here. But yeah, let's get back to him. Iraq.
Oh yeah, sorry, present and voting.
Israel is present and voting. Thank you, delegate. Iraq. Iran. They're not around. Indonesia.
Present and voting.
Indonesia. Thank you, delegate. India. India is not around. Greece. Germany.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. France.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Finland. Finland. Estonia. Egypt.
Present.
Thank you, delegate. Denmark. Czech Republic. Czech Republic. It's not around. Chile. All right, Chile's here. Chile is present. Delegate of Chile, are you here?
Yes, present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of China.
Present.
Canada. Delegate of Canada. Delegate of Brazil. Belgium. Austria. Australia. Argentina. Algeria. Afghanistan. Okay. So, yes. Co-chair, can we check how many is present? And what's the quorum?
Point of personal privilege, could the chairs check the chat, please?
Oh, sorry. Yes, yes. Oh, Taiwan is present. Sorry, delegate. Co-chair, can we go back to the roll call? Taiwan is present. Yes, it is. All right, who else? Who delegates who were not called during the roll call, you may send me a message on the chat box or you may unmute. No more delegates, calling once, calling twice. All right, so let's go to the threshold. So we have 13. So we have 13 as to pass the votings on procedural matters such as motions for the moderated caucus, if there is any. And that's it for right now. So we're going to proceed to our formal debate. So the chairs will be accepting only one motion on the floor, that is to open the general speakers list. Anyone who would do the favor, you may. China, you're recognized.
Motion to open the general speakers list.
Thank you, delegate. All right, that is in order. Under the chair's discretion, this motion clearly passes. So we're going to proceed in our general speakers list, and the delegates who wish to be added to the general speakers list or who wish to speak in the general speakers list may raise your hands right now.
Chaz,
China.
a crisis update to introduce.
All right. Okay.
Cool. Are we good to go?
Should I stop sharing this screen?
No, don't worry. I'll send out the information in the chat, and I'll just speak it. Okay. So yeah. Hey everyone. So we've got a crisis update for your committee. So, hello everyone. I'm Joe Biden, and I will be giving you your update for today. So, after a information gathering mission over the South China Sea conducted by the United States Air Force, of course, we know that China has been building artificial islands for a long time, but we have discovered that China has armed weapons and nuclear weapons on these artificial islands in close proximity to the Philippines. I now call on the IPC journalist to comment on this. Emil?
It's fake news. It's against China propaganda. It's not true. Don't believe her.
So yeah, we will both be taking questions now concerning this crisis update.
Yes,
China.
so to point of personal privilege, should I introduce a motion to open an extraordinary session of questions, or can I just proceed with them?
Just include anything, any speeches, mods in the normal debate session.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yep. What is the, do you have any source for this information that you can show us, factual source, that this is not fabricated information of the United States to gain power over the territory of the South China Sea?
Sadly, due to national security concerns, we cannot show you the satellite images of this information, but we can confirm that after this intelligence gathering mission from the US Air Force, that we did in fact find nuclear weapons on these artificial islands in close proximity to the Philippines. So I'm sorry, we cannot share the actual satellite images, but it's fully confirmed by National Security Council, etc.
Has it been has this been made public, or are we the first ones hearing about this?
You are the first ones to hear about this. This has just been made public now.
Okay.
North Korea.
The US conducted all of these, like, they put drones. Was it a drone? Or was it like a satellite?
It was conducted by the US Air Force, so it included drones and also planes.
It's a clear overstep. It's like over boundaries, overstepping. The US has overstepped their jurisdiction like a ton. You can't just go into a country that has sovereign borders and conduct satellite searches.
The US was over international airspace, so Egypt.
How many are there?
We
Like,
have not,
nuclear
I don't
weapons.
think we've got the exact information currently, but there are a number of islands. I think there are 2 or 3 islands, and we're not sure exactly how many nuclear weapons there are, but there are nuclear weapons on at least 2 of them.
Are they within striking range of North America and or Europe?
We cannot confirm this. We only know that they can, for sure, their nuclear weapons, they have reached distance. I'm not sure if they can reach the US, but it is a possibility. That is why we're bringing this to attention as the US is concerned.
Okay.
China again?
What evidence do you have that this is China and not another country?
Well, these are artificial islands which have been constructed by China, and they're on these islands. So, yeah.
So these islands are man-made islands?
Yeah.
How is it that no other country or satellite that spins around the world had seen them before? The United States Air Force illegally flew by them.
I can confirm you that the United States did not conduct any illegal activity in getting this information. We can only assume that since we have kind of better technology and we've only just been able to kind of gain the technology to be able to fully analyze the images that we've received very recently. So we do not know the timeline for when these nuclear weapons were found on, actually appeared on these islands, but we have just discovered them. Are there any more questions? Are there any questions for our journalist? Or does our journalist have any questions for the delegates? Oh yeah, France?
Not at all.
So why do you claim that this is fake information? What do you have to prove that it's fake information?
Because China doesn't have China in my opinion, China doesn't have any need for putting nuclear weapons on this island, for my opinion, and they doesn't have any interest in just complicating the thing, the situation, and the position is China is just de-escalating it and keep zones the zones in the sea to where.
Animal?
The question to the journalist, factual information is not the same as your opinion. So we still don't know how you think that is fake news.
Xinhua News Agency is the Chinese news agency. We are the first resources. We get all the resources from the Chinese Communist Party of the Commonwealth of the People of China, and we only get every move the China do, we get it, and we post it, of course, to the world and to the people of China. And they didn't reported us this information. And don't forget that the US and Uncle Joe can be liars too.
So if that is true, what you said, that means either the US Air Force is telling us fake news, or China is working behind her own news agencies.
No, I think it's not true. First of all, don't forget the US doesn't have any interest to fly jets over our islands, and they doesn't have any interest to even be in this conflict. Besides, to take our resources from our sea, for our sea, and to take them to themselves. They have zero interest in this place. Beside that. Any more questions?
Guys, more questions. We just had a massive crisis. Start asking questions because you will not get any more answers after that.
You might get more crisis, but no more answers.
Sorry. For the journalist, just to make sure that the committee understands that the Chinese government is not behind what you're saying, could you please confirm that the Chinese government is not making you say any of this, please?
I'm confirming the China government. This is my opinion, and this is not my what China told me to do. And I'm going to say it again. They didn't infer us on anything that's related to the weapons in the islands, and that's it.
Delegates, just to remind you, everyone, we're not going to move forward whenever this crisis would not be solved. So try your best to resolve this conflict or to find out what's the truth behind this news, because this is not going to resolve any issues and we're not going to move forward anyhow. So yes.
Yep, we'll be back soon with more updates as they unfold. But yeah, solve the crisis.
Wait, do we get more questions?
No, unfortunately, both Joe Biden and our reporter was called to an important and an emergency press conference, so they cannot attend here anymore. Good luck, delegates.
Thank you, Joe Biden, and the journalist that we have here as our guest. So right now we're going back to our committee sessions, and you guys can discuss with these issues because this issues is very relevant to our sorry. All right, so yes, you may discuss this in our future mods. So right now, delegates, we're going to open our
Jackie, you're muted. Okay, guys, until she comes back, did they explain to you what is crisis and how does everything work? You want to see yes and a no? Preferably yes.
sorry guys, I got disconnected. 1 second. All right, I'm back. So yes, Yaniv, what is it?
Did they explain? Did Uncle Joe and everybody explain what is crisis and how does it work?
No, not yet. So if you may, you can explain it to them, Yaniv.
Okay, so a couple of things that are different in crisis than regular MUN is that crisis is getting information and need to act on it super fast. You don't have like usually a long time understanding it. You don't have long time to discuss on it. You need to give solutions right now. And what's different about crisis is that usually, and I say usually, you will get an unmod and you can work on it and you can upload a lot of solutions and you can form blocks again, as you said, like you did, and writing resolution. And you actually got the crisis written. Thank you to Uncle Joe for sending the crisis written on the chat. So if you want, you can look at it again. And if you have any questions about the crisis, you can get them at the end, or you can ask the chairs. The chairs will usually not know what to answer, but if you want, they do so, you should ask. Yes, France?
You said that there's a little period of time. How long will we have to for this?
So basically you're getting this second committee session to do this. Probably the chair is looking forward for an unmod or a mod of, let's say, 15 minutes maximum to talk about this particular crisis situation that is being presented to you. Is that all right, delicate friends? All right.
Just to clarify, try and address it in a resolution. It can be tagged on to just regular resolutions as well, but you've got to address it and create a solution.
And I think that if the other chairs agree with me, we should go by chair's discretion. We should do a 15 minutes unmoderated caucus for the delegate to speak on the crisis and upload and bring up solutions, and then we can do a moderated caucus for like 5 to 10 minutes and let them speak about the solutions itself, and then they can write it also in the resolution.
All right, so let's have 15 minutes on mod for everyone to discuss about the situation that is being presented. All right, so 1 second, give me 1 second. Let me just share the screen and we can start.
Oh, and guys, don't be afraid of blaming people about anything. You can blame China about having this. You can blame what do you call it? You can blame the news. You can blame everybody. You can blame Uncle Joe. No, we can't. He's Uncle Joe. But
hey, I'm right here. Have feelings.
All right. All right, delegates, by the discretion of the chair, you have a 15-minute unmoderated caucus. You may begin.
Well, let us just begin by saying that this is outrageous. The construction of an island takes years. A man-made island is just news that completely don't make any kind of sense.
China already has man-made islands in the area.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah,
The
they
thing
have
is,
already islands, so
said that
that's
they-
why we said
They already have artificial islands in the area.
you've had China's been making man-made islands for years.
Okay, then
So, yeah.
suppose this is true. Why hadn't the International Space Station or any other satellite caught them on camera before mysteriously the United States decided to fly over these islands and investigate them? What assures us this is just outrageous news? China will deny anything to do with this.
Like half of what China's statement, because the U.S. was totally out of bounds by flying over their country, by flying over an island that is sovereign territory.
With all due
Sovereign
respect, delegate, they were flying over their international airspace. They had all the right in the world to do that.
But besides, I mean, Israel has already reported that as Israel is the second largest supplier of arms after Russia for China, it is reported that China has purchased a broad array of military equipment and technology, including communication satellites. However, in 2015, in November, the Israel Defense Department also reported that an extended range artillery rocket missile system was purchased by the Philippines and has been active since early November.
I say that in any case, we should amend the initial resolution we came up with last session so that China no longer has direct control over the South China Sea in the 5-year waiting period.
Yes, but China still needs to talk about this fake information in the committee. We believe it is a spark for more tensions to rise between the West and the East.
A spark lit by China?
Yes.
But did you put the missiles there or not?
No.
Correct the delegation of Taiwan if they're wrong, but didn't the president of the United States or the reporter claim that there was actually picture evidence of the scene or sketches of the scene, therefore not making it fake?
There's no pictures that were shown to us, are there?
We couldn't because of national security issues. You know,
There are pictures.
we're
But
trying to
they
protect
do
national
exist.
security. Yeah.
But do the pictures exist?
National security.
Yes, there are satellite images.
Other than that, how do you explain the building of airplane straightways and the purchase of military equipment and communication satellites?
China, as any other country in this planet, has the right to defend themselves against other countries that may pose a threat. That the purchase of communication technology does not mean that we would use that to arm a whole man-made island. We don't have
Where
a
are they specifically located in the South China Sea?
we don't have a reason to do that.
Delegation of China, we have a simple yes or no question. Do you have any evidence to prove that you haven't done what the USA claims?
Does the USA have any evidence to prove?
No. I ask you a yes or no question. Please answer. Do you have any evidence to prove it?
I don't need any evidence.
So throughout that, I'll take that as a no. Throughout the whole debate, we have seen that the delegation of China has lied again and again. For example, by saying that the population was inhabited and then claiming that it was only by Chinese people, which was wrong both times. So the delegation of China moved was during the 5-year period that China shouldn't control this land.
I was sent there by Chinese people before the
Please,
Paris.
China, don't
They had
interrupt.
no
Let me
one
finish.
there.
Please let me finish, China. So the delegation of France believes that we should move for the 5-year period to this land to not be controlled by China, but to rather be controlled directly by the delegations.
No, that will not happen.
I agree with the delegate from France. China's showing they can no longer be trusted.
How are we showing that we can no longer be trusted? There is an international principle of innocent until proven guilty, and the United States of America has given no factual evidence that China has actual rockets in these man-made islands.
No,
So,
but
out
that's
of
what I have. That's the
law,
difference.
you should be believing China until the United States proves us guilty of arming these man-made islands in the South China Sea. That's
Can I have a say?
The problem is that in the current situation, the word of the President Joe Biden is much more reliable than yours due to the fact that you have said misleading information again and again throughout the committee.
We've
So the
not been
delegation
saying
France
misleading
stands by
information. We have just been saying
by the
facts
claim of the United States.
that are known, well-known internationally and within China.
Okay, then.
China should
again,
not.
How do you explain
China
the
wants
purchase
us
of
to
military equipment?
state. China wants us to state that they are innocent until proven guilty. So we shouldn't blame them until we have actual proof that they did it. But if you want to do things like that, then why don't you just accept that the islands are not your territory until the courts approve that they are your territory?
We claim these islands, and we've been talking about this in previous
China-
sessions. That's why we
Oh,
are.
well, the US also claimed you have nuclear weapons there. Then that
Will
guess, I
China,
guess that's true.
will China accept an independent international inquiry with police powers within the island?
Which island are we talking about?
Within the islands that are suspected of possessing nuclear warheads?
No, there is an international space station that could simply take pictures of this island and send them to you. You'll find that there is absolutely no nuclear warheads in these islands, and that is all China will declare right now. Just ask for satellite pictures that are not protected by national security. Now, talking about the actual solution of the Trusteeship Council, as we were stating, China will be granted the administration of these islands under the control of the Trusteeship Council and their advisoryship for a period of 5 years until the court can make an actual ruling based on the factual evidence that China will provide for this court and any other claimers of the island will provide.
That was before the revelation of the nuclear warheads.
Personally, I think the revelation of nuclear warheads significantly changes our trust in the Chinese government to the point where it might no longer be possible to allow them to have full control over the islands.
With the new information, the delegation of France would like to offer some new changes to the propositions that were made. That's first to stop the possibility of further militarization in these islands. Would like to push for the actual court date to be instead of in 5 years, in 1 year, and we also want to push for the control of these lands to not be controlled by China during the meantime, since they are not trusted anymore by this committee.
They won't be fully controlled by China. They will be under Chinese administration, which will be advised directly by the Trusteeship Council. That's what we
Advice can be ignored. We need some more direct control over the island. I suggest that China forms part of a council that rules the island directly, formed of China, the other claimants, and a few agreed upon neutral mediators.
That's what we were proposing. China will be granted the administration over these islands, supervised, advised by the Trusteeship Council. No big decisions over these islands will be able to be taken only and simply by China. They will have to pass by the Trusteeship Council. However, China will get the administration of the islands.
How is that supposed to be trusted when a risk is heightened of armed conflict, considering that you have, based on satellite images, improved your military infrastructure and provided throughout the South China Sea thousands of vessels and naval ships, including Coast Guard?
Let us just say this: satellite images that have not been shown to us because
I will show them to you if you want.
Yeah, please
I've
show
declassified them now.
them to us.
They've been declassified, so I can show you. Let me just share my screen.
We at least have very credible allegations that you have nuclear warheads in the South China Sea, which significantly undermines your credibility. I think China should no longer be allowed direct or rule over the islands. Instead, they should be directly ruled by
Those are your satellite images.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, those are islands.
I'm working on getting a closer up image, but I haven't found that one yet. But
Okay, on
There's
Uh,
a
where are the
there's the
mysteries?
man-made islands, so you can enjoy that image while I find the other ones.
let me
Okay,
just
we
I've
can
misplaced them since
see
I'm
that
old.
we have no clear visual that we have nuclear weapons on the image that you showed us.
Guys,
That
guys.
was
even though
was
it hasn't
declared
been
as
that-
classified information.
There are definitely nukes there.
this proves nothing.
Yeah, as we can see, this is a very high quality picture.
It's very high quality.
No, well, since it haven't been proved the allegations that the Chinese does have nuclear weapons, they should still be in the trustees, but they can't take care of the islands because they have been proven to be found lying again when they first claimed not to have man-made islands, even though the satellite or whatever this is image proves they're wrong.
Okay, you can't say it proves anything. It can hint towards something, and also we're so fast to dismiss China as having these nuclear weapons on their island, but we also no delegate took the time to question the United States of America because they also have something to gain by spreading these fake news allegedly because they can have more. Let's see if these were true, or even with this fake news, more countries like for example EU countries might actually decide to just take more trade now to the United States of America because this also very much damages the image of the Chinese global trade system. So that's also another aspect that nobody actually mentioned. I'm not saying it's true or nothing is false, but we also need to also look at that aspect.
Something Germany and China can agree on finally. The United States has a big claim and wants to have a big position in the South China Sea.
However,
now, why are we questioning the United States? It's
the
always
claims are
always
credible enough
They're
to
always
call it
Incredible claim.
showing us green splotches of land in the sea. How do we call that? An
Yeah,
island.
we do have a claim, but we don't have any clear visual on nuclear weapons, as we said. So France, we would be happy if you don't jump into conclusions very fast. Continue, China.
I am inclined to believe the allegations.
Nuclear weapons. I mean, Philippines admitted of buying nuclear weapons to protect the island. However, that in a certain point puts China in a threatening position, which leads to them being motivated to actually buy nuclear weapons. The difference is Philippines actually admitted having those nuclear weapons and China hasn't.
Really quickly, China, on the record.
I've found the close-up image if you want to see it.
Yes, but first, China, on the record, do you or do you not have nuclear weapons on the South China Sea Islands?
Those islands specifically? Or
On any island in the South China Sea, do you or do you not have any nuclear weapons?
That is known. China owns nuclear warheads just as Russia and the United States and Israel.
The claim was on man-made islands.
But you're
artificial, not on natural
Is
ones.
there a single
The
Chinese?
further evidence by the United States is shown in this committee. China will not declare any further information about those man-made. Oh my God.
There you go. Yeah.
How do we know How do we know that's the island?
But
Show
I
us
just
where that
showed you the
island-
satellite images.
Show us where that island is.
I just
China, that's not possible technologically to show in full island plus the full building. You need to
do
understand
you want to
that.
close up of the building or do you want the island?
Images, I'm sure she can show us a minimized picture in which we can see the region in which this island is.
I've shown you the region, I've shown you the satellite map, and now I'm showing you a close-up of the facility.
We are aware that this can be a picture of another location.
What's to say this one is not another one you're just trying to show us? What's
I mean,
to-
Okay, I am the president of the United States. Would I really do that?
Yeah, of course you would.
Yes.
Look, okay. Can I just, off the record, this crisis is not about questioning the credibility of my images. It is about solving the issue at hand, okay? So please focus on the issue rather than the sources.
Okay, so just in case, could you, let's say, in theory, confirm that this is true, just like for the sake of the debate?
Yeah, for the sake of the debate, it's true.
Yeah, okay, so we know it's true. So we know that China has lied, and therefore I would like for the fellow delegates to align with my previous offer that China should not control the sea during the 5
I'm
year.
not saying you can't question the credibility, like China can, but of course, don't make that the focus of debate.
I agree with the delegate from France. If these images are true, China should have no further control over the South China Sea. It should be managed by an international body. And furthermore, I believe that an international police organization should be given investigative and policing powers to pursue these claims within the island.
Why are we not punishing the Philippines for purchasing nuclear warheads?
Because they actually admitted it, and they actually.
We admit that we have
difference is China walked into.
admit that we have armed warheads. We admit that we are ready to protect
That's the difference between
from any outside threats.
Nobody has threatened China in this conference. There's
China,
no
right here, the problem is the trust that we have lost in your country, in your delegation, because you have claimed again and again that
China
these
sent ship
allegations
to
were
Vietnam
false,
and the
and then
Philippines.
again they were proven right.
territories was their
We
own.
cannot trust the sea to you at this moment.
So you're losing the trust on a whole country that is just simply trying to protect itself.
It's not trying to protect itself, considering it walked into Vietnam and the parasite and stating that they were apparently theirs. We didn't see Philippines or Vietnam walking into Beijing, stating it was their territory.
Israel, your claim is not connected with the crisis.
Okay, then answer this. Considering that the difference between China and the Philippines is that actually Philippines has actually answered to having nuclear weapons. The difference is there's evidence to that, considering that there's no evidence to any other allegations China has actually made. Where's any evidence China has made?
It's no secret that China has nuclear weapons, just as it is no secret that Israel has nuclear weapons.
But you denied having nuclear weapons in the South China Sea, and that in itself,
China
hurts
still
our trust in you. You denied
China
having.
still denies that.
China, this is the current situation, there's two problems that happen. Not directly the nuclear missiles, but rather the fact that you.
The islands.
China.
The delegation of China is being hypocritical. I mean, in one committee, a prior committee, they voted that they should take away mine nukes and they get to keep theirs. I mean, make that make sense.
You pose a threat to international security, whether you like it or not. We have never launched a nuke, just like you have a couple weeks ago. So
I have never launched a nuke at a civilian.
China has launched nukes for testing.
We're going outside what the actual discussion is about. Look, the problem in China is not only the nuclear missiles, but rather we're currently trying to demilitarize the area, and we have just found out that you have a nuclear there. And also the other problem is we have lost trust in you due to the fact that you were not honest. When this allegation first came out,
Friends, we have still not found out if China has nuclear weapons in those islands.
Myanmar, we know it's true. Like for the sake of the debate,
how do we know it's true? How do we know
It
it's
is an
true?
incredible assumption to make. There's a point where you need to make the most obvious assumption, and the one that requires the least amount of guessing is that China does have nuclear weapons in the South China Sea.
No,
I mean,
we should always have assumptions and
the least amount of
do
guessing that the
research.
United States is trying to gain control over the territory as well, showing us these images that could
we have two stories. One
wait,
is
just to be clear, so you know,
Can
the
you please,
chairs,
like,
for the
please?
sake of the debate, they said that it's true. Like Potter said, it's true for the sake of the debate. Like we're not trying to debate whether it's true or not the information, but rather what we're gonna do about it. So knowing that it's true, we should not let China rule this terrain during the next 5 years.
I agree with France. We should. The territories
What
should be managed.
we're gonna do about it? We should punish the United States for fakingly spreading this news about China.
Wait, listen, delegates. The crisis here is to de-escalate the crisis that's happening. So yes, let's for the sake of this argument say it's true. I think the delegation of Germany believes that we should not just attack China on this, but try to come up with a peaceful resolution where we will decide the appropriate, in quotation marks, penalty that will rise from China, but also that we need to de-escalate the situation. What the delegation of Germany doesn't understand is why the US just posted this image without any. Why did they didn't pose any
the delegation of Germany and everybody in this committee, I'm pausing everything and letting you 5 minutes to ask the delegation of the US that has joined us for 5 whole minutes. Woo! So we'll now take questions for the delegate of the US. The delegate of the US, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please raise your virtual hand if you have a question. The
Yes, the
delegation.
delegate of France.
Why did the United States of America decide to do this like airplane expeditions to this?
It was a normal procedure that we are doing. It's a basic military routine that we have, a training routine. We let them fly out above the North China Sea, and that was just our basic training.
Just to clarify, you're doing a basic training all basically all the way around the world for new Air Force guys. Like, why would you do it there instead of in the US?
Because we are training them to do long flights for long operations. Yes, David, what is your country?
Delegate for Egypt. Delegate for
Okay.
Egypt did change.
Delegate of Egypt.
My question is, for how long has the U.S. known that China is mobilizing in the South China Sea? Surely it would have taken at least some indications they were moving missiles. Did you know before recently?
It is classified to say how long we know that, but we can say that we've been following that situation for quite a long time.
Do you believe that it is reasonable? It is a reasonable assumption at this point to believe that China has more nuclear missiles there than we know of?
We believe so, yes. Germany.
Delegation of Germany wants to know whether the delegation of the United States of America wants the situation of the South China Sea to de-escalate.
No, we do not. We just want to give the world the information that China basically has the power of nuclear weapons.
So to reiterate, delegation of USA does not care if the leak of these images will cause war to erupt, right?
We just want to make sure that the rest of the world is safe from the nuclear weapon. That's what we wanted to do. That's why we basically leaked the photos.
You leaked the photos, but you do not have a resolution. You don't have any, you did not pose any public resolution what you would do in the situation.
We believe that China should be taking their nuclear weapons. Okay, China.
Don't you believe it's hypocritical to take away the nuclear weapons of China when the United States has tripled the number of weapons that we have?
Where do you get that information from?
That's public information that anyone can find.
You are doing it over international seas. We are doing it in our own land. You are posing a threat to much bigger risk.
Also, do you deny?
Delegates, the unmoderated caucus unfortunately has elapsed. If you want to discuss further on this matter, you can raise the motion to extend the unmoderated caucus. So delegates, please lower your hand. We'll be taking the motion for ending the delegate of Myanmar, to which point or motion you rise to?
I motion to extend the unmod by 10 minutes is the maximum we can do.
You can go for any time below 15 minutes. So you can go for like 14 minutes. That's fine too.
Extend unmoderated caucus by 14 minutes.
Notice, even though we extended it to 40 minutes, the delegate of the US will only be here for another 5 minutes.
Right. With that being said, under the chair's discretion, this is an order. You have an unmoderated caucus for more 14 minutes.
Okay, does anyone have any questions?
Yes, I have one question for the delegate of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Would you deny that you have an interest on the South China Sea and of the defense ties, sea lanes, and balancing of international powers that can bring to the United States of America?
It is no lie that China and the US have some arguments and are in a power war right now, but we do not think of our own interest, but the interest of the world with the nuclear weapon risk. Okay, Myanmar.
I had my hand raised. Sorry.
Okay, Singapore.
How can you assure us that the images are real, that you didn't Photoshop it or something?
We encourage every country that has doubts to do the same and go research it. We are claiming that they're real, and we are not saying you have to trust us and do what we said. We're saying check it for yourself and see that it is real, because we did not Photoshop it. Egypt.
We would like to ask, our government would like to know whether you believe that China intend to use the nuclear weapons as a deterrent or as a negotiating piece to keep control of the South China Seas, or whether they intend to actually use them.
Excuse me, can you repeat the questions?
In other words, do you believe that China intended them to be used as a threat, or do you believe they actually intend to use them, the nuclear weapons?
Like we said, we do not know the amount of power China wants to hold in this world. Maybe she wants to take over the world and the nuclear weapons can help her. We're just trying to prevent any situation where it can happen. Okay.
My other question is, will the US also contribute if we come into a conclusion that we need either military or monetary aid? Will the US contribute, or will they at least consider contributing?
Most definitely, it will contribute.
Thank
Myanmar, is it another hand raised by mistake or?
No, I want to ask something. We want to ask something.
Okay.
The simplest and most effective way we can be assured China has nuclear weapons there is if we take the exact picture of that Mr. President Joe Biden sent us of the nuclear weapons and unzoom it so we can see the location of the island. We are curious, why is that not possible, being the simplest, the fastest, and most efficient way? Second, no, that's all.
May I answer that question to Myanmar? Or no? I think that I could answer that one.
Go ahead.
Well, I can just give you another example. If you were to take a picture from your phone, like from about a wall of a place, would you in theory zoom out and then like see the house from the outside? No, that's not how technology works. The picture is of the warehouse, not of the whole island. So you can just like zoom out as if it were like some unrealistic movie technology. I'm sorry, but that's not how it works.
Okay, I'm sorry, then not a picture, rather in a GIF or a video of 3 to 4 seconds or 5.
Can I say something?
I believe what you're trying to say, Myanmar, is that you want the GPS location of the islands, and like we said, this is wait, I have the word in my head. No, I do not. This is a secret military information. We cannot expose it to the public. We do not want to risk having troubles with the nuclear war, but we do encourage you to come and cooperate with us, and we'll solve it together and try to take it from China.
I agree that information should not go in public. If you believe we are not legalized to review that information, then the court will, and eventually it will come out.
Okay, thank you for the thread. One last question.
If China already possesses intercontinental ballistic missiles that can send a nuclear warhead from Chinese mainland all the way to the United States or to Europe, then why would having nuclear weapons on these islands change the threat that China poses?
Just more room to have nuclear weapons in. And it's on over international waters.
I might also suggest it could be used as a negotiating piece to get them a better deal on maintaining control of the area, or to dissuade us from acting rashly.
Guys, I think the delegation of the USA needs to go now to the press meeting with Uncle Joe. This will be the end of the questions for the US. Have 7 minutes and 40 seconds on your timer. And I really suggest you starting working on your resolutions and what are your solutions for the crisis, because we're running out of time and we want to have we want to have a resolution, and by the end of this, we want to have a resolution by the end of the committee, but we want to start there is one more session left. The break will be, and I don't really know, but yeah.
For us, it will be, Yaniv, for us, it will be 8:05, so in like an hour and 5 minutes, there will be a break. And also something off record, China, you scared the heck out of me.
Okay. I'm sorry.
All right, delegates, now the chair highly recommends you to find solutions regarding this particular crisis and move on to prepare the draft resolution. So there is that.
That means you can go now for blocks if you need.
I would like to propose that we continue to negotiate in Block C along with Germany and the other willing partners in this negotiation.
Delegates, bear in mind you have 6 minutes, so it is pretty crucial if you focus on maybe solving the issue first, which is given at your hand, because if you move in between these 5 minutes, you might not be able to have the time to prepare.
It's okay. They have enough time that they can move. Chair, would you like to stay here or go to the other room?
All right, guys. Okay. With regards to that, you can go to the breakout rooms, everyone, and discuss about your proposed solutions. And I'll be going into the breakout rooms. Also, Yaniv, you can go with me there, and you can stay here. Karin. So everyone, you can move on to there and discuss with your solutions. And with regards to this, at the end of this committee sessions, we need to come up with the solutions, and you guys should be talking about it because we only have 2 committee sessions left to go. So we need to have at least solutions and be strong enough with those and your blocks. Thank you.
Okay, friends.
Yes, look at friends.
Oh yeah, for the actual resolution, how many people need to, how many delegations need to vote for it to be passed?
All right, so the simple majority is 17 delegates by now, and so you need 17 votes to pass the draft resolution by now. It might change in the third committee session.
I'm not sure that that's how it.
No. You need a third quarter of a majority.
It's 2/3. Sorry, it's 2/3.
Okay,
can we go back to the?
I was telling on behalf of the threshold, right now.
Yes. Can we watch it? The threshold.
1 minute.
Oh yeah, I think we should do that after they go to the blocks.
Because the threshold showed that we need 17.
For now, it's substantial. Oh yeah, 17. Yes,
Yeah.
2/3. Yes. So that's it, delegates. It's 2/3 to pass for now, but it may change later when the delegate number of delegates would also be changing. So yes, for now, focus on your solutions and writing your papers and discussing with the team. Thank you.
Could you get me into a room C?
Yes, delegate. Sorry, who that is? Who is that? Kazakhstan. All right. Anna. Excuse me. Can you assign her to a room?
Sure, who?
Kazakhstan.
Sure.
Room C.
Room C. On it.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, there we go.
I'm sorry, not I didn't hear. Should which sessions how I should go? Um,
Delegate, there is a breakout room option, so you're supposed to click there and you'll get the option to join the breakout
yeah,
rooms.
I know. Thank you. But which correctly how I should visit?
Oh, so you can join the most probably block C. That's where like everybody has joined. So you can go and visit the breakout room C, I guess.
Thank you so much.
Yes, delegate of Egypt, you're raising your hands.
Yeah, I would like to motion for a 15-minute moderated debate on a police investigation to the claims of Chinese nuclear warheads in the South China Sea, with each delegate getting 1.5 minutes to speak.
Okay, so 1 second. Co-chair, can you share your screen?
Yeah, sure. 1 minute.
1 second.
All right. Yes, yes. 1 second.
All right. This was raised by which delegate?
Egypt. So Egypt, can you repeat it?
A moderated caucus on the role of an investigation into nuclear weapons in the South China Sea.
Could you type it down in the chat box?
Sure.
All right. For the total timing of?
15 minutes.
15 to 1, that's right.
And each delegate getting 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak.
All right, that is in order, delegate. So
Here it is.
Thank you. Did you get it, co-chair?
Yes, give me 1 minute.
All right. So yes, that is in order. Any more delegates? So delegate France, you're recognized.
The delegation of France just wanted to know, when does this second session end?
Anna, how much time do we have left for the second session? Delegate, can we get back to you in like a few seconds? Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
Just one thing,
Thank you.
delegate of France and other delegates, if you're wishing to raise, if you have any parliamentary inquiry, you can raise the point of parliamentary inquiry. In that case, we can have it more in a formal way instead of asking the questions like that. All right. Okay. So since that we have, okay, Petra, go ahead.
Any more delegates who wish to propose a motion on the floor, you may raise your hands right now. Delegate of France, you would want to raise a motion?
No, I forgot to lower my hand. Sorry.
All right. Any delegates who has objections to the motion of the delegate of Egypt, or any delegates who wish to second the motion? No second the motions. All right. Germany, you're recognized.
The delegation of Germany seconds the motion.
So with the motion being seconded, the motion of Egypt clearly passes. So now we're going to proceed to those delegate of Egypt. Would you want to speak first or speak last?
I would like to speak first.
All right, then delegate of Egypt will be our first speaker. Next to speak, any speaker who would wish to be included in the speakers list, you can raise your hand. China, you're recognized. Germany, you're recognized. France, you're recognized.
Delegation of France, could it speak at the end? Like towards the
Oh,
end?
sorry, delegate. The only speaker who would be able to choose if she could, or he or she could speak first is the delegate who proposes a motion.
Okay.
So would you want to be added to the speakers list right now?
Yes. Yes.
All right. France, you're recognized. Thank you, delegate. Another delegates who would want to speak. All right. Sorry, point of personal privilege from Singapore. Yes, delegate. You may. Okay. Next delegate. Any delegates who would wish to speak, or I will just choose any. Okay. Delegate of Switzerland. You're added to the speakers list. Sorry. Delegate of Myanmar, delegate of North Korea, delegate of Sudan, delegate of Sweden. How many more delegates do we need, co-chair? It's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Could you repeat who is after Sweden?
Yeah, that's what Sudan.
Oh, okay.
Yes. How many more delegates? It should be 15.
Yeah.
How many are they now? 2, 4, 6, 8. So we still need few more delegates. Okay.
China.
China, you're already recognized.
Sorry,
You can.
I'm from Sudan, and not saying that I want to speak something.
I'm sorry, delegate, you're under chair's discretion, so you'll be included in the speakers list. I'm really sorry, but you need to speak. Okay. Next in line would be delegate of who else? Switzerland. Is there Switzerland already there? Myanmar. Israel, you'll be added to the speakers list. Indonesia. Chile. And I think that's it for now. Co-chair. All right. So the first to speak, delegate of Egypt, you're 1 minute. It's 1 minute, sorry.
What I am proposing is, should I start?
Sorry. It's 90 seconds. Yes.
Yeah. What I'm proposing is that we introduce an international investigation led principally by international organisms like Interpol, with the advice and overseeing of Chinese officials as well as the UN and Council, all to investigate the presence of nukes in the South China Sea. I think China should be able to have a say in this, but I do not believe they should be the main people to conduct it or the people leading it, because then they're obviously an interested party. I feel that an international body with advice on both sides would be more balanced and fair, and the conclusions they reach would be able to inspire certain confidence in the Council that China either did or did not have nuclear weapons, regardless of the outcome. I feel that it's necessary for China to grant us this authority, because if not, we really can't move on to solving the problem with the initial resolution without knowing whether we can trust them and what is the status of demilitarization in the South China Sea. I would probably urge every delegate to support this resolution, because I believe it is the best way to move forward with this without trying to bring doubt in, because I think there's still a significant amount of doubt surrounding the photos. And that's basically it.
Thank you, delegate of Egypt. Next to speak would be the delegate of China. Your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
We agree to this investigation. However, we do have a couple of requests. If China subsidiary organs of the Security Council Committee of the United Nations to lead the investigation. First, we would like the subsidiary organ, which is a commission and investigative bodies of the United Nations Security Council. We would like the Peacekeeping Commission and the Peacebuilding Commission, both to take place in the investigation. And finally, we would also like the Special Political Missions Committee to have a place in investigation. You've been talking about an investigation that is unbiased, and China believes that the best way to ensure an unbiased investigation is not by using Interpol, but by using the subsidiary organs of the Security Council Committee of the United Nations. That is the closest thing we have. That is the fastest thing we have to investigate. And it is a committee that will actually ensure international security and peace. So again, the commission and investigative bodies of the United Nations Security Council, as well as the international tribunals, the peacekeeping commission, the peacekeeping operations, and finally, the special political missions. We would also like to involve SPECPOL in this investigation, as we believe that it is important that they take place in the investigation to ensure a safe and unbiased investigation that will be just for China and that will ensure international peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next to speak would be the delegate of Germany. Germany, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Thank you. The delegation of Germany supports the motions and points that the delegation of Egypt brought on. However, we do want to emphasize first that, firstly, we want to encourage all nations to partake in dialogue with China, again, a nuclear power and a party to the non-proliferation treaty, to promote its willingness to engage in verifiable terms control and confidence building. We would also want to promote the inclusion of the National Nuclear Security Administration to oversee this investigation, as they are the primary organization that for research development and the acquisition programs that produce, maintain, and sustain these nuclear warheads, and would therefore also have some kind of knowledge to the manner in which these nuclear heads were transported to China and how long they have been there and for their use. And lastly, would also like to emphasize the importance to work towards the rapid conclusion of negotiations of an EU-Asian comprehensive air transport agreement in order to oversee the results of this investigation into China. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. So next to speak would be the delegate of France. France, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
So the delegation of France agrees with all of the points that Egypt said before. We believe that that's very fulfilled, but they also want to say that it is indeed acceptable the offer that the delegation of China proposed, and therefore they agreed to the possibility that the investigation not to be done by the Interpol, by rather be done by the organizations that he said before, and therefore we want to agree with that. But we also want to highlight that in case this investigation is to be proved that they did have nuclear weapons, the delegation of China should not be able to even be part of the trustee, since the trust of the delegation of France, and I believe that probably many other delegations, would have been broken, and therefore we don't believe that they would be the best to manage these islands in the South China Sea. So we do agree with their idea of who should lead the investigation, but we also believe that the consequences should already be clarified right now. I finished.
Thank you, delegate. Next to speak would be the delegate of Switzerland. Switzerland, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Hi, I'm really sorry, but my voice at the moment isn't really up to
Oh,
mark.
sorry, delegate. You messaged me earlier. Either you can, take your position back from the speakers list, or you may continue.
I would prefer not to speak today. So
Okay, that's noted. So let's move forward. Thank you, delegate.
Thank you.
Let's move forward to the delegate of it's next. It's Myanmar, right? Myanmar is also not available. He messaged me today. So let's move forward to the delegate of North Korea. North Korea, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Thank you. Before we start, I would like to say that I agree with all the things that the delegation of Germany, the delegation of Egypt have proposed. I would like to also clarify that the main objective of my delegation is to demilitarize the zone of the South China Sea and be able to see a place where we're not on the brink of war. The investigation that the delegation of Egypt proposed, I 100% support it. I think it would be better done by a EU team, someone from the UN who is unbiased and would not turn a blind eye to something that could potentially be harmful to everyone involved. I'd like to state again, reinstate that the delegation of North Korea is looking to resolve this conflict as peacefully as possible and take away China's nukes if they have them, as it would be hypocritical for them to keep them after voting that they take mine away, my delegation's nukes away. Yeah.
Thank you, delegate of, Thank you, delegate of North Korea. Next to speak would be the delegate of Sudan. Sudan, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
The delegation of the Republic of the Sudan fully and openly supports Chinese position. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Sudan. Next to speak would be the Delegate of Israel. Israel, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
All right, thank you. I agree with my delegate, France, and other delegates that state that in order to resolve this conflict and this crisis, we should essentially use unbiased the whole situation as a whole. We should uh, implement delegations in countries that can drive this investigation in a non-biased way. But at the same time, I believe the delegation of Israel proposed the idea of essentially using allies of both parties in order to have both of the country's interest in mind after solving this whole conflict.
Thank you, Delegate. So next to speak would be the Delegate of Indonesia. Delegate of Indonesia, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Yes, so the delegation of Indonesia believes that the investigation should be led by an international council that includes both Chinese and outside investigators in order to keep a neutral bias. And the delegation of Indonesia also agrees with the proposals of France, Egypt, and Germany in terms of demilitarizing the South China Sea territory in order to keep peace.
So that's it. Thank you, Delegate of Indonesia. So how many more times? So we need to add delegates in the speakers list. So any delegates who would wish to be added again to the speakers list, you may raise your hand. So we will be entertaining 5 more delegates. So Delegate of Taiwan, you're recognized. Delegate of China, you're recognized. And Delegate of Egypt, you're recognized. Okay, 2 more. Who else would want to be added to the speakers list? Delegate of Germany, you're recognized. 1 more. Taiwan. And the delegates who would wish to be added. Chile, would you want to be added to the speakers list?
Yes, please.
All right. Chile, you're recognized. Then that's it. Thank you. So we're going back to our speakers list. So yeah, first to speak would be the delegate of Chile, right? Okay, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Yes, the delegation of Chile has been working on a resolution regarding this issue and would like other delegations to join in on writing the resolution as it is going very well. And the delegation of Chile believes that this resolution would solve the problem for everybody and continue to have peace in the region while everyone gets what they want or what the world needs.
All right, thank you, Delegate of Chile. Next to speak would be the Delegate of Taiwan. Taiwan, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
The delegation of Taiwan would like to agree with the delegation of Chile in the sense that it is important to look up before a resolution and would love to support and hear what the idea they have come up with in order to create a resolution. And they would also like to support the other delegations who have been looking into finding the fairest and the most unbiased way of investigating this new form of military, like this newfound military equipment from China in islands, and believes that it would be the most equal thing if we had outside counsel as well as and UN council giving input on the situation in order to assure fairness of the situation. Not only that, so also that the Chinese government can also put in part of their input and can oversee the situation in order to assure that everything is going correctly with the investigation and there's no malfunction or malpractice during the whole situation as it is. As of now, the delegation of Taiwan believes that it's very important to come up with a solution that will benefit all and that will maintain peace around the place, around Asia specifically, and that will prevent anyone from getting hurt, rather the population or even the governmental relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next to speak would be the Delegate of China. Your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Thank you. Again, to those asking United Nations Council in the following investigations, China proposes one more time to involve the subsidiary organs of the United Nations Security Council, specifically the commissions and investigative bodies, the Peace-Building Commission, the Peacekeeping Operations, and the Special Political Missions, and the Third Committee of the General Assembly on Special Political and Decolonization Operations. Again, China would like to have a place in these investigations, maybe not as a lead investigator, as we would have all of those organs investigating these islands, but to ensure that these investigations are unbiased and fair. China would like to have a place and would invite any other nation that finds themselves to be neutral to the topic to come and oversee the investigations, as to ensure as well that they are completely just for China and for any other nation involved. And after that, and after China is found innocent, we would like for all of the countries that first doubted us to issue a public apology to China for doubting them and for thinking that they have any nuclear weapons in these man-made islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of China. Next to speak would be the Delegate of Egypt. Delegate of Egypt, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Egypt fully supports the positions taken by China and Germany on the organisms should be involved. Together with China, we have drafted a resolution that includes both the demands of Germany to include the nuclear services and China's request to include the United Nations Security Council subsidiary commissions. We think that this is the best way to clear doubt whether or not it turns out that China is guilty or innocent. We feel the best thing to do at this point is to move past it and leave it behind with closure and certainty. And we feel that this approach is the most uncontroversial and accepted one for all parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Egypt. Next to speak would be the Delegate of Germany. Germany, your 1 minute and 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
Thank you. The delegation of Germany fully supports the views of delegation of Egypt and delegation of Chile, and we completely advocate for the draft resolution that is being written as we speak, that of course encourages all fellow delegates to seek equal involvement in financing and of course trying to resolve this problem, and also but also in showing its appreciation to state parties' effort to ease a dispute through the ways of declaration of conduct of parties in the South China Sea that also includes Asian countries such as Malaysia, China, Vietnam, and others. And also bringing upon other points that have been brought by the Charter of the United Nations and the 1982 UNCLOS, the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia, and the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, as well as other internationally recognized principles. We ask all delegates to be signatories of this paper, as we believe that all of the problems and issues of both Asian countries and European countries will be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate of Germany. Next to speak would be the Delegate of Chile. Chile, your 1 minute, 30 seconds starts when you're ready.
The delegation of Chile would like to urge countries once again to join the resolution in which we are creating limits for military presence in the South China Sea for a 5-year period in which the Parcel and Spratly Islands will be placed under the control of the Trusteeship Council until the ICJ rules on which country has the correct claim over the territory.
Thank you, delegates. So our speakers has allowed for this moderated caucus. Now, if you guys think that our crisis is over, well, it's not. So if you wanted to hear some updates, here we go.
Yep, I'm coming. Don't you worry. I'm on my way. I'm coming. I'm coming. Right. Okay. Give me a second. Let me just find my notes. I just got out of a meeting, obviously. Okay, right. I'm just rename myself. Oh, no.
Are you for real calling yourself someone else?
Give me a minute.
She's someone else. Give her a break. It's
go.
not the same person. It's an FBI.
I'm wearing a different shirt, so that obviously means I'm a different person. Hi, I'm the director of the FBI, and I have more updates for you. So yeah, we, after some more deliberation and close analysis of our data, please do not ask for specified data. Okay, this is a crisis update. It's not actually real. Okay. Just stop debating whether this is real evidence. It's real evidence. Anyway, so we have reason to believe that China and North Korea are working together to create these bases with these nuclear weapons on. We have reason to believe that North Korea is supplying these bases. We're not sure exactly what they're up to, but we have reason to believe North Korea and China are working together. So I'll take questions now, like 3.
How is this correct reasoning? Like, where is this information coming from?
So we've been observing airlifts to these islands coming from North Korea. It seems they're supplying something. So we've also got evidence that there are North Korean soldiers on these islands, and North Korea and China seem to be working together to supply these islands. Yeah. So
How long have you been observing this for?
A while. Of course, it's taken us a while to confirm this information and build a full picture. That is why we are releasing these updates as we confirm and we get more information.
Does the relationship between China and North Korea have anything to do with the recent military devices found in an island off of Asia?
As the FBI man, I do not know a significant amount about the private relationships between North Korea and China, but I guess it could. You have to ask them yourselves. North Korea.
How do you know that it is my soldiers on those boats?
We've matched the uniforms. We've seen planes coming from North Korea to these islands. Yeah. And we've matched a lot of the supplies with that used in North Korea.
How did you get this information? How did you get this information?
We've been, like I said, we've been intelligence gathering, we've observed satellite images, etc., etc.
Okay.
Now, of course, stop. I know, of course, part of this is to break down the sources, but for the purpose of the crisis, don't spend the entire time breaking into if it's true, because obviously it's not. So just off the record that, okay? Just solve the crisis. Don't spend the entire time debating the source. Any more questions? Yeah, North Korea.
Are you saying that North Korea, my delegation, is supplying the delegation of China with nuclear weapons?
Possibly. It seems that North Korea and China are working together and have nukes, which they may or not be sharing, or you may be supplying them to China. Of course, we don't have all the information at this time. Of course, these are just satellite images and preliminary images that we need to research more into, that you as a committee need to find out more about.
Can we get the images, please?
No, no, you can't.
Very well. Thank you.
By the way, off the record, Anna, that's not what the FBI is meant to. The CIA is what you're looking for. FBI is inside the USA, usually.
Well, so is the CIA.
Oh, because you wrote the FBI, that's the thing.
I don't think it really. Yeah, FBI man's just funnier. But the CIA is internal. I think the FBI does more external stuff with Joint Task Force and stuff.
I'm not sure, but
Look, I was just trying to be funny. It doesn't matter. I don't care.
I was off the record. I know you did a good job.
Just North Korea and China are found to be working together on these bases in the South China Sea. That's all you need to know. That's it. Okay, that's cool. I'm done. I give up.
All right. Thank you, FBI man. So the chair is now highly recommending a particular moderated caucus on this update of the crisis. All right, Petra, are you there? Can you take over? I have to share this screen.
Yes. All right. Thank you, co-chair. So let's wait for the screen. Any motion? Right now, guys, the floor is open for any motions. You can now propose for a moderated or unmoderated caucus. Keep in mind that we only have less than 30 minutes left for this session to end. So we need substantial solutions for you to be proposed. So Delegate of Germany, you're recognized.
Petra, you can actually consult them about the whole constitution of the whole. They can recommend.
Oh, yes. Oh, everyone. So we have it's a block consultation. It's a black open consultation and a black closed consultation. So everyone, you can propose for a consultation or black open consultation. Since you already just have one block here, am I right? It's one block here. So yes, you can propose for either close, or open block consultation. Basically, what you do in a consultation of the whole is you discuss about. Are you guys working on your working paper already? All right. So yes, I guess you are. So you can now talk about your certain solutions. You can also talk about your proposed final solutions that you are working on your paper, and instead of debating, maybe you can come up with a common grounds already and talk about these solutions and how you would further put in sub solutions to it and propose it to the drafting of your working papers later and all that. You can also talk about working papers here, not anymore your country stances or that, just solutions that you want to propose. So any more motions on the floor or any more points on the floor? Yes, Germany, you are recognized.
Germany motions for an unmoderated caucus of 20 minutes.
All right, that is an order, delegate. 20 minutes, co-chair. Thank you. So yes, delegate of Egypt, you're recognized.
We second the motion made by Germany.
All right, the motion made by Germany is being seconded, so the motion clearly passes. So before that, guys, I'd just like to remind that the consultation of the whole or the consultation of the block is a time intended for speakers. I mean, there's no. Sorry, I got lost. Co-chair, can you take over the consultation of the whole thing?
Yeah, sure. So the main difference between a constitution of the whole and a moderated caucus and an unmod is in a constitution of the whole, the chairs kind of they do not monitor what you're saying. We kind of back out, and the delegates recognize each other when speaking. It's like let's say the delegate of Germany has come up with this particular motion, right? So delegate of Germany, after she has spoken, she'll be recognizing other delegates, and it goes on like that. So one delegate speaks, gets done, recognizes other delegates, and that's how the circle goes on. And that's the difference between a constitution of the whole, an unmod, and a moderated caucus. So since we're in an unmod, I guess, so this will be usual your unmoderated caucus. But if you want to perhaps raise the motion for a constitution of the whole, remember that's how it works. Anyway, so delegates, you are now in an unmoderated caucus. You can talk about the solutions. The chair highly recommends on talking about the solution of the update of the crisis and the crisis itself.
Good luck, delegates.
Is it possible for the delegations who are drafting the resolution to send it over to China, please?
Yes, Germany apologizes. Can we just migrate to the breakout room C and then send your email in the chat?
Yeah, sure.
Farin? Farin?
Sorry, I was just out of it. Yeah.
It's okay. Have you started thinking about like awards?
Yes, let me just stop the screen share a bit.
No problem.
Yeah. So me and the head chair, we kind of thought, and we felt that best delegate should be maybe China because his diplomacy is like kind of really good. And we're kind of thinking about France and Egypt to whom to give the outstanding delegate. So we are in a bit of dilemma right now. But yeah, that's so far we have like
I
come to the conclusion.
I think you should add Germany. She has done very good job, especially with she did already 2 press interviews with our press guy, and she did a really good job. I was there, so I highly suggest. And Brian, I'm now writing everything. I'm redoing everything on the MUN command that you will have. In the next session, I can share my screen.
All right, you can do that. Okay, no worries.
Also, you need, like, basically there's 3 awards. There's best delegate, outstanding delegate, and honorable mentions. Honorable mentions you can give like 2 if you want. Okay, but I will need it by about 30 minutes before the end of the 3rd session. Okay.
You will have that before that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. I trust you guys.
What is our Michal?
Hmm?
What is our next crisis?
Next crisis.
Are we finally killing Amila? Yes or no?
FBI man, you promised me someone will get killed.
Yeah, I wanted
What?
somebody to get killed, and I
Huh?
got promised on Amila. So
Well, it might be easy to kill someone on UNHRC, but we can kill someone here. But who do you want to kill?
Amil?
I don't care about that. Yeah, Amila. I don't care about the other committee.
No, I think we need to stop attacking China so much.
True.
It's Amil.
It's a bit harsh.
Can we make him like can we make him like the reporter that tried to report it to an American reporter and then kill him and then he can go back to
Actually, wait, no, it might be easier if he's a Chinese reporter, because if someone kills a Chinese reporter, it might
Amila's a
give them more-
Chinese reporter, okay?
It might
Guys,
give some more sympathy towards China.
Amila is a Chinese reporter, okay?
Okay, so can
And there's
we
no
please kill him?
sympathy to China. You need to remember that.
So can we please kill him?
Yeah, but
Yes.
why are we killing him?
Why not?
Because we want to kill someone.
Okay, yeah, we need an actual reason why you got killed.
Okay,
Say
Like,
we
it
want
doesn't
to
link
kill.
at all to the crisis.
Oh, so never mind.
You're right. You're right.
Seriously,
It's
tell
a
me
bit-
how we're gonna kill him.
Never mind. But can we kill the refugees in like the other committee?
I don't care about the other committee. Good,
No,
sorry.
because basically they are sick. They need to die, like at least few of them.
I love what you're saying now. They're sick, they will die anyway. We need to kill them now.
We could kill the delegate of Egypt or something.
No,
That's
it
too
was so
harsh right now.
nice. Okay, I agree. Yeah, let's
No,
kill
I mean in UNHRC.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
not here. Not here.
Oh, we can kill Naho? I want to kill Naho.
Now?
Why?
I don't know. Why not? I want to kill somebody. It's not an
Let's
MUN
kill you.
conference. It's not an Iomun conference if we don't kill somebody.
That is true.
Okay, what I'm thinking. What's the situation now so far?
Terrible. They didn't start anything. Okay, let's make it harder.
I
They
just
will
got
not
a
have-
document. I just got a document shared to my email, and I think it's the 1.01 Disec resolution, which is already.
Amazing. Yes,
And
finally.
let me just like show you through my phone. So it's like already started. It's like
Oh,
already
awesome.
going on. It's already
Wow.
done. Like, just look at the level of solutions already
Have
there.
they addressed the crisis in it? Because if they haven't, then they've still got stuff to read about.
I think they're already like they're I think in the preamps. Oh, they have started. Oh, they have started the operative. Wait, let me just read it down. Oh no, they haven't like gone for the crisis yet, but they're like going there, I guess.
Cool. Okay, I don't know how we
Yeah,
defeat
Niv, you
a
do got a
murder.
point here.
I don't know how we're gonna murder someone.
Okay. Then
What's
let's
the
not
problem?
murder anyone. Let's not murder anyone yet. we'll see how
Okay.
it goes.
Seriously,
If
how are we gonna murder someone?
we can say that, like, in order to quiet down the news, like there was been an assassination somewhere else, like China kind of did it in order to make the news go away.
Okay, I just found a
We
bug.
need to stop attacking China, okay? We need to take some heat off China.
Okay. So we can
The entire
say,
committee is turning out to be about China, and we've got to change them.
okay, so we
That's
can
kind of the
say,
purpose of the committee, isn't it?
oh, we can say North Korea tried to assassinate some people in the US.
Okay, I agree.
Because like they
But how is
accused
that
them
at
as
all
well of
relevant to the
nuclear
topic?
weapon. Because
I
they
want-
accused them as well as being part of the nuclear weapon.
United
And
Kingdom.
so they don't, like, North Korea has the habit of someone saying something bad about them, like they're getting.
I think you can include France because what I've seen is France and China are like really into like they go in like neck to neck like all the time. I'm seeing that, so you can like include France somehow.
Or maybe like a Chinese emissary was killed in France or something.
Yeah.
Let's say that there was a big terror
attack.
I like terror attacks. I like the big events. I don't know. Again, I'm not a
You
psychopath.
do know you're giving off like a complete psychopath vibes.
I'm not
with me as well, but yeah.
Yeah. We're MUN. That's the whole point. Imagination. I
literally told my friends like the sentence of MUN is, in order to be a diplomat, you have to kill at least 3 times in your whole career.
Yes.
And that the sentence of Iomun is that we're not psychopaths, we're diplomats. So we kill at least 3 times in our
I
career.
made that.
Okay,
My
right.
sentence.
Okay. How do we include France? We want to give it a terror
Oh,
attack.
we're killing
to make
France.
it
Okay.
small.
Is there an embassy of France in China?
No, we're gonna kill a Chinese diplomat in France.
Okay, we can
Oh.
say that they sent a diplomat to France in order to try and make alliance with them.
To mend relations, and
Yeah.
the emissary was
just
and
one thing,
on his
don't-
way to the embassy, he was killed or something. It was like assassinated.
don't make it like super complicated. Just saying it because they're a bit lost, and we want to direct them to something. We don't want to
Also,
make
if we keep saying this, they're never gonna write a resolution that's actually relevant to the South China Sea. Just saying.
So let's not make a crisis yet.
By the way, until now, I didn't know what is the topic.
How about we?
And he's been here from the first minute. Can we talk about that? He's literally been here from the first minute.
And I ran a committee.
How about we figure out who we're gonna murder in UNHCR, because that's more likely.
I can help in UNHCR. I think I know what the topic. I know what's the topic there.
Okay, I want to murder some refugees there, please.
Jackie, who are we murdering? Give us a name. Come on.
What? What are you talking about, guys? Here, I just came. Sorry.
We're trying to murder someone.
All right.
Okay,
Then who's the first
listen to
one?
my explanation. We have sick refugees. Very sick
Oh,
refugees.
guys, they're starting the crisis resolution. Oh my god. Oh my god, they have already started. Oh my god, this looks interesting.
Yes, yes, that's a
That's
lot.
a problem because if they ended before the end of this session, we have a problem. Because there are only 1 black. If there were 2 blacks, that wouldn't be a problem.
Oh, they want an
don't mind, we'll just
international
have to murder someone.
investigation.
Then we'll just
Let's
have
see.
to murder
Wait,
someone.
if all of
Not
the
pressure.
chairs are here, who is with the committee?
I'm with them. I just got out to check the time left.
I can go back in. Or
What time is left?
How much time is left? Co-chair?
Sure. It's now like 51 something.
51 seconds? Okay, I'll just go back there.
Oh no, not 51 seconds. It says 51 the time.
We still have
It's
like around
7:51 in this
9
world.
to 8 minutes left. Like,
Okay. But they're trying to sort things out there.
Okay, Anna, listen to me.
Yo.
The reason why I'm saying killing refugees in UNHCR, they are sick, very sick. In the end, they're going to die.
If
Why
you
not
want, I can go.
kill them
If you
now
want,
and make the plague more serious? Like, you're not only making them sick, you're making them really die from it. Like, literally die. A lot of people are dying from it. Do something completely.
Anna, if you
Useful
guys,
now.
Okay, we
if
can
you
say
want,
that some sort of diplomat or something. Where is this? We could just say that the virus is now infected
What I
an
understood,
emissary, and now it's in the entire committee.
do you
What I
want to
understood,
come in?
the IPC like chair and a delegate, like the one that is there, they from what I said, from what like I talked to them, they waited there to see if they're deciding to like do if they're deciding to like do a lockdown or not. And if they didn't do a lockdown, they were saying that this plague is spread out to all of Africa.
Yeah, we could initiate a second bioterror attack on the entire committee. Like it's been spread to the committee.
Yay!
And someone might die.
Yes.
Can we just talk about how cute this is?
Where is it? I can't. Oh, is it like a?
It's a cat.
Did you saw How to Train Your Dragon?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's this.
Ah!
Oh, that's cute.
Oh my
Something else, but it's too creepy. I'm like drawing all over my closet now because I'm bored. Not now, but like in general for the past month.
And I'm wondering what's happening with your wall also, because that looks like tape.
What pictures?
No, the other side.
Or that? Which one?
Yeah, the blue one.
Oh, that's Seattle.
It looks beautiful.
And that's
It looks from far like tape.
it's supposed to have like lights from like the top of the box to the other top, but we still haven't installed them yet.
That was like
And-
5 Iomans ago.
And that's
the new
pictures
counting
that
method.
haven't finished yet. Like it's pictures of friends, family, and blah blah blah.
You know, guys, I think I found a new counting unit. Iomans. That was like last Iomun. That was for 5 Iomans. Is like you can use that as a counting method.
What?
Iomans.
I understand what you're saying. I'm going to UNHCR to talk to the chairs. Have fun.
What camera
Can we
is that?
understand what you? Okay, I asked UNHCR why are you not in like the main room? You know what they told me? Ooh, that's so beautiful.
No, it looks like a
It's
nice.
it's a film camera and it's my granddad's old camera.
Oh my god,
Looks beautiful.
it's amazing. It's literally so amazing.
Can you actually take pictures with that? Is that a film?
Yeah.
Oh, do you have like the?
You have to like rewind the film every time you want to take a picture. I might take a picture of the committee just for fun times.
Yay.
Okay. I asked
tell us.
UNHCR why aren't they not in the main room, and they were like, well, we had a block. All of them ended up here, so we didn't go back. And I was like, okay.
Okay,
I'm
we will not argue with you guys. Let's kill some some million people. You look like a serious FBI photographer.
Yeah, I think it's of course I can't see all the photos until after my reel of film is done, and I really want to see them because I took it out to Cambridge and did some street photography. It was some really nice photos.
I was in England last week actually.
Were you? Oh, you didn't tell me.
I was in Oxford.
Oh yeah, I was there a couple of weeks ago as well. Well, no, like a month ago.
I was in Oxford and the whole area of the Cotswold. Like not the whole area because that's huge. But
Did you go to Castle Coombe?
maybe. I don't know.
It's a nice place.
I don't know. I saw Stonehenge. It's beautiful.
You didn't tell me. You should have come to Cambridge.
I couldn't. I wanted, and if yes, then I would talk to you. But I said I will not. I will not say like that I'm in England, but they cannot come to Cambridge to say hello.
Were you in London?
No, I was in London technically because we were like a whole day in Heathrow because we had like a huge delay on our flight. Every time it was like 3 hours, 5 hours because we need to replace an engine.
Hmm.
Are you
See,
kidding me?
Oxford's only like 2 hours away.
No, Mom. Oh, sorry, that was my sister. Yeah, and it was amazing. England is beautiful. Like I last time I was in England, it was only in London, and like it was wow. Seriously, wow.
Yeah, Cotswolds are lovely.
Yeah, but then you see like a ton of British stuff while I'm American, and that was a bit annoying. Like there's stuff that I love in England and stuff that like I don't like.
Like what?
Marks and Spencer's love.
What?
Marks and Spencer's, it's a great place. I have my suit from there. It's like cheap, super cheap. And this is from there. That's like school wear. That's why. And so what they don't like, you right left, and I cannot stand that.
We what?
Lift and not the elevator.
Yeah, lift.
Elevator.
It
It's an
lifts you
elevator.
up. What the hell is an elevator?
It's from the word elevate.
Yeah, well, lift is just it's just easier. It makes sense.
I cannot say a thing because I argued with my grandparents and I was like, yeah, American is better. I'm like, yeah, but England was first.
That is correct. We were.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And I give you that. So I don't like that because that's how I learned to here. And that's because I grew up in the US, but hey, who cares? In England, they don't give a shit. They were so nice there. People are nice.
Sometimes.
Most of the times, like you went into shops and was like, hello, sir, how can I help you? Oh, and they really good in marketing, like super good in marketing. Like they're nice, but also like evil. Who's that?
Me.
Hi.
Hi.
China?
Yes, my computer died.
No.
Oh, listen, you're amazing.
What?
You are amazing.
I am amazing. Thank you.
And you also freaked Michal out a bit. You scared
What?
her. You
What?
freaked Michal out. Michal was the USA
Yes, I
delegate.
know. I hurt her. I'm sorry.
It's okay. She left. She will survive, I hope.
I wasn't trying to scare anyone. I'm just trying to maintain my position.
You're doing it very good.
Doing
How's the
great.
committee now?
What?
How's the committee?
I don't know. My computer died and I left. Could you please send me back to the breakout room? Is that possible?
Yes, yes. What breakout room? C?
I guess it was C, yeah.
Okay. And I will move you to C.
Thank you.
He's a great delegate. He's not here. Five minutes till break, and then okay, 5 minutes until break, and then I'm head chair. I get to run a committee. Only if there's crisis. I hope there is.
We need to find someone to kill, but we found no one, so I don't know.
I say let's kill either France or let's kill Egypt. Oh, you know what we can kill? You know what we can start? Oh no, but I don't want to start it. We can kill Israel and start like conflict again.
Or we could stick on the issue of the South China Sea.
Exactly. Okay.
Oh, everyone's like coming back now. Also,
And
don't forget to turn your cameras on, everyone.
Just a reminder, when you're going on the break, you do not leave the Zoom. You just close your camera, close your microphone, and go do whatever you want.
Thanks. Turn your cameras on, everyone.
Oh, and guys, please, if you want, you can use the break to make memes, to write gossips, and seriously do these two things because they want us to have more. It's not okay that we have only 4 gossip.
Oh, that's sad.
We're way more in the committee. Each one can have a second and laugh at their friend.
All right, delegates, we are looking for a particular motion to suspend the debate for in order to move into the break. Delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor? All right, delegate of China.
Motion to suspend the session.
All right, that is in order by the discretion of the chair. That motion passes. You're clearly now in a break. Go ahead.
You have 45 minutes for the break. See you there.
When does it end?
Back.
In 45 minutes.
So 12:50?
For you, maybe.
For you, whatever time zone. For us, it's 8 now, 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Take down.
Have a nice break, delegates. Enjoy and be back. Don't get out of the Zoom if you can.
Yaniv,
stay here.
You know what's sad? Out of the four gossip bags, 2 is mine, and it's on you, like making fun of you a little bit.
Oh, I know. I'm like.
Really? Why is your dog all the time like with you?
I love
like,
him, and he looks
I
good
know.
with the suit. He
I
looks
know,
really
and it's
good with
cute,
the
but like you're in the middle of a conference and like they're talking seriously, and I'm seeing you like with your
cares?
dog. Hey.
The dog. He's cute. Let's show him.
Okay.
It's either show him or kill somebody, not him.
You're very extreme.
I'm also good at MUN. That's 2 things.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get break. Yeah.
Amir,
Okay.
move with me to another room. Anna, if you want, you can join us.
Okay. Wait, how long is the break?
45.
Oh, okay.
יש לך
Anna,
בעיקרון עד 8:50.
יש לנו רשות להשתמש בחדר של סטאפ או שאנחנו...
אתה מדבר איתי? כי אני היחידה פה שמבינה עברית, אז...
כן, הרגע דיברת, אז לכן אני שואל.
כן,
Just
כן.
to make that clear, the break is 40 minutes, not 45. Yeah.
Oh, 40?
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know.
Okay, we said 45. Let's give him the +5.
Okay, it's okay. Just whatever you want.
Okay.
Hey, Ferlin, just wanted to say, got your messages. I cannot reply on them. Sorry, my WhatsApp is kind of broken. But yeah, I got it.
Delegates, if you're here, please rename yourself to the country that you're representing. And we'll be starting within 5 minutes. So keep in mind of that.
We're conducting roll call again, right?
Yes, so we start with the roll call, and I think I'm gonna have a few GSL and then we go for motions.
Do they have already blocks and a draft resolution or not yet?
What I've seen is they're almost we have a block and they are kind of almost done with the draft resolution.
Can you send me also the link that I will have it?
What's your email?
yanivbecker@gmail.com.
Just put it in the chat box.
I hope that's everybody here. And small thing, Taiwan is not considered a country in this program, I guess.
All right. Can all the delegates like put their country first and then their name? It's kind of confusing. Like, like for example, Germany and the name, Myanmar and the name, like that. Everybody, please rename yourselves. Delegate of France, please rename yourself. Kazakhstan is fine.
If you cannot rename yourself, please tell me I can rename you. So, Pauline, we maybe have a crisis, maybe don't. We're probably not going to have a crisis, but maybe yes. Like probably not because we want them to focus on the end finishing. Maybe they can like start World War III in the end, if we want.
I mean, what I'm seeing in the document, I don't see a lot of stuff happening of the crisis. Like if you can see it, this part is just a crisis. That's all the solution that's written. So like
I'm connecting right now to the mail. Did you add me?
I didn't get your mail yet in the chat box.
It's in the chat box.
Oh, got it. Wait. All right, delegates, please turn on your cameras. We are starting within 1 minute. Delegate of Germany, Indonesia, Israel, Kazakhstan, Myanmar, Egypt, Singapore, Taiwan. Please start your camera. We are starting within 1 minute.
It was told we were free till 50.
I'm sorry, but girl came from logistics. She rephrased that. This was a break of 40 minutes, not 45 minutes. We're so sorry. And yeah, we're starting in a minute. So please, everybody, turn on your cameras, name yourself if you need to, and let's go. Okay, I think we can start. Flynn?
All right. Can I wait one more minute because I feel like many delegates are like waiting. Like one more minute. All right. Okay. Thank you, Germany, but we haven't done the roll call yet. All right. You know what? Let's just start. Okay. So delegates is the same. If you are present, if you like, we'll be calling your name, and you can say you're present or present and voting, or just present. So Afghanistan. All right. Algeria, Argentina, Austria, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, China,
Present and voting. Sorry, my microphone was not working.
Czech Republic, Denmark, Korea, Egypt.
Egypt is present.
Thank you, delegate. Estonia, Finland.
Excuse me, I believe that the delegate of North Korea is here. North Korea, DPR.
Yes, I'm here.
Present or present or voting?
Cut out.
Present or present?
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. All right, France. Delegate of France. Not here. Delegate of Germany.
No, sorry. The delegation of France is here.
Present
delegate
or
of
present and voting?
Present. It's present. The delegation of France is present.
All right. Germany.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Greece. All right. India. Indonesia.
The delegation of Indonesia is present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Iran. Iraq. Delegate of Israel.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Italy. Delegate of Japan. Delegate of Kazakhstan.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Libya. Delegate of Mexico. Delegate of Myanmar.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Netherlands. Delegate of Norway. Delegate of Pakistan. Delegate of Philippines. Delegate of Poland. Delegate of Republic of Korea. Delegate of Russian Federation. Delegate of Saudi Arabia. Delegate of Singapore.
Present.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of South Africa. Delegate of Spain. Delegate of Sudan. Delegate of Sweden. Delegate of Switzerland. Delegate of Syrian Arab Republic. Delegate of Taiwan.
Delegation of Taiwan is present.
Thank you. Delegate of Turkey. Delegate of Turkmenistan. Delegate of Ukraine. Delegate of United Kingdom. Delegate of USA. If there is any delegate whose name has not been taken yet, please put it in the chat box. With that being said, we are back for the third and final. Delegate of Chile, are you present or voting?
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegate. Please mark that co-chair. All right. Delegates, we're looking for a motion to resume the debate. So, delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor? Delegates, we are looking for a motion. Yes, go ahead, delegate of Egypt.
Egypt puts forward a motion to start an unmoderated caucus.
Delegate, you have to first resume the committee session. We have to enter the committee session and then we can go for motions. So just like we suspended the committee session, now you have to resume the committee session. So delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor? Please raise your hand.
Guys, if we don't do this motion, there's no MUN for today. You should know that.
Just like, okay, so resuming a debate, what resuming a committee session is, we were in a break, right? So we want to go into the formal session, and that's what resuming a committee session is. Until or unless delegates are motioning for it, we cannot start the committee session. So you understand the gist, right? So delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor? This is okay.
For this scenario,
Finally.
can a journalist do it too?
Okay.
No, journalists
Delegate of North Korea, to what point or motion you rise to?
North Korea, the delegation of North Korea would like to put forward a motion to resume the debate.
All right, thank you, delegate. That is pretty much in order. And I think by the discretion of the chair, that motion kind of passes. We are in the formal committee session. All right, so we will be starting with the GSL for the yes, delegate of Egypt. Do you rise, which point or motion you rise to?
Now Egypt rise to put forward a motion for 20 minutes of unmoderated caucus, an unmoderated caucus.
All right, that is pretty much in order. Can we have the unmod?
Excuse me?
Yeah, it is in order. It's by delegate of Egypt and unmod for unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes or 15 minutes?
20.
It's 20. All right. That's pretty much in order. All right. Are there any other points or motions on the floor? Yes, delegate of Germany, to which point or motion you rise to?
Motion to second the unmod.
All right. Since it has been seconded, the motion clearly passes. You are now in an 20-minute unmod. Please use this time wisely since this is the very last committee session. Please focus on your draft resolution and remember, format is very important. So keep that in mind when you're preparing it. Other than that, you can join the breakout room or you can just do it here since it's a one block. So there you go. Prepare the best of luck.
And if you guys need anything about formatting, need help by writing anything, you can always tell us. We can help you with formatting and writing.
Do bear in mind that once you are done with the entire DR, we'll be checking for errors and an overall way to see if it's okay to be presented or not. So there is that. Don't worry about that. So go ahead, prepare a good DR and also focus on the crisis solutions. Yeah, there is that. Delegate of Switzerland, you have just entered. Can I know your status? Are you present or voting?
I'm present and voting.
Co-chair, could you take that? Thank you.
Oh, I'm present and voting.
All right. Thank you, Delegate.
Guys, the unmod has started. You should talk, interact with other delegates. The whole purpose of an unmod.
You have 18 minutes in your hand, so I would say use it very wisely, delegates.
I think we need to put is something on the North Korea situation that we never mentioned.
Yeah. In terms of the other points for the draft resolution, I think it's okay, but we do need to address the crisis situation a bit more. Maybe we should make it like a points.
I think we need. I already put the other one, the investigation to China, in one point. I think we need one more of these to address the North Korean situation.
Okay, well, delegation of North Korea here. So, I mean, should we all write it and then see if it's okay with both China and North Korea, or should we just talk about it first? Like, what do we want to write?
I think first we should discuss it, so we at least have a general idea of what angle we're taking.
North Korea, you had previously mentioned that you wouldn't be willing to allow an investigation into your country, and so what would you be willing to do in order to fix this issue?
China, did you hear the question?
In the opinion of Egypt, we think that we should consider looking into sanctions.
We cannot sanction it.
Sanction what?
We cannot sanction. We cannot impose sanctions.
All right, we're not. Then we need to look into an investigation.
What?
As I previously stated, you can investigate anything of North Korea outside of my country. No delegation will be allowed to investigate inside North Korea. You can investigate the islands that are currently being disputed and our involvement with that, but we will not be investigated.
Well, if we can't impose sanctions, can we recommend sanctions?
No.
Okay, so then it's going to either be investigation, or what other option is there?
We cannot impose.
Do you have any solution that your delegation would like to propose in order to find the best way to alleviate this topic?
As a General Assembly committee, our only powers are to recommend. Everything that we do is a recommendation. So we cannot impose a sanction. We cannot recommend sanctions. That's a job of the Security Council. They have a special committee on sanctions, and then those sanctions are recommended to the General Assembly, and the General Assembly votes on them. We cannot recommend sanctions, and we cannot even mention sanctions on this paper. The only thing, our power lies in recommending and recalling what can be done and what has been done in the past. So we had it all planned out. We are recommending, we had a vote, and the first point is a recommendation for the Security Council to control the islands for a 5 years period in the time that the court is investigating and ruling on who is to have the total jurisdiction over the island.
The first one is that we could recommend, well, it's pretty much the music, but we could recommend, so if we can't do sanctions, then we need to come up with something alternative, because investigations aren't an option and sanctions aren't either.
I have a question. I got the link for the resolution, but someone blocked me and I can read it or something. Five.
What?
Um, so can I basically get a new? Do you alter? Did you already alter resolution or something? Because I want to read it, and someone sent me a mail, and I got blocked, and I can't read the resolution.
Who can share the document with him then?
Wait.
Who's the owner of the document? Which
I am. Maybe send the mail again. I'll try.
Wait.
Okay.
Send the
But-
mail in the chat.
If you have a school organization domain, like if your email has a school domain, then it doesn't allow.
No, it's not related to any school.
Okay.
Wait, I got the email again and the link again. Just
Okay, so something they mentioned was the formatting of the resolution. I have a resolution format for this. Do you want me to paste it in that format and then I'll share the link with you?
what? Sorry, I was busy writing the email.
Delegates, one more thing. After you're done with your DR, make sure that you use a plagiarism checker to see that if your DR contains plagiarism or not. Remember, plagiarism is allowed only up to like 10%. Above that, like the entire document can contain only 10% of plagiarism. Above that is not allowed, and you might need a rephraser to rephrase your clauses. So keep that in mind.
It says that there's need a permission or something.
Sorry, delegate.
It says that I need a permission or something to get into Docs program. I don't know. The link is
delegate.
sent in the chat. Try now.
Okay.
Wait, so we can't mention the word sanction.
No, we cannot sanction anyone. That's not.
No, but we can't recommend sanctions either, correct?
No, only Security Council recommends sanctions.
How do we find the alternative to a sanction?
You don't.
Well,
you just sanction. You stay within the jurisdiction. Our job is not to sanction the South China Sea. Our job is to simply find a way, as a Disarmament and International Committee and the Security Committee. Our main job is to de-escalate the tensions by disarming. So I think what we've discussed is good. Our job is basically to reduce the tensions by taking or prohibiting the use of military weapons and personnel within this area, which is one of the clauses, the demilitarization and removal of all military presence in the islands of any source.
The first thing that we could do is that we could recommend that we extend the demilitarization in a zone up towards the Korean Peninsula.
Okay, what we have is 7 different clauses. In those 7 different clauses, we need to extend what we need to do. We are just.
You know how one of the clauses, I'm not sure if it's clause, I think it's clause 3. It says that we're going to demilitarize the South China Sea, correct? One of them, I'm not sure the number, but.
The military transit? What do you say?
In one of the clauses, where is it? 5 calls upon the removal of military presence in the parcel and spout the islands as well as other 2 territories there. What we could do there, is to prevent the shipping of further nuclear weapons south. We could extend the demilitarization up towards the Korean Peninsula.
Well, that doesn't really concern us.
But in North Korea, that way we could prevent North Korea from shipping nuclear weapons south, because that would be considered shipping military equipment.
Still, you cannot demilitarize the Korean Peninsula.
No, not the Korean Peninsula. We can extend the waters outside. Like the waters moving south.
North.
Yeah, no, sorry. To prevent them from shipping further nuclear missiles to south. It's the only thing that I can come up with. It doesn't involve the word sanctions, and it isn't an investigation.
Okay. The thing is,
The delegation of Egypt, can you explain to me what you said again? I didn't really get it.
I'm trying to find a way around sanctions and investigations. So what I proposed is that we also prevent people from shipping military equipment, like for example, ballistic missiles from the Korean Peninsula down to South China Sea. Like you can't enter South China Sea with military equipment.
So the thing there is, the Korean Peninsula is actually a part of the South China Sea. If we're already demilitarizing the South China Sea, it really makes no sense to extend that clause so that it includes the Korean Peninsula. The Korean Peninsula is in the South China Sea, after all. And if we're demilitarizing the zone, then it shouldn't really be included as an extra point since you're already doing it.
I'm not entirely sure about that, but the fact of the matter is that we need to come up with something that gets the nuclear weapons out. Is that correct?
Yes. Also, we need to take into consideration that demilitarization takes a while. It's not immediate action.
No, it takes months and a lot of logistics.
It takes logistics. It takes money. It takes months that we're going to have to spend all together. We would need a fund for all of that. But what we need right now for the Korean Peninsula is an immediate solution that's not working as a long or midterm solution. So demilitarization is going to happen since it is part of the South China Sea, and whatever is international waters around the Korean Peninsula is going to get demilitarized. The thing is that, as we said, a long-term solution, what we need is a short-term solution. And what we're proposing for a short-term solution would be, so you see how there's this investigation, right, in the supposed islands, China. Yeah. So while this investigation is being done, what we could do is post officials from the peacekeeping corps of the United Nations at any possible locations in this island as to, well, it's more like a blockade of the islands to ensure that nothing will come in and out while the investigation is going on. That we can do. We can propose a blockade of the island to ensure that
you're going to blockade the South. The thing is, I checked, and Korea is usually not considered part of the South China Sea.
What is it then?
The South China Sea tends to the south of Taiwan, and it doesn't reach that far up to Korea. Like it's everything to the south. Like it doesn't.
Taiwan is even more north than Korea is. The Korean Peninsula is in the south.
Delegation of China, I would totally agree to that clause. My delegation would agree to that clause.
Like
no, but I mean, look at this basically. Most of the I'm looking at right now don't show Korea as part of the South China Sea.
It is by the South China Sea. Okay, wait. Can I share an image?
I think you can share the link.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a second. Sorry. So this is the South China Sea, right? This
yeah,
right
but
here.
none that's Korea.
So it is part of the South China Sea.
Yeah, but that's not Korea. Like none of this is Korea.
That's not Korea. Okay.
What?
This part is Korea, right?
No.
Sure. Okay, then I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Korea's to the north.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay.
So
the thing is,
what's the solution?
No, that's Korea. What I showed you is Korea.
I can assure you it's not. Here, I'll check.
I can assure you it is. I'm pretty sure it is.
I think that you should argue on a map, but if yes, we can open Google Maps.
There it is.
Yeah.
This is Korea.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's called
Right.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, I see it now. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so what's the solution then? We can't do.
No, as we said, we could establish a blockade of the islands that are being investigated, the man-made islands in which there's supposed military activity and nuclear bombs, a blockade of the island to ensure that nothing goes out and nothing comes in while the investigation is taking place.
My delegation, I'm sorry for being maybe a bit difficult here, but my delegation will be forced to pose that on the grounds that, and the exact statistics here, it is apparently a very important trade route. So
the blockade is only for the island, nothing around the island, only for the island, to ensure that nothing comes in and out of the island.
So basically, you want to blockade the island, but not the shipping routes.
Not the shipping routes, only the island, to ensure that not like the docks on the island, if there are any places where the planes can land, anything. The USA did say that everything was coming in through planes. So if we blockade and start surveillance in the island, simply the island, then we don't need to worry about anything coming in or out while the investigation is going on.
I'm not sure that would be advisable. You couldn't blockade in that many islands in such a pivotal region with
just one island. Okay, we're
yeah, I
talking
can
about
see what you're trying.
The man-made island that was part of the crisis, the island in which the United States supposedly saw this base with nuclear weapons. We're not talking about the Paracel Islands or the other archipelago. We're talking about the islands that the island that is man-made that supposedly has a military establishment with nuclear warheads.
So only those 3 islands, the ones they showed us on the map.
Only those islands, nothing more. Those are the islands we're disputing right now about possible Korean Chinese conspiracy.
And investigators would have the power to search Korean ships arriving at nearby ports.
Not if they don't arrive at those islands. We wouldn't allow any Korean ships or any ships, for that matter, to arrive at those islands while the investigation is taking place. That's why we call it.
And if we do find missiles, what do we do with the missiles?
We disarm them. We send them back to mainland China.
No, if we find Korean missiles,
disarm them.
Disarm them and basically, yeah, I think Korea wants a voice on what happens to her missiles.
Okay. So yeah.
My delegation would very much like if you have the delegations, the Peace Corps will be able to search any ship. We'll give them permission, and if they find missiles or any weapons, we'd be asked that they be returned to North Korea. They would be disarmed, of course, and we will not give them to China, but they'll be returned to us.
I'm not sure if giving North Korean nuclear weapons back is the best idea in the world. What would Germany think, or France?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you think if we do find any Korean weapons, should they be returned to North Korea or destroyed or disarmed?
Well, I think that would depend on North Korea. It would depend how much we would find, because it's still, if we take it away, they would be losing their revenue, whilst virtually China would not get such kind of penalty. So I think maybe we would suspend them and hold them somewhere before the conflict is resolved.
No, but I mean, North Korea's
weapons are found, they need to be taken away because it's a violation of the NPT.
Yeah,
Korea does not.
I think they need to be disarmed immediately, but what they do with those weapons afterwards is in the power of the court, not of us.
I think there are 2 countries that are widely considered to be in violation of nuclear statutes: Israel and North Korea. Those are the 2 countries.
Iran, but yeah.
That's why if investigation force was to find anything Korean made, it would be disarmed on the spot and kept secure in order to ensure international peace. After all, they're on Chinese island.
So we would recommend the establishment of a blockade zone around the islands where we suspect the presence of nuclear warheads.
No. The blockade would be solely to prevent anything going in or out of the island, while the investigative force is in the islands investigating if there are actually any nuclear centers or warheads in the island. That's what the blockade is for, to ensure that
Yes.
no Korean support is going in or out. And now the investigative force would then evaluate the island. If something were to be found, then Disec would send special agents to disarm the warheads. That's all. But that should go under the investigative force, not under the blockade.
So that's what we do about the blockade.
Yes, the blockade is purely to secure that there is no Korean intervention.
Okay, and then in the event somebody does find missiles
from Korea.
Yeah, so I think we're settled on this.
Yeah.
Delegates, your time for the unmoderated caucus has been elapsed. So now the floor is open for points or motions. If we want to extend this ongoing unmoderated caucus, that will also be in order. So, delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor? Delegate of Myanmar, to which point or motion you rise to?
Motion to extend the unmoderated caucus by 10 minutes.
All right. 10 minutes. All right. Yes, that is very much in order. We will have the voting, however, for this. So, delegates, please lower your hand. All right. So, delegates who are for the motion raised by the delegate of Myanmar, please raise your hands now. Delegates, this is a procedural voting, so you cannot abstain from it. You vote for or against.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate of China.
Would the delegate of Myanmar be willing to modify the time of the unmoderated caucus to 14 minutes?
Delegate of Myanmar, are you okay with that?
I am okay with that. I just thought 10 minutes is the max we could go.
All right. So anyone else voting for the motion raised by the delegate of Myanmar? We have, again, delegates, you cannot abstain from voting. All right.
I think it's the majority.
All right. This motion clearly passes. You're now in an unmod for 14 minutes. Please use this time very wisely.
There is one more thing that I would like to address very quickly before we wrap up the North Korean missiles.
Okay.
It's the matter of there's another island in the South China Sea that we're not addressing, that's disputed. I would like to know whether this resolution should include a mention of the situation of Taiwan.
No, Taiwan is not in the table for this discussion.
Delegate for Taiwan?
Once again, Taiwan still recognizes the delegation of Taiwan as a sovereign delegation separated from the delegation of China, and the government is actively fighting against it.
So you do not want this agreement to mention it in any way?
If it could mention it in any way that could benefit the ideologies of the Taiwanese government, it could work, but the Taiwanese government is not willing to be part of it if it's going to be something in which it favors the Chinese government.
I think personally that then
complicated to get into.
If there's a circumstance, we better not ruin the deal. I think
Taiwan is not a disputed island. Taiwan wants their independence, yet they belong to China sovereignly, legally. This is not like Paracels or any other islands disputed over the South China Sea. This is an internal conflict of China that should not be treated by the United Nations at all.
I think that I'm not sure about the jurisdiction of the United Nations over Taiwan, but I do agree with you. It's a separate dispute.
Yeah, we should not go into the topic. It's too complicated for this, and yeah.
Although the delegation of Taiwan is looking to get independent from Chinese government, I do agree that the topic at hand is not relevant. Like it doesn't go into the topic at hand.
Okay, so I'll integrate the blockade. Should I integrate that as part of the as a sub of the as part of the investigation?
No, the blockade should have its own clause.
So the only thing we still need to do is the missiles, which I'm not sure where to put it or how to phrase it. Looking at the new clause, does any delegate have a problem with it or anything they would like to change?
Which one is it? Clause 8?
No, it's the new clause 3.
Propose establishment of a blockade. Proposes not a pre-military clause. Phrase the establishment of a blockade zone around the islands where we suspect the presence of nuclear missiles. Yes, let me just.
So it will be good if we can go through a format check again. I think we checked for full stops, but if something else also stands out, we have to fix
No
it.
wants to raise any other objection?
Wait.
North Korea is raising. Yeah.
I'm sending you all a new link. That one is the resolution formatted to resolution format. If you could check it.
Okay, we just need to integrate the new. Shouldn't we indent the A and B clause?
Yes. And they should be 5.2.
Oh, and we haven't inserted the new one.
No, I'm doing that right now. Oh yeah, can you do that? Because I copied the document before you edited it before.
Does North Korea, would you like to raise an objection or something? Is it you're raising your hand?
Oh, no, I just didn't do it down. No, the delegation of North Korea agrees to everything in the.
Israel, would you like to raise an objection?
Sorry?
I would just like to say, if you guys agree with the solution, write your names as signatories so that we just know that we're all on the same page.
As long as we can integrate the two final ones, we're.
Can someone add the clause about the blockade, please? Oh, wait, I'll do it.
It's in the chat.
Okay.
Literally the previous message. I feel like just as we're finishing, they're gonna come with another crisis update.
I hope not. Also, we already used recommends. Let's look for another word.
We're using urges twice.
We need to change all of that as well due to formatting. There should not be any repetitions.
Guys, I hope you're working now on the draft resolution. Just a quick reminder, you have 7 minutes on the clock, and also this will probably be our last mod till the next till the end of the session, because we don't think that unless you want an extension for this unmod, I don't think that we will have another one. We want to more focus on you voting already on the draft resolution and passing it, and we'll have time for fun money. Okay?
Delegates, since this is an extension, so you cannot have an extension of the extension, so do bear in mind. So 6 minutes till you finish. I can recommend something which might help you to make the DR, like give you a little bit of extra time, but it's not an unmod. It's similar to it, which is known as the consultation of the whole. It's similar to an unmod. You can talk, you can make changes. So how do you raise a motion for it? It's pretty simple. You just say that delegate of XYZ would like to raise a motion to move into the consultation of the whole. A brief review, how does it work? It's pretty simple. The delegate who will be raising the motion will be talking and will be choosing other delegates. You have to raise hands, and the delegates will be choosing each other. So the chairs will not be choosing you or recognizing you. So simple as that. Like, it's just like a moderated caucus where chairs are like recognizing you, but it's not unlike that. The delegates will be recognizing each other. In this case, you can talk freely, but you have to be a little formal. Like, you cannot cut each other, like unlike an unmod. So you have to wait for the other delegate to finish and then recognize you so that you can actually like talk. So it's a little formal, but similar to an unmod. You can raise that if you feel like you need time. Yes, delegate of Egypt.
No, I was just going to tell people on the new document, if every country that agrees to it would please add their name on the signatories tab.
All right, delegate of Egypt. So delegates, you can raise a motion for that if you really need time to work on your DR. Yeah, if you have any confusion regarding this procedure of what is a consultation of the whole, feel free to raise the point of parliamentary inquiry. But again, this is a formal session going on, so do not, I would say, interrupt each other. Unlike the unmod, which was a very heated debate earlier, in a consultation of the whole, you're not allowed to cut each other. So you're supposed to finish and then recognize the delegate and give them the chance. It's more formal, so bear that in mind.
Okay. I think we only need to part out the missile confiscation.
Okay, so that can be our last point. Again, what did we decide on, so we can now formulate that into a simple sentence?
Shouldn't that just be a sub clause instead of like a full clause?
Maybe we can.
I think there's more to if North Korea would like to jet, but I think what we decided is we would disarm and hold the missiles indefinitely.
Yeah.
Would the delegation raise an objection? Then we can go ahead and put it.
Yep.
And if people could please put like their name on signatories. does everybody have the document to sign it or not? Well, the link I'll have to send is where you like can sign under signatories.
I believe that everyone, how many people are missing? Because right now we have 4 sponsors and it says 6, I think, signatures. So is there anyone
It's now
missing?
new document. New document. The sponsors here, I think there's a comment to China. There would be a comment to China. Like here, the sponsors are.
Wait, what? What happened?
Like here, the sponsors are Germany, Myanmar, China, and Egypt, but the signatories are missing.
Yeah. Each country needs to sign, I believe.
I already put Egypt's signature, but the rest need to sign.
China has already signed.
Also, are we sure that all the operative clauses are correct? Somebody who's written more resolution papers, are we sure that they're okay?
I'm checking
I
everything.
think the second one needs to specify what the investigation is about because it just says calls for an investigation.
Where it
It's
is?
not specifying it. The second operative clause just calls for an investigation. It doesn't say what is the
Saying to the presence of Chinese nuclear missiles in the disputed territories in South China Sea. And I think we might need to go into the other thing because we're not going to finish.
Wait, ask for an international investigation led by the United Nations Security Council subsidiary organs to ensure that the man-made islands in.
Oh wait, I think I don't have the new document.
I
sent it. It's sent via the chat. I sent a link.
China.
Okay.
Man-made islands in the South China Sea are no threat to international security, as indicated by the United States.
Everybody, the time has really gone. We're now moving, I think, to motions.
All right, delegates. The floor is now open to any points or motions on the floor. Before that, delegate of China, can you lower down your hand?
Yes.
All right, thank you, delegate. Delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor? Delegates, are there any points or motions? All right, delegate of Myanmar, to which point or motion you rise to?
Motion to present the draft resolution.
All right, that is pretty much in order. Yanif, can you?
I would like to quickly ask China, the delegation from China, if it was completed.
Delegate of Egypt, if you have any questions to any other delegate, please do it via chat box. It is not in order to interrupt the committee session like that. If you want to be recognized, please raise your hand, maintain the decorum. All right. If you want to second it, please put it in the chat box or raise your hand so that I can recognize you. All right, delegate of Germany, to which point motion or rise to?
Motion to second the motion to present the position paper.
All right, that is pretty much in order. All right, with that being said, this clearly passes. So now we are presenting the draft resolution 1.01. The sponsor of the draft resolutions are being asked to read out the preambulatory clauses and operative clauses. You can decide among yourself who wants to go first, second, third. Just read it out, and after all that, we will go for amendments. And so, yeah, delegate of Egypt, to which point you rise to?
I think that's the wrong draft. That's the older version.
Another version. Chair may please share the new version with me?
It's in the
It
chat
is
box,
now.
I guess.
I've shared it in the chat.
All right, thank you, delegate of Egypt. Delegate of China, is that a point?
Yeah, it was just a point of parliamentary ingredient of order, just to say that that was a wrong document. That's a new one.
All right, delegate, taken into consideration. Delegate of Egypt, lower down your hand. All right, so as I said before, the sponsor of this particular dia, please decide among yourself that who wants to read it out first, who wants to go second and third, and you can start reading it out whenever you're ready.
Delegation of Myanmar would go first.
All right, delegate.
The Disarmament and International Security Committee on its ordinary meeting in the month of October of the year 2021. And the topic, de-escalation of tensions in the South China Sea. Sponsors, Germany, Myanmar, China, Chile, and Egypt. Signatories, Egypt, China, Germany, Chile, Myanmar, Indonesia, France, Taiwan, Switzerland, North Korea, and Israel. The United Nations First Committee on Disarmament and International Security. Deeply concerned.
1 minute. Yaniv, can a sponsor be a signatory as well? Is that allowed in the RFP?
A sponsor cannot be a signatory as well. I'm sorry. But reminder, a signatory is not something that is needed or really important for the voting procedure or for the resolution, especially that we have now one block and not two. So it doesn't really matter now. It's only if we had two blocks, then it was really mattering. But just for the sake of the procedure, yeah, you cannot be a signature and a sponsor.
All right, continue, Delegate of Myanmar. Sorry for the interruption.
Deeply concerned by the strong Chinese presence, specifically military presence in the South China Sea, fully aware of the different territorial claims in the region and their history, recalling the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, recognizing the contents of the UNCLOS in which the limitations and outline for maritime territorial claims are stated, acknowledging the important nature of the South China Sea in global trade, seeking equal involvement in this problem of all involved and interested delegations, limiting the number of military patrols and vessels per country in the hopes of minimizing extensive militarization, reminds that as early in the 1970s, countries including China, Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines and Malaysia began to claim islands and various zones in the South China Sea, including the Spratly and Paracel Islands, which possess rich natural resources and fishing areas, showing its appreciation to state parties' efforts to ease the dispute through ways such as the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea that parties had agreed upon, in which implies strong obligation towards Charter of the United Nations, the 1982 UNCLOS, the Treaty of Amity, and cooperation in Southeast Asia, and the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, as well as other internationally recognized principles. Counting with the participation of 14 of its state members, the first Commission of the General Assembly on Disarmament and International Security. We would be happy if someone else continued from now
on. The delegation of Germany will continue. Thanks. So, recommends the Paracel and Spratly Islands be placed under the direct control of the United Nations Security Council for a period of 5 years, after which the International Court of Justice will evaluate the claims regarding the region and will determine who owns the islands. Asks for an international investigation led by the United Nations Security Council subsidiary commissions to ensure that the man-made islands in the South China Sea are no threat to the international security as indicated by the United States of America. The Commission's investigative bodies, the Peace Building Commission, the peacekeeping operations, special political missions, nuclear security administration. The operation should be closely supervised by all permanent UN Security Council members. Recommend the establishment of a blockade zone around the islands where we suspect the presence of nuclear missiles as long as the investigation is ongoing. The blockade will be UN imposed and supervised to ensure unbiased results. Requests all territorial claims about the Paracel and Spartan Islands or in relation to them be suspended until the ICJ makes a ruling on the issue and continues to be suspended if they contradict the ICJ. I think that Egypt can read the rest.
Urges all countries to enforce and accept the ruling of the International Court of Justice, as well as respect the limitations that this resolution implements during their 5-year period of UNSC control. Calls upon the removal of all military presence in the Parcel and Sprat Islands, and as well as other disputed territories in the South China Sea during the period that these islands are under the control of the Trusteeships Council, and only if the International Court of Justice rules on the matter. No country may intervene in these islands in any way other than through the Trusteeships Council or with the direct permission of the Trusteeship Council. No military presence will exist on these islands during the 5-year period. Suggests that the UN Security Council impose economic sanctions on all those who do not comply with the previous terms established by the resolution. Urges diplomatic and financial strengthening of the climate policy profile of Germany's and others delegations, cooperations with ASEAN through projects in the areas of biodiversity conservation, marine litter, urban climate resilience, and sustainable urban mobility.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Yaniv, can you check the plagiarism rate in the STR?
Excuse me?
Like, you can Google it, plagiarism checker, and then you can like copy paste the entire like document and see how much plagiarism it contains. So if the plagiarism rate is below 10, the DR is acceptable. But if it contains more than that, they will have to rephrase those particular sentences.
Okay, can you send me the name again on the chat? I couldn't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but they couldn't hear the name. Can you send it in the chat again?
Oh, I didn't say the name. I just said that, can you like, it's just simple. You go to Google and like just go for like a plagiarism checker. You get the website there. It's pretty easy. Just plagiarism checker, like search it out. So since this is a beginners committee, we are allowing 10% plagiarism, but not above that.
No.
Delegates do bear in mind if the document has a below 10% plagiarism, only then we will allow the amendments and voting on it. So do bear that in mind.
I don't think I got the right website. Yeah.
Okay, you don't have the website?
Look, that's what I found. Probably not the right one.
All right, I think I have one. Let me just give you the link to it. It's
Okay, great.
Second. Did you get the right one? Like the one that is actually applicable?
I'm already scanning it. Like I've already found the website.
Oh, all right. Can you give us a link? We just want to be double sure that the plagiarism is below 10%. You can give the link in the chat box so that Yaniv can like check it out. Okay, the link is there. Yaniv, you can like check it out. So like you just put up there like please enter your text. So you just paste your text there and like yeah. All right, and like you just give like I'm not a robot and like check for plagiarism. Like down there it's the yeah, I'm not a robot and like check plagiarism. All right, let's see.
Going into a loop usually. Oh, no.
So
oh, here it goes.
We'll give it a while.
Also, delegates, I hope you have checked for full stops, semicolons, and commas. Remember that preamps have comma and operative clauses have semicolons, and a full stop is at the end of the very last sentence. So keep that in mind.
And just a quick reminder, you can still submit memes and gossip to the links down below. We really want to have a lot and great 6% plagiarism.
All right, this
Good.
DR is good to go. All right, so now we are going to go for, no, not the voting yet, but we are gonna go for amendments on the floor, any kind of amendments, since we do have time. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna open the floor for amendments. Now, a little bit description of what is an amendment. Amendment is now there can be three kind of amendments you would want to a DR. Number one is addition of a clause, you know, an operative clause you feel that there is not there and you want to put it there. Removal of a clause, an operative clause you feel that should not be in the DR. Modification of a clause, which means an operative clause which is there but needs a modification. So you can present three kind of amendments. Now the sponsors who will be proposed these amendments, they can accept these amendments in two ways, friendly or unfriendly. If it's a friendly amendment, they will make the modifications and everything as you have asked. But if it's an unfriendly amendment, then that will require a voting. And a majority voting will enable, if the majority votes for that amendment to take place, then sponsors will have no choice but to make that amendment. All right. Did everyone understand this? Yes, Delegate of China.
Point of information.
Yes.
Sponsors amended as well?
No, sponsors cannot do amendments. Signatories, however, can. So there is that. Delegate of Egypt. Oh, all right. So we are now. I just want to know that if you have any questions or not. So delegates, are there any points on the floor? Like point of, you know, parliamentary inquiry. How does the amendment work? If you are okay with it, then I can move on to the amendment section. You all are okay, right? Okay. Anyways, so now the floor is open for amendments. So delegates, any delegate is wishing to make to propose the 3 amendments that I have described you to. Remember, you can propose 3 kinds of amendments to the DR. Sponsors cannot, however, signatories can. If you feel that one part of the DR contains particular yes, but sponsors can't signatory amendment. Yes. So, are there any amendments? Amendments are basically corrections. Yeah, that's one way of saying it, but are there any amendments? Yes, delegate of France, to which amendment you rise to? Like, what is your amendment? What kind of amendment are you rising to?
I forgot the name of the amendment, but basically to change what it says in the clause 6 and 6.1, but I forgot the name of the amendment.
All right, sponsors, is that a friendly amendment or unfriendly? Do you
Yeah,
accept
friendly
it
amendment.
or?
We accept it.
All right, so that is in order. Please make the changes. Are there any other amendments in the floor? All right. Okay. Seeing that there are none, we have no option but to move into the procedural voting. So, Yanif, can you go for it? Yeah. All right. So,
Just a quick explanation about the voting. This is a voting of 2/3 of a majority, not as a simple majority, which you need more than half. Now you need to have more than 2/3 of the whole people here. For this committee, this is 9 delegates. If 9 delegates says that they are in favor of this resolution will pass and we will all be happy. If not, we need to write a new resolution, probably.
all right. Okay. So should we go for it? All right, let me just go. All right.
Yeah.
So I'll just call since we have a very few number of delegates, so I'll be, instead of raising the hands, I'll be calling you one by one. So delegate of Chile, are you in favor or against of the DR 1.01?
In favor.
Thank you. Delegate of China, are you in favor or against of the DR 1.01?
Favor.
Thank you. Delegate of Korea, are you in favor or against the DR 1.01?
In favor.
Thank you. Delegate of Egypt, in favor or against?
In favor.
Thank you. Delegate of France, in favor or against?
The delegation of France is in favor.
Thank you. Delegate of Germany, in favor or against?
In favor.
Thank you. Delegate of Indonesia, in favor or against?
In favor.
Thank you. Delegate of Israel, in favor or against of the DR?
The delegation of Israel is in favor.
Thank you. Delegate of Kazakhstan, in favor or against of the DR?
In favor.
Thank you. Delegate of Myanmar, in favor or against of the DR?
In favor.
Thank you. Delegate of Singapore, in favor or against of the DR?
In favor.
Thank you. Delegate of Switzerland, in favor or against of the DR?
In favor.
Thank you. Delegate of Taiwan, are you in favor or against of the DR?
In favor.
Thank you, Delegate. With that being said, congratulations. The DR 1.0 has officially passed. You can pat yourself in the back. You worked hard for this. And yeah, with that being said, this is particularly the end. Oh, wait. The chair is highly looking. The chair is looking for a motion to adjourn the committee. So, delegates, are there any plans or motions on the floor? Yes, delegate of Myanmar, go ahead.
Motion to adjourn the committee.
That is pretty much in order and under the chair's discretion. this is the end and adjournment of the committee. Disec. Congratulations, everyone.
By the way, guys, you did something that the UN cannot do. Pass a resolution. Woo!
Yes, that's what we can agree upon.
One time.
One time, yeah.
Yay!
This is now, I'm giving you 1 minute. This is the last time you can write a gossip. Please write them. I seriously want to read good stuff. Let's enter this.
When is the fun MUN?
Fun MUN is reading Gossip Box, looking at the memes, and having fun of life. It's nice. If you don't want to be here, you cannot come. You can go.
Yaniv, I'm sending the award list to. Did you send it? Because I'm gonna send it right now.
No, I didn't send it. Send it.
All right. Great.
Okay, guys, the moment we all been waiting for. Gossip. Whoa! I want to hear some hype. Okay. First one, reminder, it's all anonymously. You need to get some sleep. You look tired. Thank you. Whoever write that, thank you for taking care of me. 2. China is trying to take over the world. I'm sure of it. We all sure of it. That's kind of the purpose of this committee. China is taking over the world. I like China's earring a lot. Is China even here?
No. Disappeared.
That's the worst thing. Like every gossip is or either on me or on him. That's what I read. Yeah, so let's see. Yaniv's dog is so cute. He's actually down here if you want to see him. Okay. Taiwan, did you really take a shower on the 20-minute break? XDD, fastest delegate in the West.
I did, and I almost didn't make it.
Wow, it's impressive skills. Oh, don't bite me. Dog is biting me. Sorry. 6. Oh, that's a big one. Big congrats to my fellow delegates and also the whole MUN team. This is when this 9th conference was so fun, very successful too, compared to the previous ones. Not to blame anyone or anything, just the results show how energized we were and in the convention. Everyone was excited. It seems like love you all. That's sweet. Thank you for whoever wrote that. And don't worry, the secretary that was in charge of the last committee cannot see that. Indonesia is sleeping in Disec. Maybe, I don't know. Didn't see her. Okay, Egypt being difficult for probably not legitimately the reason. Egypt, would you like to answer that? I guess not.
No, not really.
Stop it. Presenting the DR right now, getting tired, can't wait for it to end and enter fun one and see what the other gossip said. Whoever wrote that, hear what the other gossips say. Indonesia was looking surprised and I'm wondering why. Switzerland, either too shy or first conference ever. Hope it's the second case. Switzerland, would you like to answer that? I guess not. Okay.
Both, I guess.
First conference? Good luck. You were great. Yaniv, hi. Whoever sent that. Okay, now we're moving to the meme awards.
Wait,
Meme
wait,
awards-
wait. Before it, I have an article to share with you. I'll send it in the chat.
No, you're
About
not.
Unir. Yeah,
That's
about
in the
Unir.
end. Excuse me, that's in the end.
Oh, okay. So
Do that in the end, okay?
don't read it.
Okay, now I will show you the memes that our fellow delegates have made, which are beautiful, and I love them. And it's actually by one person. I don't know who it is, but it's by one person. I think it's in Germany. You know, the name sounds similar. Okay. Who would win? China. Literally every other delegate in the conference. Guess what? China. China. China has sovereignty of the South China Sea. Change my mind. It's kind of true. All delegates when a crisis occurred. Crisis is the false information. You really squeezed that the information from Anna, by the way. She didn't expect that. She actually went and draw a map because of you.
You lastly like admitted that yes, this is just for debate, guys. Stop questioning me. That's so hilarious.
Oh God. Okay, now our lovely journalist, which I would like to hear a round of applause to him, which he did a great job. Everybody. Wow. Come on, don't leave me alone. You can share your post / whatever you wanted now. Make it relevant, by the way.
My article about you.
Oh wow. Anytime now.
Yeah, send it in the chat.
Oh, send it in the chat.
Yeah.
Let me
After this,
open
what do we
that.
have?
What?
Like after this third session, what do we have?
We have an closing ceremony, and then you're free to go. By the way, you cannot attend the closing ceremony. We highly not recommend that, but if you want. Yeah. Thank you, Amir.
Wait, we can attend the closing ceremony. We can't.
You can attend you can not come to the closing ceremony, but we don't recommend that. I don't know how to write.
What he's basically
I don't understand.
saying is that don't miss the closing ceremony.
Good job. That's why they ask you to be a journalist, huh? I mean,
Yeah, to report about your dog.
China, is that what your press is supposed to be? Is your press?
Dogs and happy people.
Yeah.
You eat dogs.
We don't. That's a lie.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't.
You knew you're racist.
Okay, that's racist. Got it.
I know it's kind of racist, but it was a traditional meal in there. I saw it. What
That's
can I
a
do?
lie.
It was in China. Okay, we're stopping with this. Any other thing that you want to say for the committee before we let you free?
All right, I'm just gonna do this because I feel there wasn't enough ice-breaking session or I missed it. So I want each and every delegate to tell their name, where they're from, and a fun fact about themselves. And after that only you can leave the whole, informal session. So go ahead, shoot. I'll start with me. I'm Farin. I'm from Bangladesh. And a fun fact about me, I can sleep all day. So there's that. Okay, so Yaniv, go next, and then you point out someone. You can point out a delegate, and then a delegate will point each other out like that.
Okay. So hi, my name is Yaniv Becker, and I am from Israel. And fun fact about me, I'm 13. That's it. And Amir, go next.
Okay, so my name is Amir, of course, as Yaniv said before. I live in Israel. Special fact about me. Right now I'm the best flying model, airplane model flying. Sorry, I'm the best at flying airplane models in Israel for beginners. I have medal, all that. And now I point China.
I'm Victor. I'm from Mexico, and a fun fact about me is I didn't know I was gonna be representing China until this morning. Myanmar.
What? You didn't know? Seriously, you got to know
I
today?
didn't even know what the topic was. That's why I came in late to the session.
I didn't know what the topic was until like the second session, by the way. I was called in as a replacement chair. I wasn't supposed to be your chair.
Yeah, no, I didn't know what the topic was either. I got into the session. They told me it was South China Sea, and that was China, and I had to. That's why my comment was so ignorant. That's why I was like.
You were so good. You were
How were you
so
prepared?
good.
China
Yeah,
did no prep at all.
That was just not me.
You seriously were so good. I'm shocked.
I'm gonna give no comments right now. See yourself. I'm not gonna say anything. Whatever. All right, go ahead. You can choose any other delegate to like go forward, Victor.
Yeah, sure. North Korea.
Hi, my name is Camille. I'm Argentine American. I live in Mexico. And fun fact about me, I have 5 passports. Yep.
You're supposed to point out another delegate so that it goes on.
And maybe say what passports are they. Don't leave us like that.
Yeah.
I have a Brazilian passport, Argentine passport, American passport, a French passport, and an Italian passport.
So you're covered for every country. Great.
Oh, I can go anywhere. Uncle. And Germany.
Hi, my name is Lena. I'm from Macedonia, and this is my second Iomun conference ever. However, I choose beginner because, yeah, I'm still getting, used to everything.
You're supposed to point a delegate out, delegate.
Yeah, I choose Myanmar.
Hello, everyone. I'm from Macedonia as well. I am 19, turned 19 like 2 weeks ago. And I have a very hard name to pronounce. It's Kriste. $10 for anyone who can pronounce it.
Kristen?
Kriste.
Kriste.
Okay, it's not a R, it's like a Russian R. So Kriste.
Kriste.
Russian, I'm supposed
Where's
to
my
know.
$10? Give me my $10. All right.
Hey, my PayPal crashed, so no. No, I'm joking.
All right, okay, no worries.
Israel, Diego, you can go.
Hello, my name is Diego. This is my first MUN conference. I was in MUN last year, but I didn't do anything. So other than that, fun fact about me is I'm really tired right now, considering I finished my research like at 2 in the morning yesterday, because I was out with my grandmother drinking hot chocolate. I don't know why, it's weird. But that's it. The delegation of Taiwan, your turn.
Hi, I'm Isabella. I'm also from Mexico City and I go to ASF. This is my second conference, and if I'm being like honest, I had no clue what was going on today. I'm also very tired, and it was really nice meeting you all, and I had a really good time today. The delegation of Indonesia, who's laughing right now.
Hi, I'm Andrea. I'm also from ASF and from Mexico. I didn't sleep like at all last night, so that's why I was really tired and shocked at everything. And I was also unaware of what was going on.
You looked hype all the time. Like, yeah, come on. I think so. I think
The delegation of Chile.
Hello, my name is Jerónimo Gutierrez. I've been doing MUN for a while, and a fun fact about me is that I'm really into sailing.
All right, delegate, choose another delegate so that the chain goes on.
Israel.
Oh, Israel has already said. Okay, let me just choose Switzerland. Delegate of Switzerland, you haven't, introduced yourself.
Hi, I'm Lily Kate, and fun fact about myself, I have a lot of plants in my house. I have a tree behind me right now.
Oh, that's great. All right. Who else did not? France. Delegate of France have France.
Hey, so I'm Lorenzo Rodriguez. I'm from Colombia, but I'm right now living in Mexico. I go from the same school, ASF, like that other 4 people in here. Yeah, and a fun fact about myself. Well, I was in similar situation to China. I did know what my country was, but I didn't know the topic. That's why I didn't speak like for the first hour. I was just muted trying to read the document. And yeah, that's it.
All right. Delegate of Egypt did you introduce yourself?
I'm David, and I also go to ASF. I'm from Mexico, and I was also really disoriented in the first half because it was like 6 in the morning here on a weekend. So that's why I was so disoriented in the first half.
Oh, it's all right. Okay, last but not least, I guess, is Delegate of Kazakhstan. Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Rom. I'm from Israel. What do I need to say?
A fun fact about you.
And I don't know if it's so fun, but I'm learning from 8 to 5 like every day. 5 p.m.
Oh wow. Right. Anyways, yeah, I think that was the whole introduction. If I have to give a little small review on how you all performed, I'm gonna say that I loved the crisis, how you all handled the crisis. It was just rather on point. Like, I can't even say how much I enjoyed. I don't enjoy, that was, I think, one of the best crises I have enjoyed, like the delicate reaction. I'm gonna say that. And the DR, you were all so enthusiastic. You didn't even take the whole consideration of the whole consideration of the whole who. You just went on the presentation of the DR, and it was amazing. It had a plagiarism below 10%, and it was just shocking me because some of you are so new, but yet you performed so well. So pat yourself on the back. It was amazing, and thank you for the success of Disec. So yeah, that's all from the co-chair.
So we will see you guys in the closing ceremony, which is in, Anna, how long is it? When is the closing ceremony?
In like an hour, so if you guys want to keep doing stuff, you can debate a fun topic or something, or we can play a board game, well, not a board game, like a card game or something if you guys want to do some games.
Is the brain still on? We can play Cards Against Humanity, or we're not doing that again.
Closing ceremony?
It's in like an hour, so you guys can just switch off for a bit. You guys can, Chaz, if you want to do an extra debate, you can do some more debate. We can play some games. We can play Uno. We can play Scribble, whatever.
We should have bring out another crisis, like, killed out someone. As
I can
was
bring
like-
I can bring up a crisis in seconds.
Please go ahead. If the delegates are okay with it, if you're not like too tired, we can have another crisis right now.
Are we doing it in the topic, or are we okay, everybody, same countries, random topic, like no topic now, I'm just giving crisis. No experience, nothing. Wake up in the morning like China doesn't know that you're China and go to the committee. Exactly like that. Okay. How about China? Somebody, special forces from China have kidnapped a person in, let's see, who would I fall on, in Egypt. Egypt is here. So special forces of China has kidnapped somebody in Egypt from no reason. China is ignoring everything and doesn't say that she did it or didn't do it. Forgot a word about that. And come on, blame everybody.
Wait, can you join the debate too as a country?
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
go for it, Amia.
Who did they kidnap?
Some people from the Egypt and from the Egypt diplomacy people.
No. The government official of Egypt was kidnapped.
Okay, sounds even better.
Just that in Egypt, right at him.
All right, a government official has been kidnapped. So
You
China,
can just
Egypt.
go in on debate. It's like a non-mod. You go in on debate on crisis and just speak. Go start blaming each other. Be like the UN.
FBI man is always watching, so don't forget.
Such a good character.
China, why
I know what
did
you
do
have to
it?
say for your actions.
Yeah, China, not cool.
What can I say? We needed justice, and an Egyptian man had to die, so we killed him.
It's not like they need people though.
If you guys want, you can conduct like a trial.
Yes, I'll be the judge. Yeah, go ahead.
I
Yes,
can help.
All right, let's do this. Where is Egypt and where is China? Yes. Please present your cases. Who is the lawyer? I need 2 lawyers.
I will be a lawyer and Amir will be a lawyer. Okay, we're all loyal.
All right, let's do this. Go ahead, present your cases.
Is the lawyer doing that or the delegates doing that?
Who's prosecuting?
I don't know. I didn't learn that.
Did he say that he's gonna be lawyer for both of them together?
Bestie, we should probably decide what you guys are gonna do before you do it.
Yeah, probably. It's like a weird crisis. And just came up with that.
All right, so I can be the Egyptian judge, like the Egyptian government judge, and like
Where is this trial taking place? What country?
I say let's do it. I say
Just
let's do it.
complicating.
Has the delegate of China been extradited or something?
Let's do the trial in space.
Yes, I agree. Second this. Guys, if you have any ideas for crisis or something like that, join us.
Yep.
It's the time to go psycho.
Okay, let's do the trial on a spaceship, which in the spaceship is going to crash on an unknown planet, and we'll have to help this what a name the trial.
The delegation of Kosovo.
Before we will all die.
Seriously, what the hell's going on?
I don't know.
Okay, China, you've been accused about everything almost. Come on,
yes,
attack.
China. China,
that-
how do you plead? Do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty. Of
Oh my
course.
God. Oh my God. Present your case. Why aren't you guilty?
Well, today, since 6 a.m., I've been accused of illegally taking islands, illegally taking territory by every single person in this committee. And somehow I made it out alive.
Thousand Island.
So I would just say that based on all of the evidence and pretty well-formed arguments that we presented since the beginning of the debate, China is obviously not guilty of anything. We might have abducted some Egyptian diplomats, but they deserved it. They didn't deserve to be alive anymore.
He's not even blaming the source, man.
Exactly. It's just giving up. All right. So does that mean you aren't guilty of kidnapping the diplomats? Sounds like you did.
So you
You are
pleaded not
guilty.
guilty, but then you just incriminated yourself.
No, he
Yeah.
reported himself on different crimes. He didn't kidnap the diplomats. He kidnapped other children, you know.
He kidnapped children?
Oh my God,
Yeah.
that's against the law.
They
Okay.
deserve it. We don't do anything.
Kidnapping generally is against the law, by the way.
China goes above the law, okay? We do what's best for humanity by going above the law. There is no law in China, and there's no law that China follows except for Chinese law.
Oh my God. Okay, Egypt, how do you present your case? Your officials are murdered. Egypt.
And I know it's here. Egypt.
I'm honestly trying to present a case, but I guess he did something bad. I heard something about child kidnapping.
Oh, your government officials from your government have been kidnapped by Chinese special forces. Good luck with that.
So I don't know.
Do you blame China? First
but-
thing first. Do you blame China? Do you think
Okay.
China did it?
It's all his fault. I bear no responsibility whatsoever, and it's all his fault. He should explain it.
Sorry, what?
I have no idea what we're even talking about.
Okay, so basically, some of your government officials have been kidnapped by the Chinese, and China is kind of denying it, but also not accepting it at the same time. Who knows what's happening? But what do you blame China for doing it, or do you do not blame China?
I completely blame China.
Okay, so you blame China. All right, China, you're being blamed. So see, somebody's saying you did it. So
Yeah, we did it. We did kidnap the people. That's what happened. But as we said, we go above and beyond the law.
okay, he's just
Can I
pleading guilty.
interject? China, are you claiming diplomatic immunity?
Of course, always.
Okay, guys, I have another update, which I just came up with. I don't know why. I just made it up. The FBI man with your team have found some nice evidence that China wasn't the one that that has kidnapped.
Isn't
That
that
was
the
North
CIA?
Korea.
It was
Isn't that the CIA? I thought the FBI only operated inside the United States.
Yeah, I know. But Anna came up with it, and she already
We're
has it.
expanding now, okay?
Okay.
all kinds of kidnapping people.
She
Just
called me.
claiming sovereignty of everything.
She called me an
Korea, how do you
FBI.
plead?
Okay, fine. Do you want me to be CIA man? I'll just be
No.
American man.
No, wait. I have an idea. You can be an FBI alien man because we question the planet.
Kosovo. First have a country and then speak. First be recognized by the UN and then speak.
Oh, I forgot. I'm not a country recognized
You're
by
not
the
a country in
UN.
the UN, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Damn.
had a meeting in the embassy there in Jerusalem. Like, yeah, we're not recognized not by the UN and not by any other country in our any other country around us. So why are you a country?
Well, didn't we have Taiwan, and Taiwan's not in the UN either.
Taiwan is
I'm technically
Taiwan
not
is part of
recognized.
China.
I'm
Yeah,
technically
it's
recognized
UN.
Republic of China.
Taiwan is kind of part of China, and Kosovo is kind of part of Yugoslavia, and Albania, and all
A
of
lot
this.
of countries that just aren't actually in the UN here. Supreme New.
Thank you, American man. Okay, North Korea, how do you plead? Guilty and
I
non-guilty.
deny all claims of kidnapping these people. And if I did kidnap these people, it's because they kidnapped my people first.
It's not true. But okay, if you say so. If you say so. Who wants to respond to that? Maybe Egypt. Those are still your people.
China wants to respond.
Yes, China.
Yeah, I want to hear China's response.
What?
Too. I want to hear China's response too.
We got tired of the common world order, the world order of today. So we decided to become the first supreme neoclassical Chinese empire. We conquered South Korea, we will conquer North Korea, and we're gonna move into East Asia and Russia in the next couple of days.
How did you conquer South Korea before you conquered North Korea?
Oh, wow.
South China Sea is part of China. We went through there.
Guys, I see that. I see that as an
go to the north first.
Okay, guys, I see that as an opening of a war. He is declaring war
China
on
had-
the world. World War III.
Cool, don't worry.
During a
America's
small debate,
Britain
China
Empire,
had
so
trouble
it's
looking
okay.
at what's-
I'm going to shoot my nukes at China. I have 40 of them. I can do that.
I have 350 of them. I can
But
shoot.
China, you don't even know where Korea is.
Honey,
It's true.
It was confusion.
You remember the
You
debate?
showed us Taiwan, actually. You
American
didn't
because
show
he needs
us-
a lesson in geography.
It's okay. They have special forces. They wanted to kidnap maybe somebody else, and they found herself in Egypt. They're like, okay, we'll kidnap somebody from Egypt.
You're starting to sound American. Only Americans don't know how to do geography.
That's sad.
Besties.
Supreme Neoclassical Chinese Empire?
Yes. First.
I love that.
Empire.
And you're in China. I'm calling you China. I'm not going to call you the whole name. Sorry. No, it's really sorry. Are you going to conquer the world? What are your plans?
Of course. Israel is next.
Oh!
But we have nuke. We have nuclear power.
I just
We never
Defense.
confirmed that.
specifically
actually.
target Israel despite it being
Guys, they're declaring war in Israel.
For Israel, we have had enough with Palestine.
It's true. Israel, do you have nukes? Yes or no? Answer that.
I mean, what?
Do you
what's
have
the nuke?
nukes?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know why.
That's what our prime minister actually
blow up
answered.
Israel, I don't know.
I
I mean, I was just like a chill delegate, just watching my phone, and then I hear we want to bomb Israel, and I'm like, why? Like, it makes no sense. But whoever wants to bomb us will bomb them. So that's it.
Wait, so now what's happening? So now we went from kidnapping Egyptian government officials to bombing.
Yeah, this is a full-on war.
Did we actually decide something to discuss or not?
Last time we found something to discuss, it was Harry Potter, and I wanted
Oh
to.
yeah, yeah.
I didn't like that. I don't like Harry Potter.
Best what? No.
Kill me, yeah, I know, kill me.
Yeah,
Okay.
I will. I'll send a bunch of Voldemorts, not one. I'll send a bunch of them. How can you not like it?
I know who is Voldemort because they used him in memes.
Yeah, that's all you'll know about him.
Oh yeah, guys, don't forget to put stuff in the gossip box and also make some memes because there are not enough. I've literally just made them all.
Very true.
I'll send them to the group chat.
Thank you, American Empire Man.
We've gone from Egypt to Harry Potter in less than 5 minutes.
It's fine.
Welcome to Crisis.
Yes.
It's kind of the thing here. Okay, any ideas on what we're talking about? Or are we continuing with the super weird crisis?
Zombie apocalypse.
What?
The zombie apocalypse.
Oh, you want a zombie apocalypse?
Unicorns, a couple.
I
unicorns,
actually have a crisis
couple.
from another committee I was in, and thank you very much for the chair there. I can make a new crisis. It doesn't have any nothing like the Disec one, but it has zombies in it. And as North Korea asked. Okay. So I will tell you a story. I was in a conference in WHO, World Health Organization, and we had about the press during COVID, and what we did was a fun crisis. A fun crisis was the leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un, was gone so depressed that he made a new variant. That variant makes people turn into zombies. And he wanted to infect the whole world with this virus. He hasn't been infected yet, but almost his whole country has. And now go figure out the situation before the whole world is going to be zombies. By the way, that's called declaring a war. Good luck.
I close my borders off as they've already been and just stay in a little secluded place. Done. Solved.
So North Korea created a bunch of North Korean COVID zombies?
They created the variant that makes people turn into zombies of COVID.
I just give it to everyone else and I stay in my little secluded place and I'm cool. I'm good. I'm great. Has they infected me yet? Like my population? Yeah.
Half of your population has infected, actually, yeah, because your leader is kind of nuts. Sorry.
So just kill the ones that are infected and then send the virus over to the US and let the chaos begin.
Okay, you can do that. You have nukes. By the way, so I'm allowing now whoever wants to send something called a directive. Directive says what is your plan of action for this period of time. Please send it in the chat now. I allowed like a swarm of directives to come in, and I will just read them really fast. Last time I was in this committee, Poland ended on the moon. Denmark was in Mars, and the rest of the world was nuked. Yeah, so whoever has any ideas on what the hell to do, please write them now in the chat.
We should do like superlative awards or something. They're not like.
Yeah, I think it's much more fun.
You don't want crisis, huh? I understand you. I'm too weird.
I'm tired.
Also,
I'm also tired.
Yeah. I'm here since 2.
You guys want to early? If you guys want to. Well, I'll talk to the other sex right now, but basically, we still need you guys to come to the closing ceremony, which will be on time, but you guys might be able to leave early. Would you guys rather prefer that?
Now, when is the closing ceremony?
Hold on, wait. I'll check right now. Closing is 5, 10, 3, 4. We have like an hour until closing. You guys can nap for an hour if you want to.
So closing is at 3:30.
Depends on where you are, but in
Well,
our
it's
time,
3:30 right
In Mexican time at 3:40. It starts at 3:40. So yeah, like an hour and 6 minutes. If you guys want that.
I don't know. It's 10:34 right now.
I feel like everybody is kind of tired. So like some of them are like awoke from like 6 a.m., 2 a.m. I think they kind of deserve some rest. All right. All right. So delegates, please turn on your cameras. I'm gonna take a picture.
I think they want to sleep.
They will have 1 hour.
Still make sure to come to the closing ceremony because we're announcing awards and everything. So still do make sure to do that. Just take a nap.
All right,
What are we-
Israel,
Amazon
Indonesia, yeah, Egypt. Okay, Israel, Indonesia, Kazakhstan. Videos on now. Come on. Oh, come on, guys. It's almost the end. Just a picture. I'll definitely try to tag you. Great, Indonesia is there. Israel, okay. Kazakhstan? No? All right. No worries, no pressure. Okay, let's do it. 3, 2, 1. One more. Again. Just one more. Just in case. All right, done. Thank you so much to the delegates for joining in. Yeah. It was amazing meeting you.
Thank you so much.
Ta-da. It was amazing
We don't need
seeing
to
you all.
wait. So
We can go.
We just
You can
want-
go. You can go. You can stay if you want. The closing ceremony.
The closing for the closing ceremony.
What?
Should we come back for the closing ceremony?
Yep,
Yes.
exactly. You guys have to come back in an hour and 4 minutes at 3:40 Mexican time.
Okay, thank you. 3:40.
Yep.
Okay,
If
thank
you know
you.
yeah, you have like an hour.
Do we stay in the session or do we need to leave?
You can do whatever you want. You can just like turn off your camera and stay, or just talk with friends here, or leave and come back later. Whatever you want.
You can take rest since like you have been like up for hours, so you can take a nap or maybe eat something. That's fine.
Thanks.
Anyways, ta-da, bye-bye.
Can I go out of totally Zoom or just from the groups?
Okay, guys, we're starting in a few more minutes, so please wait.
Closing ceremony now, so can I call you back in a bit? Maybe. I probably not, but I love you.
Anna, you're not muted.
Oops, sorry.
Okay, we will be starting the opening ceremony.
I think that close, not opening.
Closing. Oh my God, what's going on with me? Okay, please open up your cameras. We will love to see all of your faces. Thank you very much. Okay, we will start it now. Give me a second. Okay. So welcome everyone to Iomun 9 closing ceremony. Today on the agenda, we have the closing remarks from our co-president now. Then we do not have closing remarks from the director. We have acknowledgement of the committee chairs and then the keynote speaker. Then we have the award ceremony, closing remarks from Secretary General, which is me, and meme award ceremony, and that's it. So now we will hear from our co-president, Nao Abe.
Okay, thank you, Michal. Hi, everyone. I'm Naho Abe. I'm the co-president of Iomun. I'm extremely happy to have seen every delegate here shine in the past, I think, 10 or 8 hours. In all of the committees, I was able to observe, passion, talent, and growth from every single person present here. And when I started MUN 4 years ago, I remember being a huge mess, being clueless for at least the first 4 or 5 conferences, and I was too scared to talk, too confused to write a draft resolution, and so on. And I eventually learned how MUN works, but it was a really long process. And just from the few sessions we had today, I saw a lot of growth from the delegates, especially in the Disec committee, which is specifically for beginners. And it was so much more than what I was able to achieve in my first 5 conferences. Of course, a lot of delegates, as the head of application team, which had the job of sending out emails, I received a lot of emails saying that they're nervous and that they might not be able to attend because they're so anxious about it. I know that they were very worried about it, but as the sessions went on, the debate became more and more lively, and crisis updates brought promotion along with high quality discussions. And impressive resolutions were passed, and overall, I'm extremely satisfied with how this conference turned out. And a little bit more about myself is that I joined Iomun just about a year ago because a girl named Luz, who now studies in France at a college, she's a former student of my school in Mexico, SF. She wanted me to join Iomun, and without really knowing what it is, I joined, and I never imagined how involved I would become in this community. It was such a global and wholesome community. I'm grateful that I was given this amazing opportunity to become part of one of the best MUN communities out there. And I'm so happy today that we have gotten delegates who are now part of the larger MUN family. I cannot wait to see you guys in future Iomun conferences and Iomun Society meetings. Last, I want to thank every member of Iomun who contributed in creating this amazing conference, from the Secretary, Mihal, who did an amazing job, the chairs, the delegates, my own application team members, and everyone else. Couldn't have done this without you guys. So thank you so much. And again, I hope to see everyone in the future, either as a delegate or even as part of a secretariat team. Thank you.
Thank you so much now. Okay. So now we will look at our committee chairs. For Disec, we have Jacqueline Caron, the head chair, Karin Sabrina, and Yaniv Becker, who came out as a surprising sub-chair. UNHCR, we had Alexandra Antika, the head chair, Jasmine Jospray, and Alexa Rogers. I'm really hoping that I'm pronouncing all of your names correctly. I'm sorry if I'm not. Okay, and for the IPC, we had Lavanya Singal, the head chair, Monster McCoy, and Victor Bujelil. I'm sorry for salvaging all of your names. Okay, now we will hear from our speaker, John Wallstow. Yeah.
Okay, you ready for me now?
Yeah, we are.
Cool, okay. My name is John Vlasto. I understand I've got like 10 minutes to speak and then take questions. Is that about right?
15 minutes, yeah.
15 minutes, okay. So I haven't got a very long talk. I'm very happy to engage in questions and answers. So Onkar introduced me to this event, and he asked me to speak about democracy without borders and the Young World Federalists. So that's where I'll start. And then I'll come on to a question that's puzzling me right now. So be happy to get some feedback on that question when we get there. So Democracy Without Borders is a civil society organization whose primary campaign is for a UN Parliamentary Assembly. And as I understand it, that's an idea you've already been introduced to today. I believe my colleague Camilla from Argentina was speaking on UNPA earlier and on the modeling work she's done on that. So Democracy Without Borders is the civil society organization who acts as secretariat for that campaign. That campaign is their primary campaign. They have another campaign for a World Citizens Initiative, and that would enable people to put forward proposals on issues of global concern. And then any proposal that reached a threshold of support would then be put onto the agenda of the UN General Assembly or the Security Council. It's modeled on the European Citizens Initiative, a very similar idea. These two campaigns, the United Nations Parliamentary Assembly and the World Citizens Initiative, have been combined with a third, which is for setting up a high-level champion of civil society within the UN, a UN civil society envoy. So those three ideas have been combined into a campaign for inclusive global governance, which is called We the Peoples, and you can find We the Peoples at wethepeoples.org. And that combined campaign was launched in May of this year. And supporters include Greenpeace, the Nature Conservancy, Avaz, ActionAid, Open Society Foundations. There's a couple in Mexico. There's over 180 other civil society organizations all signed up to this initiative. So Google wethepeoples.org, you'll find it there. So that's Democracy Without Borders. UNPA is its primary campaign, and that is currently being promoted through the wethepeoples.org. Young World Federalists started off just a couple of years ago. Onkar, who introduced me to this event, works with the Young World Federalists very closely. I'm an advisor to the Young World Federalists because I don't qualify as young. They advocate democratic world federalism, but they're agnostic about the route for getting there. So, for example, a UN Parliamentary Assembly is one route, but other routes to world federation include uniting the democracies, which is kind of a fashionable idea at the moment, integrating the regions, so Europe, African Union, Latin America, first integrate the regions and then build from there to world federation, or moving directly to charter reform, which some people view as a very dangerous step to take now, but others advocate it as a way to get to world federation quickly. So there's many routes to world federation. The Young World Federalists are building support for world federation as a goal, welcoming supporters of all routes for getting there. But they're looking primarily, as the name suggests, for support amongst the young. So where the old World Federalists might have newsletters, the Young World Federalists operate on Discord. So that's Democracy Without Borders and the Young World Federalists and their links to the UN Parliamentary Assembly campaign. If you like, I could take questions at this point, or I could continue on to the question I want to throw out. Would you like me to take questions? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
You can continue.
Okay, very good. All right, so here's a question that's puzzling me very much at the moment. So I'm sharing with you my current thinking on these topics, and if anyone has any good ideas on it, I would love to hear them. So I'm going to COP26 in 3 weeks' time. That's the big climate conference that's being held in the UK this year. Now, climate shows more strongly than anything else that we urgently need to find a way to make decisions at the global level for the good of humanity. And we've known that for over 30 years. The UN Framework Convention on Climate Change was set up over 30 years ago. Immediately we knew we needed to cut carbon emissions, and yet they keep going up. This is evidence of failing to make rational decisions at the global level. And why is that? Well, it's not the science. We're on code red from the scientists, as we all know. It's not for lack of technology. We have the solutions we need. And it's not the economics, because the sooner we act, the cheaper it's going to be. It's the politics. Our economy has globalized, our impact on the environment is globalized, but our politics remain stubbornly and even increasingly national. And as we've seen over the past 30 years, you can't solve global problems with national sovereignty. 193 sovereign nations negotiating lowest common denominator compromises at COP is no way to make decisions in the common interest of humanity. And we all know this. So that brings me to my question, which is, given we're, everyone knows this problem, what can we do about it? And I'll quote you. I got a short quote from a very recent academic paper, came out a few days ago, which is going to be presented at COP. Quote from that paper on this issue of how we create more effective decision-making at the global level. Such efforts need to strike the right balance between proposals that are so ambitious as to have negligible chances of being seriously considered, and those that are seen to be more politically feasible, but fail to find meaningful solutions to urgent contemporary problems. In other words, how do we get the big powers to shift their mindset from Cold War or capitalist competition to working cooperatively to look after our planetary home? And that's the question for everyone. I don't know the answer. I know bits of answers. UN Parliamentary Assembly might be a bit of the answer, but that could be charged with being so ambitious as to have negligible chance of being considered. One thing I do think would make a big difference, and that's if everyone who's listening to this, everyone who's part of this event, all over the world, all the people who understand that we need to run our planet for humanity and not as some sort of competition or fight between nations, if all those people came together to bang our national leaders' heads together and demand they make decisions for the common good, then change is possible. If people all over the world are demanding, political leaders get a license to move. So that's my concluding comment. It's an urge to action from all of you to start pushing this agenda. So now I'm open to any questions or comments or thoughts on everything I presented. Democracy Without Borders, Young World Federalists, UNPA, or what are we going to do to get America, Russia, China, and the rest to work together? Thank you.
Yes, Omkar, you can speak.
Yeah, so thank you very much for that speech, sir. I had a question. This world is composed of various countries with different forms of governments. We have constitutional monarchies, we have absolute monarchies, we have theocratic states, and so on. So, how do we exactly reconcile all of them into a single form of government, or what's the way ahead?
Well, that's kind of the question I was putting out at the end of my talk. So you're turning it back on me. I mean, there's a contrast with Europe here, because Europe is often cited as a model for how we can build more effective global governance. But the difference is that Europe is built on democracies. You have to be a democracy to join the club. And a lot of people will argue that you can't build global governance until we're all democratic. And who knows, if and when China will become democratic. It depends a little bit what you mean by global governance. The climate, the planet doesn't care. The planet doesn't care. If global politics is difficult, the planet doesn't care. Before the Second World War, a lot of people were saying, we just had a world war. It wasn't much fun. Why don't we not have another world war? And yet we did. We had a Second World War. Despite everybody knowing it was a bad idea. That's the dynamic between people across the world. So I genuinely think it's quite possible we're going to sleepwalk into a climate catastrophe. And that's what I'm advocating to try to avoid. But it could happen. On the other hand, we have the Conference of the Parties meetings happening. Governments all over the world know exactly how urgent it is when we start to make better decisions for the planet. So we have a very powerful catalyst, and whether it'll be powerful enough, I have no idea. But there is a catalyst, and you need catalysts for change like this. And the climate and the environmental issues more broadly are a very powerful catalyst for change. So in the UN Parliamentary Assembly proposal, there's a 100-page book on the details of it. It's a very detailed proposal. The idea is to get some form of advisory body up and running, acknowledging that there are many different political systems around the world, with the idea being that the people of each country have some form of representation within this advisory body. And it would be set up initially as advisory because it wouldn't be fully democratic. Therefore, it wouldn't be fully accountable. But this is a sort of balance between the politically achievable and the useful in practice sort of organization that we need to construct. So China isn't going to sit down with America if they feel democracy is being shoved down their throat. And America isn't going to sit down with China if they feel they have to do what the Chinese say. And yet both of them have a compelling interest to avoid a climate catastrophe. We all have that compelling interest. Nobody wins if we pass some tipping points and things accelerate away from us and hundreds of millions of people are on the move and war starts. So I think the answer to your question is change to global governance like this requires a crisis to occur. And then there's a quote from Milton Friedman who says, what we do on a crisis depends on the plans that are lying around at the time. So UN Parliamentary Assembly campaign, there's a plan that is lying around as this catalyst for environment wraps up. There is a way we could get all of these different political systems to sit down and talk to each other. And fundamentally, all of us, humanity, have a common interest in looking after our planetary home better. Does that answer your question?
Sure, it does. Thank you very much.
Happy to take any other questions anyone may have. I see Matteo has a hand up.
So thank you so much for your wonderful talk. My question to you was, how did you get into doing this work? And like, how did you know you were passionate about it?
That's a really good question. So I haven't been doing this for very long. I've been doing this for 5 years altogether. So my children were getting older. They've all gone off to university now. Last one's just started at university in the UK. And so I was wondering what to do next with my life. And I was free to do what I wanted to do. And my biggest concern is I don't believe collectively we're looking after our planetary home. And I think we're taking very big risks with the future of human civilization. I genuinely believe that. And I thought about why would we be doing that? Because it's so obviously a stupid thing to do. And it struck me as about how we structure global politics. And so I went to university myself as a very mature student, and I did a master's in global politics because I had no background in politics at all. So I did that about 5 years ago. Did that part-time for a couple of years. And then for the last 3 years, I've been doing what I do now. So in my master's in global politics, I was introduced to Andreas Bummel, who founded Democracy Without Borders and founded the UNPA campaign, which is coming up for its 15th anniversary. And I liked his ideas, and I asked him what I could do to help. And he said, join me and help advocate this campaign, bring it to the UK, and come and work with me. So I've been doing that for the last 3 years. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I suppose an element of that, I mean, some of my friends, I used to work in finance, and some of my finance friends sort of have the attitude that things will work out in the end. And I don't believe that's true. If I thought everything would work out okay in the end, I'd go and do something else, go and, have fun some other way. Other people on the environment side can be very depressed and pessimistic about the future and say, well, it's too late and it's all going to be terrible, whatever we do. And I don't believe that either. So I really think we're at an inflection point where there's everything to play for. It's perfectly possible. It's the concept of world federation is incredibly simple. It's take federations like the US or Russia or Ethiopia or Germany. They're all federal countries. Almost all large countries apart from China are federal. Just take the federal structure and have it at the global level, and let's have some global governance where we make decisions for humanity. And then all the different political systems underneath can continue as they are, operating at the national level. So it's a very simple idea. It's perfectly plausible. And I think it's achievable. And I think if we don't make an effort, we may mess it up and have a catastrophe. So that is why I do what I do. And I must say, having worked, my two main sort of jobs I've had before, I worked in the military and I worked in finance. So I don't have quite as left-wing and progressive a background as many people I work with. And of all of those jobs, this is the one I'm definitely most passionate about.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. If you can please drop your email in the chat, if anyone has any further questions, you can contact him through the email.
Sure.
Thank you so much for your great speech. Thank you so much for coming here and inspiring us on such an important subject.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to join you. And thank you very much for having an audience of people to inspire, because it's going to take all of us to make this happen. So thank you very much and get active.
Okay. We will now, just a second. We will now continue with the awards. We will have the UNHCR chairs. Where are you?
Here.
Great.
Here.
Are you ready to show the rewards?
Yes.
Okay.
First, for honorable mention, we have Rwanda, Andrea Villalpando, and Niger, Lucrecia Rima.
Great.
Then, for most outstanding delegate, we have Ivory Coast, Valerie Vanegas.
Woo!
And finally, for best delegate, the Central African Republic, Kiara.
Would you like to say a few words?
Well, I won't be long. I'll just say that it was the best committee I've chaired so far. And although it was a small committee, everybody got involved and spoke a lot and proposed points and motions. And it was truly wonderful to see people so enthusiastic about MUN conferences. And it was great. It was an awesome experience.
Okay. Disec chairs. Where are you at? Okay. Let's go for it.
All right, so the honorable mentions are Myanmar, which is Krista Demchev, and Germany, which is Lena Koslova. And the next award is
Most outstanding. It was Egypt, David Ortiz. Really good job.
And finally, the best delegate is China, Victor Bojalil. It was an amazing, what do you call it, community session. The whole crisis was on fire and everybody performed very amazingly, even if it was just for the first time. So yeah, there is that.
Okay.
Congratulations, delegates.
IPC.
Hi, my name is Montserrat McCoy, and along with Victor and Lavanya, who couldn't attend, we chaired the International Press Corps. And so we will go ahead and present the awards. This was a really interesting committee. We were really satisfied. We only had 2 delegates, yet what they brought to the table was extremely well done. And it definitely showed the creative side, which was something we were aiming to do within IPC. And so the most outstanding delegate goes to the Islamic Republic News Agency, Mateo Felix. And the best delegate goes to Xinhua News Agency, who was Amir Kashani. Congratulations to you both.
Congratulations,
So as a
delegate.
side note, I would like to say that the IPC members, although there were a very relatively small number, they had a pretty big role in this conference. They served as crisis people, as IPC members, and I think they deserve, all of the members from the IPC, they all deserve a great applause for the effort and creativity they put into this conference, because I think they made this conference a lot much more fun and creative, as much more than we planned. So congratulations to all.
Woo! Okay. So the last speech of the conference. I will not make it long because I know how most of you must be tired. Some of us are in very inconvenient time zones. I just want to say how amazing this conference has been. Literally amazing. Every committee that I join into just to observe, I really enjoyed to see how you guys did such an amazing job. And for us, really, Iomun was never only the debate, it was also having fun. And I hope you had fun with all the crazy crises we dropped on you, whether it was the deadly disease, the we had in the refugees camps, or accusing China of trying to have a nuclear weapon. It was really a crazy, crazy time. A special thanks, like, really goes to all of the delegates that came here, debated, really did their best during this conference. To our chairs, our amazing chairs that gave them their all, literally from writing study guides and to making sure that the subjects were interesting, and to just being here explaining the rules to you, overseeing the procedures. Really thank you guys for all the work you did. And for my amazing secretariats, I couldn't have done the job without you guys. I cannot even dream about doing it. Being a secretary general wasn't a position I thought I will never be in. Like, I thought of it as someone who has a lot of responsibility, and when I got it, I realized that's exactly what it is. But having Daniel and Anna now guide me through it, and having all of my amazing secretaries here to help me through it, is a special thanks goes out to the marketing team. You guys have been totally amazing during this conference. I couldn't have done it without you guys, without knowing I have you to trust on, without me needing to monitor you all the time. Jenny, Anna, Alonso, especially Alonso, you guys made my job so much easier, and you made it so much more fun. I really hope all of you had fun today. I really hope you all learn to love Iomun as much as we all do. And I really, really hope to see you all in future conferences. Okay, so now for our annual meme award, we have some runner-ups. Of course, we had an amazing crisis actor, our APC chair. And we had China completely ignoring the fact that South China Sea is an international waters. And now the winner, created by our very own Anna.
Woo, thanks. Yeah, thank you. I think I made them all actually. They're all mine.
Yeah, they are. You weren't winning. What am I supposed to do? China, do you have anything to say in defense to this meme?
No, nothing.
Okay. So we really, really hope you had a lot of fun, and we hope to see you in Iomun 10, which is currently in the working. We will drop the date soon on our Instagram. You are welcome to stay on and chat. You are welcome to go and live your life, but hope to see you all soon.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Do you want us to stay?
I've got
Michal?
it.
How improvised was that?
That was great,
That's
Betsy. You did
yeah, that's
awesome.
not
Great.
improvised. And I'm sorry I messed up the awards for the IPC, so Mateo was supposed to have that last time.
Don't worry about that.
Don't worry, it's all right. We've all been
I
there.
told Amir about it.
It's
He said,
it's just funny. We're still live.
Oh,
Ah, it's fine. What have we been doing?
It's okay. I was looking